I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Can you see clearly how many points it is? Don't push me, move aside. Look carefully, how many points is it exactly? You bumped into me. The people outside were pushing and shoving, trying to see clearly, but unfortunately, they were too far away to make out the number of points. Only those sitting relatively close to Li Er could barely see the points by stretching their necks. But they didn't have to guess for long, as Li Er loudly declared, 25 points. That was indeed the total of the points shown above. Although some people outside still couldn't see clearly, seeing the audience on stage nodding in agreement, they also understood that Li Er was not lying. Moreover, this was personally confirmed by His Majesty the Emperor. How could it be false? 25 points meant that starting from Li Er's position and counting 25 people back, the chosen one would be. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward that person. Almost everyone clearly saw the one chosen by fate. Me, this. The man was dumbfounded, seemingly unable to believe such good fortune could come so suddenly. He was not a high official or noble, but neither was he an ordinary peasant. He was a small landowner from Xiashang village, owning nearly 100 acres of farmland. Not many people knew who he was, but from this moment on, it was clear that many people would want to get to know him. The nobles and officials immediately ordered their subordinates to investigate who this man was and make sure to find out everything about him before he left. Of course, they had to find out about him quickly, and then waste no time trying every means to get that black peony flower from him. The landowner's name was Zhao Zi. He noticed countless burning gazes scanning over him, as if they wanted to devour him. This guy really has good luck. Too bad it didn't fall to me. Sigh, if I had known, I would have bought his seat at a high price. Talk is cheap now. Besides, the guy doesn't look like he needs money. So what if he has it? With so many nobles eyeing it, there's no way he can take it away. You're just sour grapes because you didn't get it? Whispers and murmurs came from all directions. Envy, jealousy, and resentment made Zhao Zi's scalp tingle. Why did he suddenly feel like he'd become public enemy number 1? Congratulations, sir. Qingxiu personally brought forward the pot of black peony and presented it to Zhao Zi, who quickly stood up, trembling with fear and respect, and received the flower with both hands. Although we are strangers, today you happen to receive this, which means we are fated to meet. Now we know each other. If this object truly carries fortune, you will surely soar high from now on. Thank you for your kind words, Duke Qing. Zhao Zi held the flower pot, trembling all over, even his facial muscles started twitching. He had gotten the seat purely by luck. Yesterday, he happened to be drinking at Baiwei restaurant and overheard this event. He didn't even go home that night, stayed in line, and actually managed to get a great front row seat. Great fortune is like a great burden. Zhao Zi was not stupid. He knew many people were now eyeing him. Keeping this thing seemed like a good thing, but in reality, it might not be. May I ask Duke Qing, may I dispose of this auspicious, no, black peony, as I wish? Since I gave it to you, it belongs to you. You can deal with it however you like, Qingxiu said kindly as ever. Zhao Zi didn't hesitate and immediately announced loudly, I'm willing to transfer this black peony in my hands. Anyone present who wishes to have it may bid on it right here. Everyone had been thinking of how to persuade him to part with the item, but unexpectedly, he had good sense and offered to auction it on the spot. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste more words. All the nobles and officials present were eager to join. If money talks, then there's no need for nonsense. Are you sure? Qingxiu confirmed once more, this item came to you by great luck. If you sell it, you won't be able to get it back. Thank you for the reminder, Duke Qing. But I have thin fortune, and fear I cannot bear such a grand destiny. Zhao Zi's answer was watertight. With that, Qingxiu said no more. Since it was someone else's decision, he would not interfere. As he said, anyone present who wishes to buy the black peony from him may join the bidding shortly. But by the way, what do you plan as the starting price? Zhao Zi was quick-witted and immediately replied, how would I dare to set a price on a treasure given by Duke Qing? Let the starting price be decided by you, Duke. Qingxiu looked at him with a half-smile, are you sure? Even if I set it at just 1 tael of silver, you're okay with that? This was a gift from you, Duke Qing. Even if the starting price is 1 copper coin, I would not object in the slightest. With such words, Qingxiu had no reason to hold back. He immediately announced. Since that's the case, as he said, the starting price is 1 copper coin, no upper limit. The highest bidder wins. As soon as the words fell, the place erupted. No one expected Qingxiu to actually start the bidding at just 1 copper coin. Wasn't that disrespecting the item? But on second thought, the item was no longer his, it had been transferred. Since he dared to auction it, the others naturally dared to buy. No nonsense needed. 1 tael of silver. Someone from outside called out tentatively, likely a bystander joining for fun. As soon as the words were spoken, laughter erupted. This thing is a heavenly gift to Great Tang. Even Duke Qin didn't keep it. He said 1 copper coin only out of modesty. You really think you can get it for 1 tael? A rural gentryman sitting in the second row scoffed, I'll skip the nonsense, 50 taels. That price basically excluded all commoners from the competition. If it were just a few taels, they might grit their teeth and try. But 50 taels? That was no joke, far beyond their reach. Now they could only watch. But this was exactly what Qingxiu wanted to see. After all, he had no intention of trapping the commoners. You just said it was a heavenly sign, and now you're only bidding 50 taels? Is that all you can spare? Then why even join the auction? Go home. I bid 70 taels. Bullshit. You talk big but only added 20 taels. The exhibition instantly turned into an auction house, full of heated bidding. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the bidding price had already reached 160 taels of silver. Seeing the price still climbing, many people clearly started to feel uneasy. Some gentry without strong financial power chose to withdraw. At the same time, quite a few officials didn't dare to continue bidding either. Li Er was present. If they kept bidding without restraint, wouldn't that be like openly telling His Majesty the Emperor that their hands weren't clean? Though they were very eager for this item, in comparison, it was better not to let Li Er become suspicious of them. When the price rose to 200 taels, no one raised the bid anymore. And the one who shouted out this price wasn't an outsider, it was actually Yu Shernan. Unlike others who shouted with pained hearts, he showed no hesitation at all. No matter how much others bid, he always doubled and added more. Qingxiu hadn't expected Yu Shernan to be so persistent, but after a moment's thought, he understood. Yu Shernan was already over 70, soon to be 80. People at this age usually knew they were close to the grave. No matter what you told them, it didn't matter, they just wanted to live a few more years. Even spending all their fortune would be worth it. People talk about leaving things for their descendants, but isn't enjoying life while alive more important than anything? He obviously believed the rumors that this object was a sign of good fortune, and was naturally willing to spend a fortune for a lucky omen. If this so-called good omen could help him live a few more years, even just 1 year, it would still be worth it. Previously, Qingxiu had some respect for Yu Shernan, but now seeing him so obsessed with a so-called good omen, he couldn't help feeling a bit of contempt. But then again, this was human nature, not surprising. Even an emperor like Li Er, known as one of the greatest in history, went all over searching for elixirs of immortality near the end of his life. The higher one's position, the more afraid they are of death. After Yu Shernan offered this price, no one dared to continue bidding. Not only because the price was too high, but also because of his status. He was one of the founding ministers of this dynasty. To compete with him, you'd have to consider whether offending this old man was worth it. He was willing to do anything to live longer. Offending him now might bring unpredictable consequences. Just as everyone was stepping back, suddenly from the crowd outside came a new bid. I'll follow, 220 taels. The loud shout caught everyone off guard. People instinctively looked around for the source, but no one could find who had spoken. This person didn't seem to be on the second floor, but scanning around, neither the third nor the first floor revealed the bidder. Stop looking, I'm here. That slightly coarse voice sounded impatient, drawing many people's gazes. Then they suddenly realized, the voice had come from outside, from among the tightly packed crowd of spectators. A tall and muscular man stood out clearly. Isn't that? As people's eyes moved over, realization struck, the bidder was none other than Yu Qijingde. Yu Shernan's face darkened slightly upon seeing someone daring to compete with him, but when he saw who it was, he wasn't surprised. Yu Qijingde, his status in court wasn't below his own, and in some cases, might even be higher. If it weren't for the messy incidents he'd caused before, which angered Li Er, he wouldn't have been demoted to Duke of Yu. Lord Yu, truly sorry, but I also like this item very much. Let's have a bit of a competition, you won't mind, right? Yu Qijingde smiled without warmth, and his attitude made Yu Shernan quite displeased. Of course I don't mind. Since the owner has already put it up for auction, naturally it goes to the highest bidder. What's there to mind? Yu Shernan's smile also showed clear displeasure. Since Lord Yuchi likes it, let us bid against each other. And not just Lord Yuchi, anyone can join the bidding. Yu Shernan and Yuchi Jingda didn't have personal grudges, but weren't close either. Now that they were competing for the same item, the atmosphere naturally turned tense. Heh, I see others don't seem interested in bidding against Lord Yu. Perhaps they're not interested in the item at all, Yuchi Jingda responded with thinly veiled mockery. He wasn't afraid of offending Yu Shernan. Even though he was now the Duke of Yu, Yu Shernan didn't even have a noble title. At most, he had the name of a founding minister. What did he have to compare? Qingxiu teased, Lord Yuchi, did you recently strike it rich somewhere? His implication was clear. Had Yuchi just paid off his precious son's massive gambling debts and was now in a hurry to spend again? Yuchi Jingda laughed, can't say I struck it rich, just have a little money on hand. If I see something I like, naturally I have to buy, bid. Even though he'd been tricked before by that dyed flower, he still had a special fondness for rare and exotic things. Especially since this item had been personally verified by Qingxiu and confirmed by His Majesty himself, he had to get it, even if it cost a fortune. Besides, just a few hundred taels of silver, he figured. It shouldn't be a problem. Yu Shernan glanced at Li Er not far away. The latter's expression hadn't changed at all from beginning to end. Beloved official, no need to keep looking at me. If you like it, feel free to bid, said Li Er gently. With this reassurance, Yu Shernan felt relieved. He had worried that continuous bidding between the two of them might offend Li Er or seem improper in his eyes. 260 taels. Yu Shernan didn't waste words and raised the price sharply on the spot, hoping to scare Yuchi Jingda off. Hearing this price, many around gasped. It had reached a terrifying level. At least, they definitely didn't have the courage to continue. Qingxiu had originally thought Yuchi Jingda would back off, but to his surprise, the latter directly shouted, 300 taels. Yuchi Jingda looked completely calm, as if this bidding was just a minor matter. Where the hell did this old guy get so much money, daring to bid like this? Qingxiu hadn't examined Yuchi Jingda's finances closely, but based on his debts and known income, he could roughly estimate. There's no way he could easily call out such a high price. Qingxiu was still doubting in his heart, but someone else asked first. What do you mean by this? Not treating money as money anymore. The one speaking was Chang Yaojin. He had always been close with Yuchi Jingda. He even paid off a good part of that wave of gambling debts out of his own pocket. Seeing this guy spending money like water again, Chang Yaojin's first reaction was to stop him quickly. Yuchi Jingda coughed awkwardly but ignored Chang Yaojin's words. Lord Yu, let's continue. At this moment, all the wrinkles on Yu Shernan's face were squeezed together. He even wanted to directly ask if he had some kind of grudge with Yuchi Jingda. Raising the bid this much, did he really like this item, or did he come out just to make trouble for him? Duke of Yu, do you really like this item? Yu Shernan didn't rush to raise the bid but instead casually asked a question. Can't say I really like it, but I've taken a fancy to it, so I want to fight for it. Yuchi Jingda pushed aside the people around him one by one. Make way, make way. Let me through. Once he squeezed into the first floor, the people nearby quickly avoided him. He sat directly on the table, shouted loudly, just keep bidding, if I can't afford it when the time comes, I'll just give up. Yu Shernan really hated Yuchi Jingda, but in such a public setting, he couldn't say much. Thinking it over, he instead retreated tactfully and asked, if Duke of Yu really likes this thing, then I, the old man, will not compete. Otherwise, the price will get too high, and you'll waste so much money for nothing. Yuchi Jingda chuckled, no, let's have a fair competition. If I back out now, wouldn't that make me look dishonorable? Hearing this, Yu Shernan immediately determined that this man probably didn't have enough silver to compete with him. He had jumped out just to mess things up, forcing him to buy the item at nearly double the price. Yu Shernan boldly said, no need to be polite. I give up this item, Duke of Yu, take it. His thinking was simple, Yuchi Jingda most likely couldn't afford it. He would soon have to quit, and Yu Shernan could then step in smoothly. And he would also have a reason to cut the bidding price. A person who couldn't pay shouting random bids didn't count. At least he could push it back to 300 taels. But unexpectedly, Yuchi Jingda was overjoyed and agreed at once, good. Then thank you, Lord Yu, for letting it go, this item is mine. Yuchi Jingda confirmed on the spot, and this scene left Yu Shernan dumbfounded. Yuchi Jingda didn't back out like he had expected, he really had the money. Yu Shernan blurted out instinctively, wait. Yuchi Jingda looked at him in confusion, and everyone else also turned their eyes toward him. They were puzzled. Yu Shernan had already given up, so why such a big reaction now? So many eyes staring made Yu Shernan extremely uncomfortable. He forced himself to speak, Duke of Yu, do you really have the means to pay? If I didn't have the means, why would I join the auction? It's just 360 taels of silver. Yuchi Jingda was extremely bold and straightforward. Let the item owner come to my residence later to collect the silver note. Anyone here can come and witness it with their own eyes. If even one tael is missing, I'll pay him 10 times more. With that said, Yu Shernan truly had no more words. He had guessed wrong and completely underestimated Yuchi Jingda. This guy was demoted not long ago and fined heavily. His precious son's high-interest debt was only just barely paid off. Where did he get money to compete for this? The more Yu Shernan thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. His elderly body trembled slightly from the anger rising in his chest. But after all, he was a veteran minister who had served since the southern and northern dynasties. He wasn't someone who would easily lose composure. What a pity, sigh. Yu Shernan sighed heavily in his heart. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would have raised the bid a few more times. Even if he didn't win, at least make Yuchi Jingda bleed a bit. Especially seeing the joyful look on Yuchi Jingda's face now, it made him even more displeased. Sigh, Duke Qing, this old body of mine is feeling tired. I shall take my leave, hope you don't mind? Of course not. Qingxiu was also worried this old man might faint here. If that happened, the reputation of the exotic flower would be ruined. If someone nearly 80 years old fainted as soon as it was revealed, who would believe this was a sign of good fortune? But seeing how bad his expression was, Qingxiu was afraid he really couldn't hold on, so he came forward and whispered, Lord Yu, do you really think this item is a sign of good fortune? What, isn't it? Yu Shernan asked with doubt, then suddenly remembered Qingxiu had been trying hard to avoid associating the item with such things. He quickly added, I know it's not, but, cough, anyway, you understand. I'm already old. Qingxiu smiled, the long story I told just now, you didn't really believe it, did you? Yu Shernan froze for a moment after hearing that. Of course, he didn't fully believe it, he knew such stories always had some exaggeration. But he thought at least half of it was probably true, right? He never imagined Qingxiu had made up everything. He couldn't even imagine this was just a uniquely bred, artificially cultivated flower. To him, that sounded even more absurd than a story about a divine omen. Qingxiu didn't say more. If he understood, great. If not, more words were useless. You'll find out later. Even though you didn't get this flower today, it doesn't mean you won't have a chance in the future, understand? Qingxiu had made the hint as clear as possible. Yu Shernan, being a crafty old man, immediately lit up. Could it be Qingxiu had more of these exotic flowers in his hands? If so, that would mean he could offer more later. With that hint, Yu Shernan quickly began to connect it to the recent rumors spreading outside about signs of good fortune, and the fact that Qingxiu had just now taken out this flower. Could it be? Yu Shernan suddenly felt he vaguely understood something. He looked at Qingxiu, and the latter gave him a look, signaling not to speak out. No wonder, I really underestimated you. You're truly the most business-savvy person I've ever met. Yu Shernan couldn't help but laugh. Looking at it this way, not spending a huge sum to buy the black peony today might actually be a good thing. Yuchi Jingda naturally didn't know about these things. At this moment, he was still proud of himself, and the people around him kept congratulating him, which made his ego swell so much his head was about to explode. Congratulations to the Duke of Yu. From now on, this auspicious sign belongs to you. You're sure to rise step by step in your career. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. I'm already a duke, where else can I rise to, haha. When you make a name for yourself in the future, we hope you'll take care of us more. What are you talking about? Even now, if you need my help, just say the word. Duke of Yu will surely have continuous good fortune from now on. I wouldn't dare say that, haha. Yuchi Jingda was practically floating. Then the crowd opened up a path, and Qingxiu personally brought over the pot of black peony flower. Yuchi Jingda might have been arrogant with others, but facing Qingxiu, he had to behave. He cleared his throat a few times, adjusted his clothes slightly, then walked up to Qingxiu with a smile. Haha, why trouble yourself to bring it over personally? Yuchi Jingda took the flower directly from Qingxiu without hesitation, holding the peony flower and looking it over with great affection. Although the flower cost a lot of silver, the moment he held it in his hands, he felt everything was worth it. After all, most people present weren't unable to afford it, they just didn't dare to buy. If the emperor hadn't been present today, there's no way this price would have been enough to win it. Especially since Yu Shernan even gave up at the end, which saved him nearly 100 taels. Duke of Yu, I see you've really come into money recently. So much silver, and you pull it out just like that, not short on funds anymore. Qingxiu looked at Yuchi Jingda with a half-smile, clearly implying something. Poked like that by Qingxiu, Yuchi Jingda felt guilty, but still forced a smile. Can't say I'm rich, just a bit of small money. After getting the item, Yuchi Jingda turned around and left immediately without delay, as if he had urgent business to handle. Qingxiu didn't stop him, letting him go freely. Quite a few people who wanted a closer look at the auspicious sign also followed, and the crowd in Baiwei residence suddenly dropped by more than half. The remaining people also discussed among themselves and left. They had truly seen quite a show today. Though those powerful people spending huge sums had nothing to do with them, watching the excitement gave them something to boast about too. After all, not everyone gets the chance to witness an auspicious sign appearing in person. Whether Qingxiu admitted it or not, when everyone believed this thing was an auspicious sign, then it naturally became one, whether it was or not. Those officials and nobles who failed to win the item all left regretfully, every one of them with a face full of disappointment. What a pity, let's go. Chang'an has been buzzing about this for days. I spent so much silver just collecting information, all for nothing. What's the point of saying that now? It has nothing to do with us anymore. Li Er also wasn't in a hurry to leave. He watched everyone leave one after another. When only a few were left, he came over to Qingxiu and asked, "Is there only one black peony flower?" Qingxiu shook his head, "I wish there were more, but unfortunately." Qingxiu wasn't lying. Right now, there really was only one black peony flower in his garden. Other black peonies blooming at the same time had mostly wilted after just a few days, perhaps because they couldn't adapt to the climate. Only this one was left. It turned out to be especially resilient, not only showing no sign of withering, but growing more and more vigorously. It was for this reason that Qingxiu decided to bring it out. Otherwise, even if its color was rare, a nearly dying flower wouldn't attract much attention. However, before showing it, Qingxiu had already collected and preserved its pollen to facilitate future cultivation. Li Er's expression clearly showed disappointment, but he still reminded Qingxiu, "If you have more of these flowers in the future, remember to inform me, and don't tell anyone else next time." Although Li Er didn't know Qingxiu's background, he had a vague feeling Qingxiu couldn't have just this one. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have brought it out and given it away so freely. We'll see in the future. Maybe one day, another bolt of lightning strikes my courtyard and another one grows. Qingxiu joked half seriously. With that, the showcase event was officially over. Although Qingxiu never mentioned the word auspicious sign, everyone had already accepted it as such without the slightest doubt. Besides showing Qingxiu's generosity and boldness, this move made him seem even more mysterious in everyone's eyes. Even heaven had dropped an auspicious sign into his garden. Who wouldn't believe he was heaven's chosen one? By evening, just before the curfew was issued, at a rather grand mansion, a person stepped out under the cover of darkness and headed in one direction. Before he reached his destination, he ran into patrolling soldiers. Seeing someone outside during curfew, they immediately stopped him. "Stop right there. Don't you know curfew is about to begin? How dare you go out freely?" The patrol soldiers came forward at once to seize him, but the person was completely calm. He reached into his clothes, pulled out a document, and handed it to the soldiers. "Officers, please take a look. I have urgent business and must go out." What he handed over was a curfew pass. Anyone holding it could go out once during curfew. But this document was single-use. Once used, it couldn't be reused. These passes were usually bought by wealthy individuals who had no ties to government officials. They spent good money to keep them on hand just for going out during curfew. As for those with official status, they didn't need such things. Just showing their ID tag was enough to move around during curfew in most cases. The two soldiers checked carefully and confirmed it was indeed a valid pass. They took out a pen and marked today's date and time on it to show it had been used and was now void. "Head back quickly." They returned the pass and tried to get a good look at the person, but he had covered himself completely in a black cloak, making it impossible to tell who he was. "Thank you, officers." After putting the pass away, he hurried on his way and finally arrived at his destination just in time. Duke Qing's residence. The man looked at the luxurious and grand mansion in front of him, let out a long breath, and directly knocked on the door to request a meeting with Qingxiu. It seemed the people inside had already received word and, without saying much, let him in and guided him to see Qingxiu. At this time, Qingxiu was in the backyard enjoying the flowers under the moonlight with Cui Yuran. Upon hearing that the man had arrived, he immediately gave orders to bring him in. "Duke Qing." Upon seeing Qingxiu, the man did not hide his identity and directly removed the black cloak he was wearing. Cui Yuran had been wondering why someone was visiting so late, but upon seeing his face, she was greatly surprised. Wasn't this the man who had been luckily chosen by dice today at Baiwei residence, and then auctioned and transferred the black peony flower on the spot, Zhao Zi? In front of Qingxiu, this man no longer had the cautious, humble appearance he had during the day. Instead, he was extremely respectful. Although surprised, Cui Yuran didn't say anything and quietly stepped aside to let her husband speak with him. All taken care of? Qingxiu didn't even look at Zhao Zi. His gaze remained fixed on the bluish roses in the garden as he asked casually. The silver notes have been settled. Yuqi Jingda handled it himself, he really did have that much money, not a single coin short. Zhao Zi reported calmly, I've come to deliver the silver notes for your review. He took a bundle of silver notes from his robes and handed them over to Qingxiu, who didn't even glance at them. Keep it for yourself. You've got a lot to manage, consider it funding. Zhao Zi showed neither joy nor refusal, simply responded and then put the cloak back on before turning and leaving. After he left, Cui Yuran stepped forward and suggested, why don't we wait until the moonlight dims a bit, and then take another look at the color of these roses? In the past, when I observed exotic flowers, I always used different moonlight to view them. Each time, the effect was different. All right. Qingxiu agreed immediately but noticed that Cui Yuran hadn't mentioned what just happened at all, as if it hadn't happened. Aren't you curious what that was all about? Qingxiu could tell she was curious, but as a wife, she chose not to ask. Cui Yuran smiled and said, if you want to tell me, of course I'd love to know. But if it's something that must remain confidential and mustn't be leaked, then if I knew, wouldn't it be harmful to you? It had to be said, Cui Yuran was offering emotional support at the highest level. At least for Qingxiu, her words brought peace of mind. No matter how secret, would I not trust even you? Qingxiu wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Perhaps he used a bit too much force, as the soft parts of her body trembled slightly, brushing up and down against him. Perhaps that small motion stirred something in Cui Yuran. She accidentally let out a soft sound, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Qingxiu then told her the truth. It turned out Zhao Zi had been one of the most capable agents in Qingxiu's covert intelligence network from the beginning. Previously, Qingxiu had given him startup capital and personally guided him in doing business in Chang'an. In just a few short years, Zhao had built his wealth. Of course, all of this was to serve Qingxiu better. Zhao knew that as long as he did a good job for Qingxiu, he could gain far more than just his business empire. So after he became a wealthy man, he was even more loyal and diligent in serving Qingxiu. This auction had actually been a drama staged by Qingxiu himself. He had already arranged for Zhao Zi to sit in the planned seat, and he had also tampered with the dice. Although the dice were later shown to the crowd, Qingxiu had prepared far more than just that one move. The dice shown to the audience and the dice that Li Er personally used were, of course, not the same. Since the item ended up in his own man's hands, everything that followed was under Qingxiu's control, except for the bidding part. Of course, even that didn't require arranging actors. For an item of such value, there would naturally be people willing to raise the price. Cui Yuran hadn't expected Qingxiu to put in so much effort for the auction. She figured it was to make sure his black peony sold for a high price. I'm not really greedy for silver, it's just a few hundred taels. Qingxiu spoke boldly. Anyone else wouldn't dare say such a thing. Though I didn't say it, the people outside already treat this as a divine omen. If it landed in the hands of a noble, fine, but if an ordinary person got it, it might actually harm them. Those who can bid high at an auction are no ordinary people, so making them pay more is only fair. Cui Yuran couldn't help but laugh. What you said makes sense, consider it robbing the rich to help the poor. This isn't robbing the rich to help the poor, this is proper, legitimate profit from them. Qingxiu grinned mischievously and tightened his grip. Cui Yuran tried to resist at first, acting coy, but soon her breath quickened, and her face flushed. Husband, it's getting late. We should get some rest, right? The next day. Just after morning court, Li Er felt slightly exhausted. He hadn't rested well for several days. In recent days, there had been flood reports from many regions, which had kept him extremely busy. He had only slept 2 hours the previous night, and now he had to face court again in a state of fatigue. At this moment, Li Er just had a headache from exhaustion. He truly didn't feel like handling more matters. I'll take a short nap. If there are other matters, let them wait. I'll deal with them after I rest. He yawned heavily and waved a hand to instruct Wang Degue. Wang Degue accepted the order and turned to leave. But before he got far, someone outside suddenly reported, Duke of Yu, Yuqi Jingda, requests an audience. Li Er was already annoyed, and upon hearing that name, he didn't want to meet at all. He immediately ordered, let him wait outside. If it's important, why didn't he report it during court? Why must it be now? Li Er's displeasure was already obvious. The reporting eunuch trembled and quickly went to deliver the message. But before he left, Li Er suddenly called out again, before you report to him, did he say why he came? Li Er was just asking casually, in case Yuqi Jingda really had some urgent matter to find him about. Of course, he subconsciously didn't think Yuchi would have anything important. The young eunuch immediately replied, Duke of Yu said he has a treasure to present to your majesty, and guaranteed that your majesty will surely like it. What kind of thing is it? Duke of Yu didn't tell me. He's been holding it in his hands and wrapped it in a black cloth. No one can see what it is. Hearing this, Li Er raised his eyebrows, and all drowsiness disappeared. What kind of treasure could Yuchi Jingda offer to him? Offering gold or silver would be a joke. The bits he had were all granted by Li Er himself. The only thing he could possibly offer, that could be considered a true treasure and worthy of presentation to the emperor, could only be, let him in. Li Er couldn't think about sleep now. If it really was that item, he wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. Yuchi Jingda, after receiving the summons, came rushing in immediately, still holding on to that object as if it were a precious treasure, not allowing anyone to touch it. If anyone even came near, he would carefully shield it. Really, I'm telling you, if you get too close and accidentally touch it, what if something goes wrong? Even your life wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Step back. He scolded the eunuchs and junior officials all the way, only putting on a respectful and solemn face when he reached the front of the Tai Chi Hall. Your Majesty, Yuchi Jingda requests an audience. His respectful appearance stirred something sour in Li Er's heart. He and Yuchi Jingda had fought together for so many years, narrowly escaping death on countless battlefields, even saving each other's lives. Before ascending the throne, Li Er had truly regarded Yuchi as a life-and-death brother. Even during the coup against Li Yuan, it was Yuchi Jingda who took the lead. Back then, Yuchi could joke and argue with him without any concern, and on the battlefield, he was a ruthless killing machine. But now, just a few years into being an official, Li Er had only been emperor for a short while, and Yuchi already acted just like the other eunuchs, bowed and submissive. Although Li Er used to hate Yuchi's arrogance and unruliness, seeing him like this felt even more depressing. But his thoughts wandered too far for the moment. Li Er quickly returned his attention to the object Yuchi was holding. What is that? Your Majesty saw it yesterday, at Duke Qing's Baiwei residence. That was enough. Yuchi knew Li Er must be fond of the item and could easily guess it. Li Er immediately understood and said, bring it forward. Even he didn't realize his voice trembled slightly. Yuchi didn't delay. He handed the item to Wang Deguai, who carefully brought it to Li Er and stepped back cautiously, but couldn't help stealing glances at the object. He also wanted to see if this black peony was really like the rumors said. Li Er personally removed the cloth. The black peony flower was just as vibrant as when he first saw it. The black petals didn't look fake, they were very real. Li Er hadn't had a chance to examine it closely before. Now, as he looked it over again, he could see it was truly a perfect natural artwork. What made it different was that this piece of art was entirely natural, with no signs of fabrication. Regardless of whether it was an omen or not, just by appearance alone, it was worth a fortune. Previously, Li Er had cared about appearances and hadn't joined in the bidding like others, but that didn't mean he didn't want it. In fact, he wanted it more than anyone else. Though Yuchi had spent a lot of money, he clearly didn't really like the flower, it was just to please Li Er. You spent that much silver just for this? Li Er pulled his gaze away from the flower. Thinking that Yuchi had spent so much just to curry favor with him made him shake his head. He knew full well Yuchi's financial situation was not good right now. What are you saying, Your Majesty? You liked it, but it wasn't convenient for you to bid, so I did it for you. Yuchi laughed, having perfectly understood Li Er's thoughts. Li Er said blandly, so, which land did you sell this time? It's nothing. As long as I can win it for Your Majesty, even if I had to pawn my entire house, it would be worth it. Li Er didn't say more. He immediately gave orders to the internal treasury, his personal vault, to prepare the equivalent silver and deliver it to Yuchi's residence later. Your Majesty, you mustn't. This was a gift, and now you're giving the silver back, how could that make sense? Enough with the nonsense. Can silver measure this item's worth? I'll keep the item, accept your goodwill, and besides, this thing is worth far more than 360 taels. Yuchi was stunned, then overjoyed. He understood what Li Er meant. He didn't actually spend any money, and Li Er would remember this favor, it was a win-win. What he didn't know was that Li Er wasn't paying for his goodwill, but for their past, for the life-and-death brotherhood they once had. If it had been anyone else, Li Er would have paid them double the value in silver, but never would he have remembered it as a personal favor. After the joy faded, Li Er started to feel tired again. He vaguely felt it was time to rest, so he ordered Wang Deguai to store the item properly. Duke of Yu, you may leave now. I won't forget today. With that, Yuchi was at ease. As long as he could offset the negative impression he had left on Li Er, it was all worth it. Just as he was about to leave, Li Er suddenly asked, "A while ago, you and Duke Qin went to Daegu Town and eliminated all the remnants of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. What did you do there for him?" Though this question sounded casual, Yuchi immediately became tense. What he did there absolutely couldn't be said openly. But on the surface, Yuchi kept calm and replied, "Duke Qin was worried about going alone, and I happened to be free with no duties, so he invited me to accompany him." Li Er didn't really suspect anything, he just nodded slightly to show he understood. "I'll remember what happened today. You may leave now. From now on, you must remember clearly, never again be arrogant and overbearing, trampling over the common people. Otherwise, even if you gave me 10,000 of these, it would be meaningless. Your subject understands." After leaving the palace, Yuchi Jingda felt light all over, and his heart was full of joy. This matter being settled, though it might not restore his noble title, at the very least meant he had succeeded in changing Li Er's opinion of him. From now on, he wouldn't need to live in fear, worrying about being demoted further. But even so, whenever Yuchi Jingda thought of the things he had done in Daegu Town, he felt nervous for no reason. Although Qingxiu said he had destroyed all the clues, that didn't mean everything was over. At the very least, Yuchi Jingda himself wasn't reassured. What if there were other local witnesses who still held evidence? That would be a big problem. He made up his mind, in the coming days, when things quieted down, he would send someone to Daegu Town to check the situation. If it turned out there really were other witnesses, then of course, he would need to take care of them, just to avoid any future trouble. As he was about to get into his carriage, he suddenly saw some soldiers escorting several prison carts past, heading for the nearby jail. This was supposed to be part of the daily prisoner transfers, nothing rare. He had seen it happen before during early court sessions. But today, those few prisoners caught his attention. The leading prisoner looked very familiar. On closer look, wasn't that the county magistrate Wang Huayuan, who had dealings with them back in Daegu Town? It turned out that after they left Daegu Town, Qingxiu didn't forget to submit all the evidence he had collected to the court, leaving Wang Huayuan with no escape. With multiple charges against him, Wang Huayuan was arrested on the spot and dismissed from office. Barring surprises, Wang Huayuan was more than likely to be executed in the autumn. If he had only taken some money he shouldn't have, he might not have faced execution. But the problem was, he took money from the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Was that money something just anyone could touch? Yuchi Jingda wasn't surprised, but seeing Wang Huayuan made him uneasy. That man had been in Daegu Town too. Though he might not have directly witnessed what Yuchi did, who could say whether he had picked up rumors or clues? Yuchi called over his attendant and asked in a low voice, "Can we still reach someone inside the Chang'an prison?" "Of course. Most of your old subordinates are still there, and they can still take orders." Hearing this reassured him. Yuchi pointed to the prisoner cart just passing by. "That one, Wang Huayuan, keep an eye on him. If there's a chance, make sure he dies in there. Don't let him live too long. I know he'll probably be executed later, but we can't risk any accidents before then." The attendant immediately understood and replied, "Understood." After giving the order, Yuchi Jingda finally felt at ease and told them to head home. Ever since the Black Peony appeared, Qingxiu had clearly noticed a number of uninvited guests frequently showing up around his residence. These people didn't disturb those inside. They just wandered nearby and occasionally dug up bits of soil or scraped dust off the walls. At first, Qingxiu didn't take it seriously. But as more people gathered, he sent someone to investigate, and found out that the soil and dust they took could actually be sold in the market. The reason was simple: since the Duke Qing's garden had produced an auspicious sign, people believed the soil and even the bricks and stones must have divine properties too. So, they collected dirt and debris to store at home or use for growing flowers, hoping, maybe, to cultivate an auspicious sign themselves. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. What Qingxiu had to deal with more often were constant visitors requesting to meet, hoping to learn more about these so-called auspicious signs. To put it plainly, they were convinced Qingxiu must have more such items, other divine or exotic flowers. And if they could get one, it would be ideal. Their guess wasn't wrong. In fact, Qingxiu's back garden now had quite a few flowers of various unusual colors. But he naturally couldn't just give them out. Scarcity creates value. Even if he had 10,000, as long as outsiders believed he only had a few, or just one, their value would always stay sky high. To Qingxiu, this value wasn't just about money. More important was the luxurious nature of these exotic flowers. As long as that perception existed, their value could never crash. From beginning to end, they would always be rare treasures in people's eyes. Still, Qingxiu was busily preparing for the next showcase. He had invested so much effort getting the exotic flowers into the market and raising their value, he needed to strike while the iron was hot. After thinking it over, he decided to create another type of flower that would stir even greater excitement. If it were just another exotic flower, Qingxiu felt it wouldn't be enough. It had to be something that naturally connected with myths and supernatural stories, something that didn't need any made-up backstory, because its legend already existed. The red spider lily? When Cui Yuran and Su Xiaochun were working on flower fertilizer mixtures and heard Qingxiu mention it, both women were stunned. Of course, they understood the legend. In every version of ghostly or supernatural folklore, whenever the underworld or hell is mentioned, the red spider lily is always included, a mysterious flower said to grow in the realm of the dead. Of course, it was fictional. But over time, many writers and artists had tried to imagine and paint this legendary flower. Naturally, such a flower didn't exist in reality. So they used their imagination to create something extraordinarily beautiful, something believed to be impossible in the real world. At least for this era, after numerous artistic reinterpretations, no one had ever found a real flower that looked like the imagined red spider lily. But for Qingxiu, this was no problem. He knew there was a perfect substitute in the real world, one that looked more than 80% similar at first glance. Does such a flower really exist? Cui Yuran thought Qingxiu was joking. She knew very well that her husband didn't believe in ghosts or superstitions, let alone a flower that only existed in legends, like the red spider lily. The red spider lily I'm talking about isn't really the one said to grow by the river of the dead in the underworld. Even if there's just a flower that looks 70 to 80% similar to it, wouldn't that be enough to cause a sensation? By then, the shock it brings would far surpass the black peony. Qingxiu was full of confidence. In fact, not only did he think so, but even Cui Yuran agreed with him. There was no need for the flower to have the mystical powers described in the legends, just looking similar would be enough to drive people crazy. But that's exactly where the problem was. Cui Yuran thought for a moment, then said, although that makes sense, the red spider lily was made up. Such a flower doesn't really exist. Even if it looks similar. Qingxiu shook his head, if you say so, then black peonies and blue roses don't exist either. So how were you able to cultivate them? Even Su Xiaochun found it unbelievable. Husband, color and appearance can't be compared like that. Even with color, just to get it a little darker or lighter takes 4 or 5 batches of cultivation before you see results. Changing the shape takes even longer. Even after 7 or 8 generations of breeding, many flowers won't show any changes in the petal veins, let alone. Thinking of the unique and strange look of the red spider lily she had seen in a picture book, Su Xiaochun felt it was impossible. She really couldn't imagine what kind of flower could be bred to look like that. Everything must be tried first. Before you cultivated exotic colored flowers, did you ever think you could do it? Of course, Qingxiu wasn't just talking casually. To cultivate a similar variety, at the very least, the base flower needed to be suitable. Otherwise, trying to breed it from a sunflower, even in hundreds of years, wouldn't result in a flower resembling the red spider lily. As for the base flower, Qingxiu had already chosen a very suitable one, the Lycoris radiata, spider lily. The name, Shirsan flower, stone garlic flower, might sound unrefined and seems unrelated to the mysterious red spider lily, but in appearance, the two actually looked quite similar. Maybe the person who first drew the red spider lily had been inspired by the look of the Lycoris flower, so their designs ended up resembling it. But after generations of redesigns and changes to the flower's image, nowadays almost no one connects the red spider lily to the Lycoris. Their similarity had faded over time. However, in the post-industrial era, many merchants realized the business opportunity in Lycoris flowers. They cultivated them repeatedly and eventually developed a flower that looked just like the red spider lily, and made a lot of money from it. Of course, in the post-industrial age, these improved Lycoris flowers no longer had any symbolic or divine meaning, they were just for people to enjoy or for self-satisfaction. But in this era, where belief in gods and superstition still lingered, if such a flower were to appear, it would surely cause a huge stir. The less people understood it, the more shocked they'd be. By then, people might truly believe Duke Qing's garden only produced divine omens. Qingxiu explained the existence of the Lycoris flower to the two women and even picked up a brush and paper to draw it for them. Qingxiu didn't remember the Lycoris flower's appearance too clearly, but it was common in the Central Plains. With some verbal description, he managed to help them understand what the flower looked like. I think I've seen the Lycoris flower. When I was little, there were some growing in the wild fields along the farmlands in my village. Su Xiaochun began to recall. She vaguely remembered seeing such flowers during her childhood. The petals looked like drawn-out threads, and when blooming, each strand opened like a hand with spread fingers. When the wind blew, it looked like many hands gently waving. But she remembered the lycoris flower was white, while the red spider lily was red. Maybe because of that, even though they looked somewhat similar, very few people connected the two anymore. So, the first thing we need to do is find the lycoris flower, right? Cui Yuran was now very curious. She had never seen a lycoris flower and was full of interest. Of course, Qingxiu had already prepared. You almost can't see lycoris flowers in Chang'an. They're rare in the Guangzhou region too, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. With some effort, we can find them. I've already sent people to check. There are some in Fengxiang. The two women immediately became excited upon hearing this. Su Xiaochun even asked right away, then can we? Of course. Qingxiu knew exactly what she meant. I've already confirmed where in Fengxiang the lycoris flowers grow. If you're ready, you can set out anytime. Although Qingxiu could have someone bring the flowers back from Fengxiang, the journey was long and there were no good ways to keep the flowers fresh. By the time they arrived, they might have already wilted. Besides, for breeding, they needed a large enough supply. Just transporting 1 or 2 plants wasn't enough, and who knew if Chang'an's soil and climate would even support them. Cui Yuran and Su Xiaochun didn't delay. They didn't even want to pack much, just wanted to leave as soon as possible to see the lycoris flowers. Especially Cui Yuran, she didn't bring many things, but still asked others to prepare some flower fertilizer for her. Originally, Qingxiu only planned to bring these 2 women along. But just before departure, the young girl Qing Ruyan suddenly came out and insisted on going with them. You're not staying home to study martial arts or your lessons? Why insist on coming with us? Qingxiu gently patted the little girl's head and smiled warmly. What he asked Qing Ruyan to study wasn't the usual Confucian texts, but educational materials he had personally written. The content mainly included basic principles, arithmetic, and other practical knowledge, more useful than half of Chang'an's entire library. Qing Ruyan was probably the first child in this era to receive a near-modern education directly from Qingxiu since early childhood. I've already studied enough. But I just want to go out for a walk, Daddy. Staying in the yard reading and practicing swordsmanship all the time will break me, the little girl kept pleading. Very well, very well. Qingxiu really couldn't stand this sticky child, so he agreed in one breath, but let me say first, Fengxiang is not some picturesque place you imagine. Once we get there, you might find it dull. No matter. As long as father arranges it, I just want to go out for a walk. Qing Ruyan brightened the moment Qingxiu agreed, immediately nodding her head eagerly. That little girl, every day after practicing swordsmanship she ran off wildly. No one knew where she went, but by nighttime she'd come back covered in dust, yet she still claimed she was bored staying indoors all day. Really? And on the night before departure, Qingxiu didn't sleep as usual in the bedchamber with his wives. Instead, he sat quietly in the study waiting. Late at night, the door to the study was knocked. Erguzi whispered outside, "That man is here. Let him in." With that command, the people outside pushed open the door and entered. The visitor was Chen Rusong. Since their last meeting, Qingxiu and Chen Rusong had not seen each other in person. They only exchanged short letters. This time the meeting was summoned because the intelligence Chen Rusong brought earlier had greatly concerned Qingxiu, so he asked Chen Rusong to come in for a face-to-face talk. "Are you sure there is no problem?" Qingxiu reconfirmed. Chen Rusong just answered, "Those people are cautious. But if the information has any problem, Duke Qing may deal with me as he wishes. If I deal with you as I wish, it won't help me at all." Qingxiu looked visibly displeased. This grave look was rarely seen on him. For a moment, the room felt very quiet. "At the time I asked you to lay down your armor and retire to farming, you refused in all ways. The reason I later had you lead my intelligence network was because I valued your ability. If back then you had truly left my command, I would not hold you accountable for anything you did afterwards. But since you voluntarily took on this responsibility, yet your performance is not good enough, how can I entrust important tasks to you again?" This harsh questioning stunned Chen Rusong and he was silent for a long time. Finally, with gritted teeth he answered, "If this matter is handled poorly, no need for Duke Qing to punish me. I will severely punish myself. And from now on I will never lead the intelligence network again." Chen Rusong's attitude was resolute, but Qingxiu was completely unmoved. "Many people are already eyeing your position. Whether you can do it better than they can depends on this time." Leaving that sentence, Qingxiu pushed the door and prepared to leave. As he walked out, he didn't forget to toss one last instruction. "By the way, this time we go to Fengxiang, you follow me. Don't let them know." "Yes." Chen Rusong hurriedly responded. Only after Qingxiu's figure disappeared did he stand up and leave the mansion. Since returning from Daegu town, Qingxiu had given Chen Rusong an important task, to root out all middlemen who brokered weapons and armor inside the Tang territory. Because Yuchi Jingda had provided some leads and contact methods, Qingxiu assumed Chen Rusong would quickly handle it. But when Chen Rusong actually began, he found things were not as simple as imagined. Those people were far more cautious than he expected. Each layer of their contacts was separate. Whenever any thread or question arose, they could cut off the line and erase contact. Even the contacts Chen Rusong first approached didn't know who they served, nor what their overlords did. After tracing a few lines, they realized Chen Rusong's network aimed to expose them. These people, very astute, chose to sever all links with him. So he had to find indirect ways to investigate them. It was the first time Chen Rusong faced such well-hidden opponents. Completely unable to find direct leads, he was fortunate that Qingxiu's intelligence network was strong. Soon his subordinates uncovered some faint clues. Through these obscure hints, Chen Rusong managed to locate their general area, around Fengxiang. He even went personally there once. But to avoid alerting them, he didn't take obvious actions. By chance, while there he discovered that Fengxiang produced plenty of licorice, stone garlic, flowers. He randomly took some back. Qingxiu saw them and was immediately struck with the idea of breeding something like the red spider lily. Thus, this trip to Fengxiang, seemingly to find licorice flowers, was actually to further verify the intelligence Chen Rusong provided. If confirmed, Qingxiu would take the chance to personally investigate those people. On the surface, only his 2 wives, his daughter, and some attendants traveled. But secretly he mobilized all capable agents under his command, ordering them to follow quietly with him. Once they confirmed the enemy base existed, Qingxiu believed that, with his intelligence network, he could uncover all their secrets. Fengxiang lies in a remote area, quite close to the western outer pass, and is also on the far edge of the Hetao Plain. Exiting Fengxiang means leaving the lush region of Guangzhong and moving gradually into the desert. This place is also fairly close to Tubo. Back when the Tubo kingdom had not yet been subdued, troops were heavily stationed here to counter the Tubo threat. Now that the western region's vast frontier is under Tang rule, there's no longer a need to garrison troops here. Traveling westward, Qingxiu, his family, and attendants naturally moved slowly. He was in no hurry. For the family it was a leisurely journey. It happened to be midsummer, and there was plenty of scenery along the way. Qing Ruyan, the little girl, was especially happy. She didn't care how slowly they traveled. Of course, his family didn't know the slow pace was intentional. If they had gone too fast, even though his agents were secretly following, it would be easy to expose their tracks. Slowing down just right made it easier for them to spread out and probe. Along the way, Qingxiu chatted casually with his 2 wives. He mentioned some inventions he had made in the western regions. The 2 women listened with faces full of shock. If what you say is true, then laying down some tracks made of iron bars could let vehicles move by themselves, without horses. In just days the whole Guangzhong and Central Plains could be crossed. If that were so, the efficiency would truly be incredible. When Cui Yuran heard Qingxiu describing the prospects of a steam-driven engine, her face was full of disbelief. More than that. Qingxiu shook his head. Using a steam engine for power, a carriage in each trip could carry dozens or even hundreds of people. However many iron rail tracks we lay, that many vehicles can run at the same time. Right now, traveling from Guangzhong to Yuzhou, even if riding a fast horse and urging it hard, an urgent 800 li military dispatch still takes at least 8 days for a one-way trip. And that only delivers 1 person. But if we use a steam car, even if its speed is slightly slower than a fully exerted horse, it can run at full speed for 12 double hours a day non-stop, except when stopping mid-route to refill coal. No need for rest. And a train can carry far more than just 1 or 2 people. It could transport hundreds at once at speed comparable to a courier horse. Transporting hundreds or thousands of people could be done in just a few days. Cui Yuran and Su Xiaochun listened, their expressions stunned. These 2 felt as if they were hearing a myth. To transport most people over long distances in a short time, how fast would this thing have to run? They simply couldn't grasp with known Mulan horsepower how a steel beast from an industrial age could unleash such energy. But Qingxiu knew well, no matter how much he talked now, it didn't really matter. Unless people saw it with their own eyes, they absolutely couldn't imagine something outside their experience. As they chatted, Qingxiu recalled that the steam engine's construction was already 70 or 80% complete. He had not brought the steam engine from the western regions intact, instead he brought back the craftsmen so they could reforge one here. That was to train the Tangland craftsmen and mechanics. Presenting them an already made engine and having them remake it from scratch produces a completely different result. Moreover, this time Qingxiu spent lavishly. Besides the necessary funding from the court, he poured in mountains of gold and seas of silver. No matter how much it cost, burn it freely, burn it to death. He even ordered that coal mine from the Yunzhong region be picked through carefully by his workshop staff, the best coal kept for his project, the rest allowed to enter the market. Because Qingxiu did not count cost or return, the result was indeed impressive. According to what he knew, the cylinder just built had undergone many tests. There were hardly any scratches on it. In craftsmanship and materials it was several times more advanced than the one from the western regions. Judging by this progress, Qingxiu estimated in his heart that their first locally built steam engine might already have performance close to a mass-produced machine. Of course, by now they had spent a lot of money. In less than half a year, all the profits from the several coal mines he opened abroad had been drained. But he didn't care, as long as it bore fruit in the end. After all, the industrial age always burns money. Their journey advanced slowly, pausing often. The little girl demanded to get out and see any new scenery she spotted. Qingxiu didn't mind accompanying her to play a bit more. By evening they had only traveled a dozen li or so, and they found a reasonably large tavern in a nearby village to rest. Although it was a village, it was relatively affluent. There was no curfew, and the whole village was lively at night, with many hawkers setting up stalls. At first glance it looked like a bustling market. Cui Yuran felt a bit tired and stayed in the tavern to rest. Qingxiu and Su Xiaochun took their daughter to stroll through the village. It was truly pleasant. The three of them had rarely enjoyed such leisure time, and for Su Xiaochun it was a rare opportunity for undivided time with her husband. Husband, ever since we left Sanha village, we've rarely had time alone together like this, huh? Su Xiaochun blinked, her eyes meaningful. Looks like you're dissatisfied with me taking concubines, huh? Haha. Su Xiaochun hurriedly corrected herself, that's not it. All the sisters are good, makes me worry much less. She spoke sincerely. Among those wives and concubines, there was not much scheming, they treated each other like sisters. On the contrary, Su Xiaochun felt grateful that Qingxiu married those women. Now she truly had many family members around. Especially since all of them adored their husband. Qingxiu smiled, if that's the case, maybe I'll. No. Su Xiaochun quickly stopped Qingxiu's thought. Aren't there already enough sisters for you to manage? Barely enough, but you all really need to work harder. What? Work harder how? Su Xiaochun really couldn't imagine. If Qingxiu married even more, she would probably need many rounds before having the chance to sleep with him again. She touched her belly and couldn't help daydreaming about bearing another child. A strange smile appeared on her lips. Seeing that silly smile on Su Xiaochun's face, Qingxiu vaguely guessed what she was thinking. There will be opportunity. And such things, can't rush. They belong to your good sisters too. Su Xiaochun murmured softly, maybe I can give way for other things, but this matter, well. As they chatted, suddenly they heard a noisy commotion ahead. Looking over, they saw a large mansion. A ragged man was being dragged out by several henchmen wielding clubs. They beat him and drove him out. Why won't you let me in? I spent money there not long ago, just owe a few taels of silver. You turn your backs on me now. Before he finished speaking, a strong man struck him with a fist square on the face. He couldn't continue. Don't give me crap. If we let you owe a few taels before, it's only because of old friendship. Business at the door is business, not friendship. What good is your talk now? If you can't pay the debt today, don't come back. The farther you go the better. The henchmen cursed as they forced the man to leave. The man didn't dare resist after they raised their clubs. Reluctantly he cast one last look inside, then left step by step, glancing back 3 times as he went. Passing villagers treated the scene as nothing special, used to such things, almost no one stopped to watch. Usually, Qing Ruyuan rarely saw such scenes. In her naive understanding, so many people beating up one person with sticks clearly looked like bullying. She had long been influenced by Qing Xiu's chivalrous teachings and firmly believed that those who practiced martial arts should uphold justice for the people, fight against the strong, and protect the weak. How could she stand by and do nothing in such a situation? At that moment, Qing Ruyuan was filled with a sense of justice. She immediately stepped forward, looking like she was about to stand up for that man. A father knows his daughter best. Seeing her expression, Qing Xiu immediately guessed what the girl was about to do and quickly pulled her back. There's no need to get involved in this kind of thing. Qing Ruyuan's little face was full of surprise. Father, they're bullying him. So many people ganging up on one, what could be more outrageous? Don't you always tell me we must harshly deal with those who bully the weak? Of course I want you to fight for justice, and I do hope you'll do that, Qing Xiu replied, but right now, helping that man wouldn't mean helping the weak, he's not worth helping. Qing Xiu pointed to the big mansion. That place is a gambling house. No one who comes out of or wants to go in there is worth your sympathy. Whatever happens to them, they deserve it. Qin Ryuan didn't understand what kind of place it was, but seeing the disgust on Qin Xiu's face, she also started to feel inexplicably repulsed by it. Looking again at the people going in and out of that place, their faces twisted in joy, anger, or desperation, some hurrying, some on edge, all showed uncontrollable desire and madness. Although she didn't understand gambling, the way these people looked made her instinctively want to stay away. That is the fundamental change in a person who's long immersed in gambling. Besides the dice on the gambling table, nothing else can hold their attention. They themselves become like chips, driven by profit and madness. "Father, what exactly is a gambling house?" the girl asked, confused. "These people really do seem strange." Su Xiaochun patted the girl's head and softly said, "Sweetheart, never go into a place like this. You'll understand more when you're older. And you especially need to remember, your father despises such places." Qin Ryuan nodded, half understanding. "Got it. Anyway, I don't like it either." The little girl's awareness made the couple quite pleased. Qin Xiu was also puzzled why such a small village would have such a large gambling house. Moreover, the people coming and going didn't seem to be just locals. It looked like many people had come from far away just to gamble here. "Seems like this gambling house is doing quite well, must be pretty famous," Qin Xiu muttered as he examined the building, noticing the signboard that read Supreme Pavilion. That name rang a bell. He remembered that back in Chang'an, a certain old acquaintance had a business with the same name. "Xiaochun, take Ryuan to look around elsewhere for now," Qin Xiu instructed. Su Xiaochun got the hint and said to the girl, "Ryuan, I think there's a vendor selling green dumplings over there, want one?" "Yes. I want one." Ryuan's eyes lit up at the mention of food. She skipped away with her mother, not even noticing that Qin Xiu hadn't followed them, but instead turned and walked straight toward the gambling house. "Stop right there." Several rude guards at the door raised their sticks toward Qin Xiu, but strangely, they missed him by a hair. Their sticks fell into empty air. They were surprised by how fast Qin Xiu reacted, and he said coldly, "What, your big gambling house doesn't even welcome guests?" "We welcome those who come to gamble, of course. But if you're just here to look around and can't afford to play, then get lost," the leader of the guards sneered. A nearby subordinate added, "Boss, I think this guy's clothes look fancy. Doesn't seem like someone who can't pay." "Bullshit. Can you tell just by looking if he's rich or not? Unless he shows some real money, how would you know if he's here to play or just look?" the guard leader spat. This was the first time Qin Xiu had seen a gambling house turning away potential new guests. He remembered how gambling houses usually begged people to come in, lowering themselves as much as possible. Of course, once someone got hooked, it would be those same gamblers begging to be let back in. Judging by how picky they were, this place must be doing great business, selecting guests at the door. So what are the rules to get in? Buy one string of cash worth of chips, and you can come and go freely. That's a first, never heard of having to buy chips just to enter. I'm not even sitting at the table yet, Qin Xiu shook his head. He didn't understand why they'd run their business like this. "If you don't want to come in, then," the guard leader began to bark, but then his eyes went wide. He saw Qin Xiu weighing a few small pieces of gold in his hand. Even under the dim light, he could tell the gold was of excellent quality. This man was almost certainly from the capital. "Ah, I knew it, this gentleman's attire isn't ordinary. Must be someone from a major city." The guard leader immediately changed his tone and pasted on a smile. He looked down on the poor, but when he saw a rich man, he tried desperately to please him. Seeing how quickly this man changed his attitude, Qin Xiu sneered in disdain. "Saying you're greedy for money is actually giving you too much credit." Before he finished his sentence, Qin Xiu suddenly struck out, slapping the leader so hard he slammed into the door and passed out. "Boss!" The guards were stunned, no one expected Qin Xiu to attack. Seeing their boss knocked out cold, they all rushed to help him, completely ignoring Qin Xiu, who walked right in. With the guards in chaos, many of the envious onlookers outside also took the chance to sneak in behind him. Qin Xiu normally despised gambling houses. When he entered this place, everywhere was filled with a rotten stench, and now and then cheers or angry shouts rang out, making one's spirit inexplicably uneasy. The gamblers each stared fixedly at the chips and dice on the tables, faces tense. Even if perspiring heavily in the heat, they didn't care, wiping their brows with their sleeves and continuing to play. Many people had just casually bought some chips to look on, but under the influence of the atmosphere, soon one by one they also inexplicably bought many chips and started playing. Qin Xiu saw not just one or two such people. Indeed, a gambling house is not afraid if you don't gamble, but it fears you don't come in. Of course, Qin Xiu was not influenced by this environment. His expression stayed calm, and he slowly strolled through the gambling house. "Sir, what would you like to play?" Seeing Qingxiu dressed unusually and looking dignified, the people inside the gambling house couldn't help themselves. A servant came forward and invited Qingxiu to sit. Mahjong, dice, pai gao, you may choose which you wish to play. Just order, sir. But Qingxiu interrupted him before he finished. I am not here to play. The servant froze, wondering why the goons at the door had even let someone in who said he wouldn't play. But he didn't offend Qingxiu, he just forced a smile. Sir, if you don't play, that's your choice. If you wish to play, chips can be bought anytime. Qingxiu did not buy chips, he casually asked, who is the boss of this gambling house? The servant, not expecting such a question, became wary. Why do you ask that? Just want to know. Our master opened this gambling house with proper permission from the court. The county authorities here have been notified. All official paperwork is complete. Is it not allowed to ask? I'm telling you, even if our master lacked those papers, he still would have been able to run this gambling house. His background is no weaker than ordinary people. The man's babbling made Qingxiu shake his head. It was impossible to talk properly with him. Just answer my question. Why should I answer you? Before he finished speaking, Qingxiu threw in the air a small piece of broken silver. The servant reflexively caught it, examining it in his palm. The silver's quality was surprisingly good. Immediately his face lit up with joy. Now can you speak? Ah? The man quickly shoved the silver into his robe, looking troubled. You know, given our master's status, I can't speak lightly. You won't speak, but you accept my silver? Qingxiu's face turned cold at once. Sir, don't be angry. It's not that I can't speak, only, if you won't play a hand, then I'm troubled. Although the man seemed regretful, his fingers kept subtly moving. Clearly he hoped to squeeze more silver from Qingxiu. Qingxiu, though rich, wasn't someone to be extorted at will. The more this man acted like that, the more he disgusted him. Enough nonsense. Do you know or not? I do know, but that is only a little. The man's fingers came very close to Qingxiu's face, clearly pressing hintingly. Wasn't that enough to make him pay more? Qingxiu suddenly asked, is your boss here tonight? Of course. The boss must be overseeing the house tonight, otherwise, what if some blind fool came to cause trouble? So if someone causes trouble, your boss will step out to deal with it? The man didn't notice the implication in Qingxiu's words, and replied instinctively, isn't that obvious? If the boss weren't here to oversee it, and a blind fool came to stir trouble. Good. Before the servant could realize what Qingxiu meant, Qingxiu raised his hand and slapped him hard on the face. This slap, though Qingxiu didn't say he used full force, it was no mercy either, sent the man flying. He slammed straight into a door and knocked over a nearby gambling table. Crash! Chips and dice scattered everywhere. The man who was hit covered his face, screaming in pain. The shocked crowd gasped. You pfft! He tried to speak, but only spat out some teeth. The pain made him unable to form words. Someone's wrecking the place. The noise instantly alarmed all the goons in the gambling house. As many as could, they grabbed sticks or rolled up their sleeves and rushed over to handle Qingxiu. Tell your boss to get out here and meet me. Qingxiu coldly ordered them. They took no heed of his words. Their attitude was to act, not talk. Seeing this, Qingxiu didn't waste words. If they wanted to fight, he didn't mind throwing down for a bit. In fact, he hadn't moved like this in a long time. The gamblers, perceiving the danger, stepped aside and even remembered to collect their chips. They had often seen these goons roughing up imprudent gamblers. They assumed this would be over quickly. But reality made them open their eyes. 10 or more of the robust goons rushed at Qingxiu, and in moments they were all decisively knocked flat by him, each lying on the floor, unconscious. The gamblers stared in disbelief. They simply couldn't imagine that this young man, with a dignified look and handsome face, could unleash combat power completely mismatched with his appearance. In most cases they lacked even a moment to see when he struck. By the time they realized, the goon was already down. Qingxiu kicked away a guard lying near his feet. The man grunted even without strength to roll over. I won't say it a third time. Tell your boss to come out, or tonight I burn this lousy gambling house myself. Qingxiu again shouted his demand. His eyes scanned everyone around. After making eye contact with him, each gambler quickly turned away. None dared look back. Perhaps because the noise was too loud just now. Even without being reported, footsteps began down the upstairs stairs, followed by impatient curses. You lot are useless trash. So many of you and still can't deal with one troublemaker? So I have to come out myself. What use are you all? That yelling came. The gamblers inside turned even more anxious. Clearly, the owner of the gambling house was coming. Though Qingxiu didn't know who the owner was, judging by the chaos and the way people reacted, that owner was not a nobody, very likely matched the identity Qingxiu guessed. The owner strode down from the second floor, flanked by 2 burly guards. As soon as he reached the first floor, he shouted, "Which blind fool dared to come wreck my place? Don't even know who you're messing with. You?" Upon seeing Qingxiu, the man couldn't help but shiver, even his hands trembled slightly. His subordinates were completely confused. Normally, this man feared neither heaven nor earth. With such a powerful background, who could scare him like this? "Long time no see, Yuchi Yanai." Qingxiu smiled slightly, as if he were greeting an old friend. His smile was unusually warm. But to the other man, that smile was full of coldness, making his back go cold. This man was none other than Yuchi Baolin, the same person whom Emperor Li had personally ordered banished from Chang'an. He never expected that even after fleeing to this remote countryside, he'd run into his old nemesis again. Qingxiu, likewise, hadn't expected that after leaving Chang'an, this guy hadn't gone to live peacefully in Luoyang or Jinling, but instead came to a small place like this to open a gambling house and cause harm. But judging by the looks of it, the guy had improved since before. At least this time, his gambling business seemed to be turning a profit. "Lord Qing. Duke Qing. I hope you've been well." Yuchi Baolin said these words without confidence, and the moment they left his lips, his followers were shocked. This is Duke Qing? No wonder his martial skills are so amazing, knocked down over a dozen men without even getting touched. What's Duke Qing doing in a small place like ours? Why are you all standing there like fools? Kneel and pay respects. They all made a move to salute. Qingxiu glanced at these rotten gamblers and thugs but didn't stop them. Yuchi Baolin didn't need to bow that low. After a simple greeting, he still seemed extremely nervous, unable to act as freely as he once had. "I thought after you left Chang'an, you'd go find some far-off place to enjoy a rich man's life. Didn't expect you still couldn't let this go." Qingxiu looked around the gambling hall. "This place is far worse than your one in Chang'an. But I suppose you've made progress, at least this time you're making money." Yuchi Baolin carefully replied, "It's just good luck that business has done this well." Compared to before, Yuchi Baolin was like a completely different person. Even his followers had never seen him like this, not even in front of his own father. He didn't dare mention Qingxiu trashing the place and immediately ordered people to prepare tea, inviting Qingxiu upstairs. "We've known each other for years. It's been so long, we should sit and have a drink, don't you think?" Yuchi Baolin forced out a smile, acting warmly hospitable. In reality, he was trying to lure Qingxiu away and hoped he'd leave quickly. He knew Qingxiu looked down on him. The more warmly he acted, maybe Qingxiu would be even more disgusted and just leave. Qingxiu indeed didn't plan to stay long. He'd only come to see this place because its name and decoration were too similar to Yuchi Baolin's old gambling house in Chang'an, and sure enough, he was right. As for trashing the place, well, according to Tang law, running a gambling house wasn't technically illegal. But Qingxiu despised and hated this kind of business. If he wanted to smash it, so what? Originally, he wanted to leave right away. But seeing Yuchi Baolin acting so hospitable, Qingxiu felt something was off. After thinking for a moment, he guessed the man's real intentions. Given their past, would this guy really welcome him sincerely? "Fine, I'll accept your offer." Qingxiu surprisingly agreed cheerfully, leaving Yuchi Baolin completely stunned. This wasn't what he had planned. But the words were out, so he had no choice but to go through with the arrangements. He didn't usually drink tea, and the gambling hall only had wine. There was no tea at all, so he sent someone to buy it quickly. No need for the upstairs private room. "Let's sit right here." Qingxiu waved his hand and ordered a servant nearby. "Are you deaf? Can't you see I'm sitting with your master? Prepare a table and chairs." The servant jumped, quickly propped up a table that had been knocked over. But realizing it was inappropriate, he tried to fetch a new one, only to trip over an unconscious thug and fall flat on his face. "Forget it. No need to get another." Yuchi Baolin shouted in frustration. Seeing his men stumbling around like fools only worsened his mood. Qingxiu didn't care, he casually pulled up a chair and sat. The gamblers around him immediately moved away without thinking. Yuchi Baolin really didn't want to sit among those filthy gamblers, but since Qingxiu refused to leave, he had to sit across from him. "Hurry and get some tea. What the hell are you standing there for?" Yuchi Baolin took out his anger on his men. They didn't dare disobey, everyone knew their boss was furious and would make them pay if provoked. But the men soon came back, eyes wide, staring at each other. Yuchi Baolin slammed the table. "Don't you understand plain speech? It's not that, we don't have tea. Only alcohol. You sons of bitches, don't you have legs? Go buy some." "Yes, sir." As they scrambled to leave, Qingxiu calmly said, "Forget it. No need. I'm not in the mood for tea anyway." Yuchi Baolin's face turned dark, unsure what to say. Suddenly, Qingxiu picked up the dice from the table and examined them closely. Yanniai, how good are your gambling skills? Yuchi Baolin didn't know why Qingxiu was asking that, but still answered, not bad. At least what? Most people can't beat me. As he said this, a hint of pride crept onto his face. Clearly, he was very confident. That's not surprising. From Chang'an to here, you've run gambling houses all the way. If your skills were awful, you wouldn't have come this far. Qingxiu's tone made it unclear whether he was mocking or praising. Either way, every word made Yuchi Baolin feel uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to listen. To be honest, if we're only talking about gambling skills, I dare say, none of the people here can beat me. Whether it was Qingxiu's provocation or something else, Yuchi Baolin said it deliberately for him to hear. Is that so? Qingxiu shook the dice in his hand. In that case, how about a game? No one expected Qingxiu to suddenly make such a proposal, and Yuchi Baolin was even more surprised. He had never seen Qingxiu gamble before. If someone who had never touched dice before wanted to go against him, what qualifications did he have? Yuchi Baolin originally wanted to avoid any conflict with Qingxiu and would have let him leave as soon as possible. But now, Qingxiu was directly provoking him in the field he was best at. How could he possibly tolerate that? Although in the eyes of outsiders, he was a good-for-nothing who could ruin things more than succeed, he was extremely unconvinced deep down. At least his gambling skills were top-notch. Whether it counted as a strength or not, it was still a specialty. Does Duke Qing really want to gamble? Do you think I'm joking with you? Qingxiu smiled quite casually. Seeing him like this, Yuchi Baolin's desire to win was immediately triggered. He had often been humiliated by Qingxiu in the past. Every time they clashed, he ended up completely defeated. But if he could win against Qingxiu at the gambling table today, beat him at what he did best, that would count as regaining some face. At least that's how he saw it. Just imagining Qingxiu losing to him made him feel an inexplicable rush, even eager to start right away. Bring a new pair of dice. I'll have a good game with Duke Qing. It's rare that he's in the mood, so let's give him a good time. Yuchi Baolin's expression could barely hide his excitement. It was as if he was already sure of victory. I wonder if Duke Qing has ever played with dice? Do you know the rules? I've heard a bit, but I'm not too familiar, Qingxiu replied calmly. Hearing this made Yuchi Baolin even more confident, and he hurried to explain the rules in detail. He didn't really intend to teach Qingxiu, he just didn't want him to deny the outcome after losing. At least he had to be able to tell who won and who lost. Soon, his men brought out 2 sets of dice and handed them to the 2 of them. Qingxiu picked up the dice and weighed them slightly. A strange smile appeared on his lips, as if he had seen through something, but he said nothing. All right. Seeing this, everyone immediately gathered around to watch the excitement, especially the gambling addicts. Seeing someone like Duke Qing gambling in front of them was a huge thrill. And it was also a chance to see how good Yuchi Baolin's gambling skills really were. After all, people often said this young master was a gambling genius, but they had never seen him in action. Let's go! Just as Yuchi Baolin was about to begin, Qingxiu gestured for him to wait. Since we're gambling, we should at least have some stakes. Just playing for nothing is boring. Yuchi Baolin was itching to start gambling and responded casually, whatever, no matter how much, I'll match it. Clearly, he thought he was bound to win, and whatever the bet was, he would surely come out on top. Are you serious about that? Of course. Yuchi Baolin didn't realize he had already fallen into Qingxiu's trap. After a brief pause, Qingxiu spoke bluntly, if you lose, from now on, no matter where you go, you're never to run a gambling den again. And not just gambling dens, you're not allowed to touch any of those shady trades. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously noisy crowd fell completely silent, staring at Qingxiu in disbelief. Yuchi Baolin was stunned for a long time before he realized why Qingxiu was gambling with him here. He clearly came here to take him down. Yuchi Baolin was filled with rage. He had already been brought so low by Qingxiu, and yet the man still wanted to keep pushing him toward ruin. Duke Qing. Yuchi Baolin forced himself to stay calm. He didn't dare lose his temper. You never liked me even back in Chang'an, but now I've come to this godforsaken place to suffer, and you still won't let me go? Qingxiu said coldly, you call this suffering? What about those villagers who toil all day in the fields, what's their life? You're comparing me to them? Yuchi Baolin looked at Qingxiu in disbelief. I don't care how you live, whether you're doing great or miserable, but if you insist on opening a gambling den, then I can't just sit back and ignore it. At this point, Qingxiu didn't bother hiding his true intentions, he openly expressed his displeasure. Yuchi Baolin thought Qingxiu was just looking for a reason, this bastard was obviously targeting him on purpose, there was no way it was just that simple. He glared darkly at Qingxiu. What if I win? What do you want? That question caught Yuchi Baolin off guard. In a short moment, he thought of a dozen conditions he might demand if he won, but none seemed realistic. After thinking it over, he tentatively asked, "If I wanted to return to Chang'an and reopen my gambling house, could you help me?" Qingxiu didn't hesitate. "No problem. If you want it, I'll personally beg His Majesty on your behalf. If he doesn't allow it, I won't return to Chang'an either." These words made Yuqi Baolin's heart tremble. He never imagined Qingxiu would dare make such a bold promise. "You mean it?" he asked cautiously. Qingxiu slammed the table. "Everyone here, listen up. I meant every word I said. All of you are witnesses. If I go back on my word today, I'll lose all my honor." Hearing Qingxiu say this, everyone immediately chimed in. "Your word is worth 1,000 gold, of course you won't go back on it." "Exactly. We all trust you, there's no need for witnesses. Sir Yuqi, just believe it. Duke Qing always keeps his promises." These people seemed to be speaking up for Qingxiu, praising his credibility over and over, but in reality, they were clearly speaking for Yuqi Baolin. By building up Qingxiu's credibility like this, they were making sure he had no room to take his words back. The louder they got, the harder it was for Yuqi Baolin to hide the smile on his face. He was sure he would win this bet, and had already begun imagining how he would reopen his gambling house once back in Chang'an. "No problem." Qingxiu picked up the dice cup. "If you lose, remember this well, you're never to touch those shady trades again." By shady trades, of course he meant brothels, gambling houses, and the like. These businesses made money fast and had huge profits, but they required backing by force, which naturally attracted the rich and idle young men. Yuqi Baolin now just wanted to start the game. He agreed without hesitation and immediately raised his dice cup. The man's movement as he grabbed the dice cup was extremely skillful. The way he shook it was swift and forceful, not dragging at all, clearly a seasoned gambler. Qingxiu, on the other hand, didn't have any flashy moves. He slowly picked up the dice cup and gently shook it, giving off the impression that he had never played this kind of game before. Seeing this, Yuqi Baolin felt even more at ease. He directly slammed the dice cup onto the table, then lifted one corner and took a quick look. The corners of his mouth immediately curled into a strange smile. "High score wins, right?" Just as Qingxiu was about to lift his dice cup, Yuqi Baolin suddenly said, "Wait. What, you want to raise the stakes?" "Not exactly." Yuqi Baolin said, "We only said we'd play high or low, but didn't say if it's best 2 out of 3, or just one round to determine the winner. What do you think? Best 2 out of 3? Qingxiu shook his head. "That's too slow. You and I should settle it in one round, no need to waste time." "Good." Yuqi Baolin was overjoyed. "Then let's begin." He immediately lifted the dice cup. Everyone's eyes instantly locked onto the 3 dice. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that 2 of the dice showed 5, and 1 showed 4. This wasn't the highest possible score, but the fact that Yuqi Baolin could get such a high number with just one forceful shake showed how skilled he was. And the dice had been checked by Qingxiu himself, there were no tricks involved. It was purely Yuqi Baolin's technique. Great skills. If I had that kind of hand, I'd be rich by now. That's why young Master Yuqi can run a gambling house. His own hands are skilled enough. I'm convinced. If I gambled with young Master Yuqi, I'd probably lose everything. Duke Qing doesn't stand a chance. He hasn't really played before, and now he has to beat that kind of roll, no way." Just as everyone thought Qingxiu was sure to lose, he wasn't in a rush to reveal his result. He calmly asked, "Why do you think you've won for sure?" "I wouldn't say I'm certain," Yuqi Baolin said proudly, "but at the very least, it's hard for your dice to reach this number, right? Dice techniques like this take 2 or 3 years to master. If I want, I can make sure every die is at least a 4. Then take a good look." Qingxiu didn't waste time arguing. He revealed his dice, and everyone's eyes instantly focused on them. Everyone had thought Qingxiu was doomed and just revealing the inevitable loss. But when they saw the dice, they were all shocked. All 3 dice showed 5, just enough to beat Yuqi Baolin by 1 point. Yuqi Baolin immediately clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, cursing on the spot, "How the hell did this happen?" He didn't believe this was due to Qingxiu's gambling skill. It was probably dumb luck, just enough to beat him by 1 point. What kind of insane luck was that? Everyone who had thought Qingxiu would definitely lose was now silently amazed at how incredibly lucky Qingxiu was. Just 1 point higher, anyone would be mad seeing that. "I haven't played many times, really, this is probably my 3rd time. Every time I go to the gambling table, I happen to win." Qingxiu acted like it was nothing, as if he had expected to win from the start and now was just confirming it. Yuqi Baolin couldn't accept that he had actually lost. He stared hard at the dice, as if he wanted to take them apart to see whether there had been any trick. Qingxiu had to admit, Yuqi Baolin did have some skill. But in his eyes, all gambling techniques were useless. He could easily see how many points were on Yuqi Baolin's dice, and then look at his own dice under the cup, shaking until the total was enough to beat him. No gambling skill needed. If Qingxiu didn't want to lose, the opponent had no chance of winning. This means I lost? The gamblers looked at each other. Thinking of the one-round bet and the conditions they had agreed to earlier, they started to feel troubled. This was the only large-scale gambling house in the area. If Yuqi Baolin shut it down, they'd be stuck going to some rundown underground dens with fewer games. Yuqi Baolin didn't want to accept this either, especially since he'd never even considered he might lose. And he was definitely not the kind to lose and accept it. But the opponent in front of him wasn't someone he could easily default on. Even if he refused, all Qingxiu needed was one word, and the gambling house would be shut down by the next day. For a gambler who just lost everything, the best solution seemed to be another round. Luck doesn't strike the same person twice. If he used real skill in the next round, and Qingxiu was still relying on luck, he could still win. Congratulations, Duke Qing. Yuqi Baolin clapped his hands, smiling insincerely. That's the best luck I've ever seen. One round, such an important game, and you just happened to win it. Important? Qingxiu didn't care. Only for you, right? Yuqi Baolin's face turned red instantly. He couldn't say a word in response. But he quickly calmed himself. He knew this was not the time to let Qingxiu lead him around. This guy was clearly trying to provoke him, but he absolutely couldn't fall for it. Whatever the case, you won this round. As agreed, I'll shut down the gambling house tomorrow, disband everyone here, and from now on, I'll never touch those shady trades again, no matter where I go. Yuqi Baolin said it so easily on the surface, but Qingxiu knew him too well. There was no way he'd give up that easily. Fine. As you say? Qingxiu was about to get up and leave when Yuqi Baolin hurried to add, wait. We only played one round today, surely Duke Qing isn't satisfied yet. What do you mean? I mean, since we've made it to the gambling table, who plays just one round? Don't we usually play until we've had our fill? Yuqi Baolin deliberately pretended to back off. Of course, that's just my suggestion. If Duke Qing insists on leaving and doesn't want to follow this rule, I won't stop you. He was using reverse psychology, trying to lure Qingxiu into continuing. Of course, that only worked if Qingxiu fell for it. But Qingxiu had already seen through all of Yuqi Baolin's tricks, they were nothing new to him. Qingxiu thought for just a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. All right, then I'll leave first. I'm not really interested in this anyway. After speaking, he turned and left immediately, leaving Yuqi Baolin utterly stunned. You're really going to leave? Now he panicked. If this man really walked away, wouldn't he have to shut down the place the very next day? Wait! Yuqi Baolin quickly shouted and motioned for the thugs beside him to go stop him. This was truly a headache. It was Duke Qing. Who dared to stop him? One by one, they just stood there, staring at each other, not moving at all. What's the meaning of this? Qingxiu glanced back at Yuqi Baolin, his expression showing some dissatisfaction. In your gambling house, people win and then aren't allowed to leave? Of course not. Then why are you still talking nonsense with me? Yuqi Baolin braced himself and said, I just think Duke Qing's gambling skills are extraordinary and I'd like to see more. That's why I'm sincerely asking Duke Qing to stay and play a few more rounds. Would you grant me that honor? When force didn't work, he switched to being soft. He was really afraid Qingxiu would just leave. Qingxiu pretended to think seriously for a moment, then casually asked, You really want to play? Of course. Everyone is excited right now. If we stop playing, it would kill the mood. You're saying I'm killing the mood? That's not what I meant. Yuqi Baolin was completely thrown off by Qingxiu's layered words and couldn't handle it at all. So he gave up on talking nonsense, directly sat down, and motioned for Qingxiu to sit too, so they could continue. Fine then. I'll see how long this luck can last. Let's play a bit more. Qingxiu's attitude made Yuqi Baolin overjoyed. As long as Qingxiu kept playing, he was confident he could win back what he lost. Just as Qingxiu picked up the dice cup, Yuqi Baolin quickly said, Since we're continuing, we should put up new stakes. What does Duke Qing plan to wager this time? Qingxiu laughed contemptuously after hearing that. You think I don't know what you're planning? You just can't bear to lose this gambling house. You want to keep it open, so you're continuing to gamble with me. Qingxiu hit the nail on the head. Yuqi Baolin's expression became a little awkward, but he quickly said, That's not entirely wrong. After all, it wasn't easy to build up this business, but it doesn't mean I want to go back on my word. We're just gambling another round, that's all. Fine, as you said, if you win, you can keep running the gambling house, and everything I won before doesn't count. Qingxiu didn't waste words either. But if you lose this time, then what? This time, Yuchi Baolin was a bit more cautious. He didn't immediately agree but still believed he had a guaranteed win. He didn't believe Qingxiu could get lucky twice in a row. At worst, he'd try to roll a higher score this time and win. Then, in Duke Qing's opinion, what kind of condition should I agree to? Qingxiu didn't hold back. He directly said, from now on, you are not allowed to enter the pass. You must move to live outside Yanmen Pass, and for the rest of your life, never return. This was a brutal condition. If earlier, Yuchi Baolin could still find a low-key place to live as a wealthy man, now he would lose any chance at a good life. Living beyond the pass meant poor clothing and little food, with endless wind and sand. The conditions were easy to imagine. Just thinking about it made Yuchi Baolin feel a chill. He thought, what kind of grudge does Qingxiu have against him to keep forcing him to the brink like this? The surrounding gamblers also felt this condition was outrageous. They knew how desolate it was beyond the pass. If you go out there, having a fortune won't do you any good. There's no place to spend money. Life there isn't much better than for animals. Exactly. Why does Duke Qing have to push him like this? It's better if we don't comment on these bigwigs' grudges. The chatter brought back a bit of Yuchi Baolin's lost sense. He realized he had to carefully weigh the pros and cons. If you're afraid of losing, then don't bet. You can always go live in Jinling or Luoyang, any rich and comfortable place, and still be a wealthy man. Qingxiu's tone was full of mockery. If Yuchi Baolin were a bit smarter, he would have realized Qingxiu was provoking him, baiting him into making a high-stakes bet, which Qingxiu was confident he would win. Unfortunately, Yuchi Baolin just didn't get it. Qingxiu's tactics worked every time. Besides, this man was a pure gambler. If he didn't get worked up, would he still be a real gambler? Sure enough, he couldn't take the provocation and blurted out. Fine, let's gamble. I'll definitely win this time. Yuchi Baolin didn't think too much, but he wasn't completely reckless either. He quickly added another rule: 3 dice are too few, not exciting enough. How about we raise the stakes again? Sure. However you want to play, I'll follow. Just make sure when you lose, you accept it and don't say any nonsense. Qingxiu still didn't refuse. Yuchi Baolin waved his hand. His attendants immediately brought over 6 more dice and handed 3 each to Qingxiu and Yuchi Baolin. So what he meant was to give them 6 dice each. This would greatly increase the randomness of the rolls and reduce the impact of luck even more. Yuchi Baolin was still convinced Qingxiu didn't know any gambling skills and only won by luck, so this was his best strategy. Of course, it made things harder for him too. He now had to control 6 dice at once. But he was still confident. Wasn't this the perfect moment to show off his gambling skills? The gamblers saw that they had added up to 6 dice, and everyone got excited. They crowded even closer to get a better view of the game. Those who understood gambling knew what this meant. One after another, they thought, today really wasn't a wasted trip. 6 dice, can you handle that? Qingxiu suddenly asked this for no reason, making Yuchi Baolin pause in surprise. Qingxiu wasn't supposed to understand gambling. How did he know that Yuchi Baolin had been trying to control the dice when shaking the cup? But he didn't dwell on it. All he could think about was winning back his gambling house. He just took it as a random question. Let's go. He didn't hold back and started shaking his dice cup immediately. This time, he clearly shook it longer than before. He couldn't see the dice inside, so he relied entirely on his years of gambling experience and intuition. If once didn't work, he'd try twice. If twice didn't work, he'd try several more times. Good. Yuchi Baolin suddenly sensed that his total had reached his desired value, and immediately stopped shaking. He quietly lifted the lid and looked inside. The numbers on the dice made him feel extremely excited. These 6 dice, 3 landed on 6, 1 on 5, and 2 on 4. The total was 27 points, definitely a high number. In the past, when Yuchi Baolin played with dice, he rarely rolled such a high number. It seemed luck was on his side today. Of course, it wasn't just luck, his own skill also played a role. With both luck and technique, he felt certain of victory. At least, in his own view, he was already sure to win. After he stopped shaking, Qingxiu used his mind's eye to quickly check Yuchi Baolin's total, and while doing so, kept shaking his own dice. Duke Qing, shaking the dice longer doesn't necessarily mean you'll get higher points. There are techniques involved. Do you want me to teach you? At this moment, Yuchi Baolin was truly arrogant and proud. In his eyes, no matter how hard Qingxiu tried, it would be pointless, he would still lose. Thanks, but no need. Your techniques might not be useful, Qingxiu said with a smile as he stopped shaking the dice cup. He had already seen that his total was higher than Yuchi Baolin's. Fine then. Yuchi Baolin snorted coldly. Almost ready? Then I'm going to reveal mine. Wait. Just as he was about to open his cup, Qingxiu suddenly stopped him. Want to raise the stakes? Raise the stakes? Yuchi Baolin instantly got excited. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? He was sure of winning, so he said, besides what we agreed before, me moving beyond the pass, I'll also throw in all the earnings from the gambling house. If I lose, I'll pay you every single silver tael, not a penny short. There's a ledger at the counter, not a cent will be missing. The gamblers' eyes lit up when they heard this. A gambling house's revenue, just imagining the value was enough. What would I want with that worthless money of yours? Qingxiu shook his head. Only you would treat that amount of silver as a fortune. It means nothing to me. Yuchi Baolin felt resentful at being mocked by Qingxiu like this, but sadly, it was a fact he couldn't argue against. Even Qingxiu's leftovers were unimaginable sums to him. Then what does Duke Qing suggest? Yuchi Baolin asked. Qingxiu waved it off. Let's just leave it at that. No need to say more. You've already bet your entire fortune. Life beyond the pass isn't going to be so easy. Seeing Qingxiu agree, Yuchi Baolin didn't waste more words. He asked, then what does Duke Qing plan to wager? I'll still honor what I promised you before. Besides that, I'll build you a gambling house in Chang'an 10 times bigger than the one you had. 10 times. Greed instantly flashed in Yuchi Baolin's eyes. He knew Qingxiu never made empty promises. If he really built one 10 times larger, it would practically be like a royal estate. A gambling house of that size, never mind the profits, it already sounded grand and glorious. Then thank you, Duke Qing. Yuchi Baolin didn't hesitate. He picked up his dice cup and revealed the numbers to everyone. 27. Everyone exclaimed loudly. To roll that number with 6 dice, he was definitely a top-level expert. Before, they weren't sure if Yuchi Baolin was a real master or just lucky. But seeing this, he clearly was a true expert, at least far better than they were. It's in the bag. The gamblers all sighed, and some were already preparing to congratulate him. A moment later, they realized something. Qingxiu still hadn't revealed his dice. He had already seen Yuchi Baolin's result, but showed no emotion. No one could tell if he was happy or worried. You sure know how to act. Yuchi Baolin cursed in his heart seeing Qingxiu's expression. But at this point, words were useless. Qingxiu's delay just made him more sure he had won. Duke Qing, let's not waste time. About your dice. Yuchi Baolin gestured for Qingxiu to reveal his roll, but Qingxiu didn't move. Instead, he sighed helplessly. Heh, seeing this, Yuchi Baolin got even more excited. With your wealth, building such a huge gambling house in Chang'an shouldn't be difficult, right? Gambling house? You're the one who's about to lose, why would I build you anything? Qingxiu sneered coldly. I'm just worried about how to explain this to your father, so he'll stop pestering me about letting you return. As he spoke, Qingxiu flipped his dice cup, revealing the dice to everyone. The moment they saw it, the whole room burst into shocked cries. Everyone was stunned. Qingxiu's total was 28, just 1 point higher than Yuchi Baolin. Was that really just luck? I think Duke Qing's just being humble. He's definitely experienced, no way he doesn't know how to gamble. This is insane. Every time he wins by just 1 point, what kind of skill is that? The gamblers all talked at once, amazed and full of admiration. But Yuchi Baolin, once he came to his senses, slammed the table and shouted, You cheated. Qingxiu sneered. Can't accept losing, so now you're calling it cheating? The numbers were shown to everyone. What cheating did I do? Yuchi Baolin was at a loss for words but quickly said, how do I know the dice weren't rigged? Every time you beat me by just 1 point, how is that possible with skill? It must have been tampered with. Bullshit. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean no one else can. You really don't know your place. Qingxiu said calmly, if I wanted to beat you by exactly 1 point, let's ignore whether I could cheat or not, I'd at least have to see your number first, right? Everyone saw, after you revealed yours, I stopped shaking mine, I didn't touch it again. And if you're saying the dice are rigged, that's even more ridiculous. You gave me the dice and the cup yourself. This string of rebuttals from Qingxiu left Yuchi Baolin speechless. He stammered, trying to argue, but couldn't say a word. The moment he thought about the consequences of losing, his mind went completely blank. Looking around, none of the gamblers paid attention to him anymore. All the praise and admiration now belonged to Qingxiu. A few people who made eye contact with him only showed pity and helplessness. Life beyond the pass wasn't something he wanted to imagine. Besides, this was what Yuchi Baolin had asked for himself, Qingxiu hadn't forced him. Of course, Yuchi Baolin couldn't accept this ending. He immediately picked up the dice and began examining them carefully, inspecting both his own and Qingxiu's. But he still couldn't understand, how had this happened? This is impossible. Yuchi Baolin slapped his head hard, his eyes full of disbelief. He had gambled for 7 or 8 years, and this was the first time he had seen something so absurd. And it wasn't just him, older gamblers here had never seen anything like this, especially not with such huge stakes. Is there a problem? Qingxiu asked calmly. How long do you plan to keep checking? Yuchi Baolin stood frozen, unable to speak. After a long time, he squeezed out a few words through his teeth. How did you do it? Of course Qingxiu couldn't tell him about his mind's eye, and even if he did, Baolin wouldn't believe it, much less understand. So he simply said, by listening. Even though I haven't been to the gambling table much, I can tell the points inside by listening. When your dice settled, I could hear exactly where each point landed. All the gamblers felt it was unbelievable, judging dice like that. Although Yuchi Baolin also relied on hearing and feeling, he couldn't imagine Qingxiu being able to determine the exact number every time. It was too incredible. You don't believe it? Seeing his expression, Qingxiu told someone nearby to bring him some dice. Come. You name a number. He pointed randomly at a gambler, who froze for a moment, then casually said, leopard. Qingxiu said nothing, scooped up the dice, tossed them into the cup, and shook them. A moment later he opened it. The crowd rushed forward. The 6 dice inside were all 5s. Leopard! Cries of surprise rose at once. Qingxiu tossed the dice back in and shook again, then opened the cup. Supreme Bao! The dice points were more shocking each time, and every result was precise. Saying that Qingxiu didn't know how to gamble now, no one on earth would believe it. Watching Qingxiu produce any number he wanted, Yuchi Baolin's face turned ashen. He was completely convinced. There are always higher skills and stronger people. Compared with Qingxiu, his own gambling skills were nothing. I lost. After being silent for a long time, Yuchi Baolin finally forced out the words, a bet is a bet. I admit it. The gambling house will close tomorrow, and then I will go beyond the pass. He was almost crying, but he didn't dare deny the result. He had made the bet with Qingxiu, he couldn't afford to refuse. Worse yet, so many people had witnessed it. If a gambling house owner wouldn't honor his word, he wouldn't be able to survive. To be honest, I originally planned to let you go, Qingxiu said indifferently. But you kept asking for death, insisting on such a big bet and forcing yourself into a dead end. What could I do? I just don't want a gambling house here making people sink deeper, throwing away the money they earned with hard work. Qingxiu looked up, and the gamblers instinctively avoided his gaze. Among them were small landlords, small traders, and simple farmers. These families weren't wealthy to begin with, some were probably gambling with their food money. Not to mention, they had been losing non-stop, always thinking they could win it back. But even if they won 10 times their money, they would still eventually lose everything. In long-term gambling, loss is inevitable. But Qingxiu didn't bother lecturing these fools, it would be pointless. Unless they died, they would never change. Even if this gambling house closed, they would climb mountains to find another place to gamble. He asked Yuchi Baolin to close the gambling house only to save at least one person from falling deeper. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. Figure out your own situation. Qingxiu stood and stretched a bit, feeling bored. Wait. Yuchi Baolin suddenly stopped him. Qingxiu turned back impatiently. What? Want to go back on your word? No. Baolin quickly bowed his head. Duke Qing, for the sake of my father, could you be a bit merciful? Closing the gambling house is fine. Even taking all the money I saved, I accept that. But going beyond the pass, that's too hard. He wasn't pretending. Even an ordinary person could barely survive life beyond the pass. That's why the northern tribes always tried desperately to enter Central Plains. Even if supplies were enough, the winter weather alone could freeze someone to death. If you knew this would be the result, why bother? Besides, if you had won and I refused to build you the gambling house, would you have accepted it? Qingxiu's question left Yuchi Baolin speechless. Now he was completely hopeless and full of regret for ever provoking Qingxiu. Although Qingxiu said he would send him beyond the pass, he actually had no intention of doing so. He wasn't being kind, he simply needed Yuchi Jingda in the future, so there was no need to go too far. If he really sent Baolin away, he could still threaten Jingda into obeying, but the man wouldn't work well and might even sabotage things. Better to spare Baolin once, to give Yuchi Jingda some face. After leaving the gambling house, the gamblers rushed to exchange all their chips for money and leave quickly. The gambling house would close tomorrow, so they had to cash out whatever they could. And not only those inside, people spread the news quickly, and soon the whole village knew. Many people panicked and ran to withdraw the money they had stored at the gambling house. The cashier didn't stop working all night. Although Yuchi Baolin had lost, he still tried to save himself and hurried to write a letter to his father asking for help. But trouble kept piling up, so he couldn't get anything done. Young master, the money left in the gambling house isn't enough. We'll need to go to the money house and withdraw more, otherwise it won't cover everything. Hearing this gave Baolin an even bigger headache. The money people stored with the gambling house, he had never kept it. He spent whatever came in. After all, gamblers always lose everything sooner or later. Even if he kept the money for them, 8 or 9 out of 10 would never be able to withdraw it anyway. He never imagined that Qingxiu would travel across the land to mess with him like this. Go get it. Take as much as needed. Hurry. Don't waste my time, and don't bother me. Baolin angrily threw his brush to the ground. Let these people take all their money and get out. If I ever open a gambling house again, none of these people, none of them, are allowed in. What he said sounded arrogant, but he didn't even consider, would he really have another chance to open a gambling house in the future? While he was overwhelmed and in total chaos, Qingxiu was leisurely traveling outside with his wife and daughter, having long since forgotten about Baolin's mess. It wasn't until the next day that Chen Rusong reported last night's complete mess with Yuqi Baolin to Qingxiu. This kid does things without any preparation, and when something happens, he falls apart. Qingxiu found it funny after hearing this and instructed Chen Rusong to write a letter and send someone to deliver it to Yuqi Jingda in the capital. The letter's content was not complicated. First, it briefly described the gambling match between the two of them. Then Qingxiu expressed that he was kind-hearted and didn't want an old friend's son to suffer, so he wouldn't force him to go beyond the pass. However, the gambling house must be shut down and should not be allowed to harm others anymore. Chen Rusong wrote it down as instructed. That Yuqi Jingda isn't a good guy either. Why bother showing him mercy? Qingxiu waved his hand. Whether to deal with him or not doesn't matter. In my eyes, he's just a pawn. If I can use him, I'll keep him. If I can't, I don't care whether I keep or discard him. Such a petty figure, Qingxiu didn't even bother to care whether to preserve or destroy him. That fool Yuqi Baolin always thought Qingxiu was targeting him on purpose. In fact, if he had behaved himself, Qingxiu wouldn't have wasted his precious time on him. Understood. Chen Rusong didn't say anything more and left. Qingxiu, meanwhile, resumed his journey with his caravan, moving along slowly as before. Chang'an City, Dukyu's residence. Yuqi Jingda received 2 letters in one day, his mood fluctuating wildly. At first, when he read Baolin's letter, he was half dead with anger. Not because Baolin opened a gambling house without telling him, but because the brat dared to provoke Qingxiu in a gambling match. He immediately told someone to write a letter to beg Qingxiu for mercy. If Baolin really ended up beyond the pass, it was hard to say whether he'd even survive a year. But just as the plea letter was halfway written, someone from Qingxiu's side arrived with another letter, saying that out of consideration for an old friend, Qingxiu was willing to let Baolin off. The matter would end here, but from now on, he, Baolin's father, must keep a close watch and never let him get involved in shady businesses again. After stitching the 2 letters together, Yuqi Jingda finally understood. It wasn't just Baolin provoking Qingxiu, Qingxiu probably also had the intention to mess with him from the start. This really is. Yuqi Jingda patted his head. He really couldn't understand how, as a dignified duke, he kept getting played by Qingxiu. From top to bottom, even his son was manipulated and controlled. See that? He's doing me a favor on purpose. He tossed the letter onto the table and sneered to his subordinates. Damn it, I'm a duke, but he gets into every crack, grabbing all my weak spots. His subordinate knew the difficulty and just gave a bitter smile with him, unable to say anything else. So, should we rewrite the letter? Rewrite it. Yuqi Jingda snorted coldly. 1 letter to Qingxiu, you know how to write it. Another one to Baolin, tell that brat to go to Luoyang and live quietly from now on. Fengxiang, the weather here was rather dry. When Qingxiu and his group arrived, it hadn't rained in a long time, and the dryness was worse than usual. Qingxiu even saw that some fields were cracked, suggesting the drought had already greatly affected local agriculture. Looks like there's been a drought here. Qingxiu took a glance. Although the drought wasn't severe, it had already impacted the farmland. But he clearly remembered that the Yellow River's water had already been diverted here, and many water wheels were installed for irrigation. Yet there was still barely any water reaching the fields. Qingxiu immediately concluded that the local prefect was neglecting his duties. He directly sent one of his household servants to summon the prefect. In the past, when Qingxiu arrived at a place, if he was traveling incognito, he would usually go personally or send government officials, which was still respectful. But this time, he sent a household servant, clearly intending to shame the county magistrate. Qingxiu rarely humiliated subordinates like this, but the local prefect had done such a poor job that removing him on the spot wouldn't have been too much. Now that the climate inside and outside the Great Tang Empire was stable, and disasters at the Yellow River source had been brought under control, with ample water supply, the fact that even a mild drought could reduce harvests in his region was unacceptable. Even a dog might have done better. Cui Yuran had never been to this border area of Guangzhou before. When she got off the carriage and saw the desolate farmland, she was genuinely shocked. Such a situation was almost impossible in Guangzhou. Husband, is it always this barren in the border areas? When I went to the Hetao region back then, many areas looked like this. But after controlling the Yellow River source, it hasn't been like this for years. Qingxiu shook his head slightly. He knew the situation here far too well. Su Xiaochun also got off the carriage. She looked around and suddenly said softly, "Sister, come take a look at this." Hearing this, Cui Yuran instinctively looked over. Su Xiaochun was crouched down, carefully examining a wildflower growing by the roadside. At first, Cui Yuran didn't think much of it, but when she saw the flower clearly, she also gasped. This is... She bent down to take a closer look. This flower looked very similar to the legendary flower of the other shore, red spider lily. It had no petals, and filaments bloomed around the stamen, spreading out like threads, lifting the whole stamen. Cui Yuran immediately understood, this must be the Lycoris flower Qingxiu had mentioned. Well? I didn't lie to you, right? Qingxiu smiled lightly. Doesn't it look a bit like the legendary flower of the other shore? It's more than a bit, it's at least 50%. Cui Yuran nodded repeatedly, but she still felt there were differences. The flower of the other shore is red, while the Lycoris flower was a pale, almost pink color. Color plays a huge role in people's memory of flowers. In most cases, color is the main way to tell flowers apart. Even if shapes are similar, a big difference in color makes it hard to associate them with each other. If one doesn't pay special attention, it's really not easy to notice at first glance the similarity between the Lycoris flower and the red spider lily. Cui Yuran roughly estimated in her heart that if the Lycoris flower could also turn crimson red, its resemblance to the true red spider lily would be at least 70%. Thinking of this, Cui Yuran immediately returned to the carriage, took out her red rouge, and directly sprinkled this extremely expensive powder onto the Lycoris flower. The flower, originally of a light color, became vividly alluring the moment it was stained with the red rouge. Although the color appeared rather abrupt, it still strangely harmonized, and the whole flower looked unique. Red spider lily. Su Xiaochun couldn't help blurting out. At this moment, wasn't this vermilion flower exactly the legendary red spider lily? If this color could become the natural color of the Lycoris flower, and if the shade were a bit more harmonious, it would be just like it. Cui Yuran was mesmerized. She reached out to touch it. Maybe she used too much force. Upon contact, the thread-like petals started to wither and fall one after another. After all, this land hadn't seen rain in a long time, and the flower itself was already on the verge of withering. Now being drenched in rouge, it was already half dead. Only then did Cui Yuran realize that she had unintentionally killed this Lycoris flower. She truly regretted it in her heart, but when she looked up and scanned the surroundings, she found that there were no other Lycoris flowers in this wilderness. She suddenly became anxious. Could this have been the only Lycoris flower in the area? Of course not. Seeing Cui Yuran a bit flustered, Qingxiu immediately reassured her, "They've told me there are many Lycoris flowers in this area. It's just that near the farmland ridges, weeds are regularly cleared, so even if the conditions are right, Lycoris flowers are hard to survive. Once we get to the town, we can search there. There will definitely be some." Only then did Cui Yuran feel relieved. If it really was the last Lycoris flower, she would have committed a serious mistake. Still, she blamed herself for being too impulsive. She clearly knew that cosmetic powders would make flowers wither quickly, yet she couldn't help herself and directly poured the rouge on it. Su Xiaochun also couldn't hold back. "Why don't we head to the town now, let the horses rest too, and we sisters can search for flowers together." Qingxiu was just about to agree when suddenly the sound of horse hooves came from not far away. It seemed a team of riders was approaching them. War horses. Qingxiu immediately recognized from the sound that they were war horses, especially military horses, which he was very familiar with. Following the sound, he looked and saw a Tang military unit approaching from the direction of a nearby town. Yes, it really was Tang soldiers, and not the auxiliary or militia types, but actual frontline troops. The family guards and servants around Qingxiu all found it odd. It was just about summoning the prefect. Why would a troop of soldiers come? Qingxiu said nothing. He saw that the servant he sent had arrived slightly ahead of the troops and came to report, "Master, I just delivered your message to the prefect. He said he would come personally, but for some reason, he brought a troop of soldiers with him. You may go." Qingxiu vaguely sensed something but didn't act on it. He simply gestured for everyone to sit down, as there was no need to make a fuss. As the military horses approached, they deliberately slowed to avoid causing alarm. From among them, only one man stepped out and even took off his hat. At that moment, Qingxiu immediately recognized him and couldn't help exclaiming, "It's you! Ha! Duke Qing, long time no see." The man burst into hearty laughter. "Your servant said you were looking for the prefect. But the prefect has been transferred elsewhere, so I had to come personally." Qingxiu certainly knew this man. He was none other than Li Daozong, whom he had once assigned to the Nanjiao region. Back then, Qingxiu was focused entirely on the western regions. After sending Li Daozong to the Nanjiao area, he paid it no more attention. He didn't even follow up on the progress or outcome of the campaign. Now that Li Daozong was back in Chang'an, there was no need to ask further. He had obviously resolved all matters in Nanjiao. Qingxiu had once worried that Li Daozong didn't understand the region or how to handle its problems. He had even specially told him not to rush into anything and to write back if he encountered difficulties. But during all this time, Qingxiu hadn't received a single letter from Li Daozong. Clearly, everything had been handled smoothly. "All right, bringing this many soldiers just to meet me, you're giving me enough face." Since they had once charged into battle together, Qingxiu stopped overthinking and sat down to chat with him about Nanjiao. He was genuinely curious about how Li Daozong had managed it. When Li Daozong first arrived in Nanjiao, he truly knew nothing. His only military experience had been in maintaining order in the Liaodong army before the campaign against Goguryeo. On the battlefield, he had merely followed the troops, never leading charges or commanding. But judging by the legendary feats that later earned him a place in history, it was clear he wasn't limited by lack of experience. Upon arriving at the southwestern border, he didn't rush to act. Instead, he split his army into several groups to reduce logistical pressure, hired local tribespeople to scout the region, draw maps, and gather intelligence on Nanjiao's internal movements. In just over a month, he had mapped out the terrain and assessed Nanjiao's military strength. He then launched an attack on their weakest point, making a rapid breakthrough and pushing deep into Nanjiao, forcing them into a full-scale confrontation. The Nanjiao forces had hoped to drag the Tang army into the jungles, where their cavalry advantage would be neutralized. But they never expected the real threat wasn't cavalry, it was artillery. Having had little contact with the Central Plains, the Nanjiao forces had no idea the Tang army's firearms were so advanced. They hid in the forests, only for the Tang army to deploy hot air balloons to observe from above, then launch massive incendiary attacks to set the forests ablaze, causing Nanjiao's formation to collapse and forcing a retreat. As they fled the fire, Tang cannons hidden at the base of the mountain bombarded them heavily. At the same time, the Tang had already secured control over nearby rivers. When the Nanjiao troops tried to get water, the dams were burst, and floodwaters swept through them. After these three powerful strikes, Nanjiao's main force was crushed. The king fled the capital, and Li Daozong took the entire country with barely any effort. Even as the king fled the country, Li Daozong had already arranged for Tang forces from Lingnan to attack from the other side, capturing the fleeing king alive. The entire campaign took less than half a year before prisoners were presented in Chang'an. Qingxiu laughed after hearing this and said, "You truly are a military genius, your first time on the battlefield, and you already command troops like a god, using various tactics in coordination to win." He wasn't just being polite. This was Li Daozong's first time leading troops into battle, and he was able to maximize his strengths while avoiding weaknesses, completely negating the Nanjiao people's advantage in terrain. This kind of detailed coordination between different troop types is the real test for a general. Even if you replaced him with an average commander and gave them the same powerful forces, they still might not have achieved such a decisive victory. Li Daozong, however, felt a bit embarrassed. In the end, it was really thanks to Duke Qing's firearms that things went well. I just followed standard procedures in commanding the troops. But speaking of that, taking Nanjiao wasn't that troublesome. From what I know, the real headache now is the follow-up governance over there. Li Daozong roughly explained to Qingxiu that after occupying Nanjiao, they discovered that the roads there were barely developed, and the locals were wild and stubborn. Although they did practice agriculture, their level was vastly inferior to that of the Central Plains. Especially since the region had no plains suitable for farming, most cultivation happened on hillsides, where the soil was poor and farming extremely difficult. The crops grown barely fed the local population, let alone supported a large Tang army garrison. I originally suggested that the court should station only a small number of troops there, and supply them with minimal resources to maintain military needs. But I didn't expect the Nanjiao people to be far more tenacious than I imagined, Li Daozong said, visibly troubled. Although the Nanzhao king had been captured and their main army destroyed, the local population turned out to be unexpectedly resilient. Even with the kingdom fallen, escaped ministers and generals managed to organize many militias among the common people. They blended in with civilians, ambushing Tang patrols and even launching nighttime raids on army camps. After these attacks, the enemy would hide among the villagers and townsfolk. In early counterattacks, Tang troops couldn't distinguish enemy fighters from civilians. Enraged, local officers ordered indiscriminate attacks, not differentiating between military or civilian targets. While this was highly effective at eliminating enemies, it created deep hatred between the Tang and the Nanzhao people, driving even more locals to join the rebel forces. Actually, before I left, I did remind them not to trouble the local civilians. But in such situations, who could really restrain themselves? Even if I were there, if I didn't allow indiscriminate attacks, I'd fear being shot in the back at night by one of my own soldiers. Though somewhat exaggerated, Qing Xiu understood that the soldiers' actions were somewhat justifiable. Nanzhao had just been annexed, both the locals and the Tang soldiers found it hard to relate to each other. In this context, when rebels attacked Tang soldiers and then hid among the locals, asking the troops to treat the civilians kindly while watching their comrades' corpses on the ground, how could they tolerate that? Are the lives of enemy civilians lives, but their comrades' lives are not? Li Daozong then asked, by the way, how did you manage to pacify Goguryeo and the Lingnan region so well? After so many years, not a single rebellion occurred. Back when Qing Xiu conquered territory, the locals would immediately submit to his rule. Even if rebellions occurred, they were just remnants of the previous regime, and they were small in scale, easily suppressed with locally recruited troops. As for his victories in the western regions, they were even more baffling. He could freely recruit local soldiers into his army, and they would still fight bravely in battle. That can't be explained in just a few words. It's not only about using certain strategies here, more importantly, it depends on the local situation. Every time Qing Xiu conquered a place, he would either stay for months to maintain order, using his reputation to calm the people and applying both kindness and authority to keep control, or, before the war even ended, he'd select someone capable of managing the situation and assign them to govern the newly acquired land, while implementing a series of measures to maintain stability. The grain, supplies, and money stored in the capitals and local areas, though valuable, if you redistribute part of them to the local people, you can immediately win over many. After all, they're used to giving tributes to the court, not receiving money and food from it. In neighboring small countries, the rulers are either foolish or cruel, and their people struggle to survive. If under your rule they can live just a bit easier, even just save more money or food, they'll definitely support you. Qing Xiu roughly explained his thinking to Li Daozong, who realized that Qing Xiu had been laying the groundwork with every step from the very beginning. Even when the war was just starting, he was already planning post-war governance. Come to think of it, that's exactly right. Li Daozong gave a bitter smile. Back then, every time we captured a place, I immediately took the local money and food and distributed it to the soldiers as motivation so they'd fight harder. I never thought of giving it to the locals. You think giving it to them is just wasting resources, right? Qing Xiu laughed. Li Daozong said nothing, clearly agreeing. Now that our great Tang is powerful and rich in resources, if you need money or food to encourage your troops, just request it from the logistics department. His Majesty definitely won't be stingy. Taking resources locally may seem like saving the court money in the short term, but in the long run, it's meaningless. These are costs that must be paid. Li Daozong couldn't help but agree with Qing Xiu. He had seen the results himself. Now in Nanzhao, even the common folk hated the Tang army. At this point, giving out money and food likely wouldn't help at all. Whatever's handed out might just end up in the hands of the rebels. So in other words, I ruined a perfectly good situation in Nanzhao. This isn't your fault, Lord Li. Qing Xiu wasn't just trying to comfort him, his strategic thinking was simply too advanced. Very few generals of that time could compare. Those fierce generals who fought from the end of the Sui dynasty to the founding of the Tang had impressive records, but every time they captured a city, they would allow their soldiers to loot for 3 to 5 days. It had become a habit. If they did that even while fighting at home, how could they forget such habits when invading foreign lands? It's no exaggeration to say that during the campaigns in Goguryeo, Lingnan, and the western regions, if Qing Xiu hadn't been overseeing the overall situation and keeping the soldiers under control, those places would have already been soaked in blood from massacres, and by now they absolutely wouldn't have developed into such stable rear areas. Don't be fooled by how Shui Rengui and Hou Junji are speechless in front of Qing Xiu. Those people never cared about the lives of civilians in conquered areas. If massacring cities and looting could boost the soldiers' morale, they absolutely would do it. I see now. Treating the people of conquered enemy lands as if they were the people of Great Tang, and governing them the same way, is that the key to maintaining stability? Of course not. Qingxiu shook his head. Why would you really treat them like citizens of our Tang Empire? We wage war and seize land to expand Great Tang's territory, to protect the people of the Central Plains and make their lives richer. How can we give benefits to them that even our own people haven't received? As I said before, the people in surrounding countries have long been oppressed by tyrants to the point of being unable to survive. As long as you let them barely survive, you are their great savior. Li Daozong seemed thoughtful. Only now did he truly understand Qingxiu's real thinking. Whether the conquered people were actually treated well didn't matter, as long as they felt they were treated well, the goal was achieved. Qingxiu never truly saw the people of the occupied territories as equals, they were merely tools to maintain stability. As for the Nanjiao matter, I'll think of a way and discuss it with His Majesty to find a solution for the court. Qingxiu had already come up with a plan, and at this point, it was the only workable one. Many thanks to Duke Qing for your effort. Li Daozong let out a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, ever since I returned from Nanjiao, I've been overwhelmed with work. I just had 2 days of rest before being assigned here to handle the drought. If Li Daozong hadn't mentioned it, Qingxiu would have nearly forgotten. He immediately asked, if the drought here is this bad, then the local prefect must have been dismissed already, and you were sent with troops to assist in local relief? According to Tang court regulations, if a disaster in a region was severe, the court would usually dispatch military aid nearby to improve response efficiency. Although the scale of this drought wasn't massive, weather conditions had been favorable across the Central Plains, making this a rare event and drawing the court's attention. Li Daozong was slightly stunned, then said, there is indeed a drought here, but it wasn't caused by the local government. The prefect really tried his best, but the heavens just didn't cooperate. As it turned out, around a year ago, a massive earthquake occurred near Fengxiang. Fortunately, it happened in an unpopulated area and caused little to no casualties. However, the aftermath was troublesome. The mountain collapse blocked the river, and a branch of the Yellow River in this region became disconnected from the main flow. At first, no one thought much of it. Though the tributary was cut off, it was large enough that they didn't expect major issues. But over time, the negative effects became apparent. First, without input from the main Yellow River, the water flow slowed and eventually turned stagnant, even to the point that water wheels could no longer turn. Then, with reduced rainfall this year, the already weak flow completely dried up. Nearby farmland had no irrigation, which caused the drought. The prefect did try, he even thought about digging out the river channel again. What a joke! Did he think he was Yu the Great? Li Daozong shook his head. In the end, he realized he couldn't solve it alone, so he had no choice but to report to the court and ask for help. Qingxiu then understood the full story. Given this, the official was at least responsible. The sudden earthquake really was an unfortunate disaster, and not even Qingxiu could do anything about it. In that case, Lord Li, please trouble yourself with this. It's not an easy problem to solve. The two chatted a bit more. Li Daozong was curious about Qingxiu's purpose in coming here, but he vaguely replied that he came to find a flower. A flower that only grows locally in Fengxiang. Li Daozong found that hard to believe. If it were just for a flower, why all the fanfare? If that's the case, Duke Qing, feel free to do as you please. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Li Daozong gave instructions to his subordinates to follow Duke Qing's orders, then took his leave. Qingxiu looked back at the cracked wasteland beside the farmland and immediately realized, that wasn't abandoned farmland, but a dried-up riverbed. A truly undeserved disaster. Still, Qingxiu cared about this matter, so he brought his wives and concubines into the city. The drought wasn't severe enough to make the locals unable to survive. And even if things got that bad, the court had plenty of resources for relief. So he wasn't too worried about the local situation. Qingxiu didn't enter Fengxiang City directly but focused on nearby villages in his search for the spider lily. In the city, where development was large-scale, it was hard for wild flowers like the spider lily to grow. It was better to search in these remote areas. Of course, this was just the excuse he gave his wives. His real goal was to track down people secretly trafficking weapons and armor. Qingxiu saw many idle farmers with nothing to do because of the barren land, so he simply handed out large sums of silver, asking them to help him search for spider lilies. They were already idle and bored, and now that Duke Qing was offering so much silver, the villagers were delighted. They didn't even need urging. On the same day they began searching. After all, Qingxiu promised 2 taels of silver per flower, paid on the spot. In just 3 days, People brought back spider lilies from various places. Although he now had plenty of samples, Qing Xiu wasn't quite satisfied. Most of the spider lilies were half-wilted. Their condition was poor, and some were too withered to be dug up. Doing so would kill them immediately. Cui Yuran didn't have any good solution. She could only carefully collect the pollen from the flowers. If they couldn't be moved, then they would have to be cultivated and propagated locally. Originally, Qing Xiu had no other way and was already planning to recruit local people to help him take care of these flowers. But just at this moment, someone came to Qing Xiu directly and told him they had found a large area where spider lilies were growing. The news was brought by a 10-year-old child. At first, he went to Qing Xiu's household guards, who thought the boy was just talking nonsense and didn't let him meet Qing Xiu. Until he personally showed 3 freshly picked spider lilies of excellent quality, the guards immediately took him to see Qing Xiu, and the group quickly headed to the location he had described. It was a mountain forest area quite far from the village. A stream that hadn't dried up yet flowed around the mountain, so this forest could barely be considered one of the few remaining green areas around Fengxiang. Qing Xiu had actually sent villagers to search this area before, but most of them reported finding nothing. Clearly, their search wasn't thorough enough. Once they reached the edge of the mountain, Qing Xiu was about to enter the forest with his guards, but the child suddenly got stubborn, saying he would only let Duke Qing go in with him alone. "You brat, what trick are you trying to pull? Is there really no spider lily in the mountain, and you're deliberately luring Duke Qing away with bad intentions?" One of the servants couldn't help but speak out, "If something happens to Duke Qing, your whole family can't bear that responsibility." The boy turned red from being scolded and immediately retorted, "That's not it. If all of you go in together and the flowers are found, won't my credit have to be shared with you?" Everyone was surprised by what he said and burst out laughing. "This little rascal sure is cunning. Fine then, I'll go in with you alone." Qing Xiu didn't say more and agreed on the spot. The guards were still uneasy and suggested going in together, but Qing Xiu flatly refused. It was just a snot-nosed kid, what was there to fear? Even if the boy really had any hidden intentions, what was there for Qing Xiu to be afraid of? He was just a 10-year-old child. The child, seeing Qing Xiu willing to go alone with him, even got a promise: no matter how many spider lilies were inside, each one would be counted, and he'd get 2 taels of silver per flower. Great, great, great! The boy got excited instantly, his face turning red. "If that's the case, I'll use the money to buy land. Doesn't that mean I can become a local landlord like those rich gentry?" Qing Xiu laughed, "Of course. You're young, but you sure have big plans." The boy stuck out his tongue, a bit embarrassed, then suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. "Here." Following his direction, Qing Xiu saw the forest suddenly grow denser, with the narrow path covered entirely by foliage. At first glance, it looked like there was no way forward. An ordinary person would likely turn back immediately. But the child took the lead, parting branches and diving in. Out of curiosity, Qing Xiu followed him in. Once they passed through the thick forest, Qing Xiu suddenly felt a sense of openness. The dense forest canopy gave way to low shrubs and various flowers and plants growing among them. Most of these plants were rare flowers that were hard to find outside, yet here they were growing in large numbers, extremely lush. There were even many medicinal herbs that were nearly extinct outside but could be found everywhere here. And of course, what Qing Xiu most wanted to find, the spider lily, was also present. In the northwest corner, in a shaded area, dozens of spider lilies were quietly growing, with thick stems and lush leaves. Even when strong winds blew, they only swayed slightly, without a single petal falling. Each of these spider lilies was far better than the ones struggling to survive outside. Even if dug up, they wouldn't wilt quickly. This really is a great place. Ordinary people would never find it. All kinds of rare flowers and herbs grow here, undisturbed, and they only thrive more and more. Qing Xiu walked forward to closely examine the spider lilies and thought to himself that this truly was the right place. If they had only searched outside, they probably wouldn't have been able to bring back a single one. The boy looked clearly proud. "Well? I told you there were some. And Duke Qing, don't forget your promise, each spider lily here counts for silver." Of course. Qing Xiu would never break a promise. But the boy clearly didn't know the real value. Even if all the spider lilies here were paid for at the agreed rate, in this dense forest full of rare flowers and herbs, they definitely weren't the most valuable. Just to mention one, the nearby Lingji mushroom, growing in excellent condition, had clearly been there for over 30 years. That single mushroom was probably worth more than all these spider lilies combined. But the boy didn't know any better. Thinking he struck a great deal, he actually left the most valuable items for Qing Xiu. "There are a lot of good things here. Don't you want to take some?" Qing Xiu casually hinted, but the boy immediately got nervous. Duke Qing, you're not going to go back on your word, right? I honestly showed you where the spider lilies are, you have to pay the full 2 taels for each. Don't try to give me some random flowers instead. Clearly, he didn't catch Qing Xiu's hint. So Qing Xiu didn't hold back anymore. These rare herbs were extremely hard to find outside. Measuring their value in silver would be an insult, and sometimes, no amount of money could buy them. He would just take them all back to the Huichuntang pharmacy in Chang'an for Sun Simiao to restock. But Qing Xiu wouldn't take advantage for free, he doubled the agreed payment as compensation. The boy was thrilled and immediately ran off to find Qing Xiu's men to claim the silver. Just as Qing Xiu was preparing to keep searching for more valuable herbs, the boy suddenly came back again not long after. What is it? Don't tell me you think it's not enough, Qing Xiu laughed. Or do you want to trade these herbs instead? No, that's not it. The boy looked around nervously, as if afraid someone might hear, and hesitated to speak. There's only the 2 of us here, what are you worried about? That may be so, but who knows if someone's eavesdropping? You little brat. You may be small, but your talk sure is slick. Spit it out. Under Qing Xiu's urging, the boy finally whispered, Duke, to tell you the truth, this place wasn't something I discovered on my own. Qing Xiu wasn't interested in who discovered it, anyway, from now on, everything here belonged to him. And then? Well, that person also asked me to give this to you. I forgot earlier. The boy pulled out a letter from his clothes and handed it to Qing Xiu, which made the latter slightly surprised. A letter? Who gave it to you? That person. The boy hesitated, Duke, if this place was told to me by someone else, you'll still give me the reward, right? Who told you doesn't matter. You brought me here, didn't you? Besides, didn't I already give you the writ for the silver? Qing Xiu rubbed the boy's head. All right, just be honest. I won't take back what I promised you. Hearing Qing Xiu's promise, the boy finally relaxed and told the full truth. Turned out, this kid didn't know anything about spider lilies. At first, he wasn't even planning on looking for them. It was just that in the past few days, his parents had received silver from Duke Qing and were busy searching for spider lilies. Left home without supervision, he ran off to play. By chance, a few days ago when he came to the foot of this mountain range, he encountered a man with a strange accent who didn't seem local. At first, the boy didn't think much of it. But the man approached him to ask for directions and asked a few simple questions about the situation in Fengxiang. Originally, the boy thought the man would leave after asking, but suddenly he mysteriously asked if the boy wanted some free silver, several dozen taels. The boy thought he was joking, but the man seriously said that there were many spider lilies in the mountain that no one had found yet, and that if he brought those to Duke Qing, he would definitely earn several dozen taels in reward, more than his parents could ever save after a lifetime of farming. Hearing this, the boy was instantly interested and went into the forest with the man, who showed him this place and taught him how to identify spider lilies. The boy had been extremely excited and promised to share the reward with the man, but the stranger didn't care. He only said that if the boy was grateful, he could do him a small favor. That person said I must bring you here alone and hand this letter to you. No one else can see it. If I fail, he'd burn all the spider lilies here and not let me take a single one. Qing Xiu looked at the boy for a while with suspicion. Though the boy seemed mischievous, his eyes were clear and calm when speaking, without a trace of nervousness or quickened heartbeat. Clearly, he wasn't lying. Qing Xiu took the letter but didn't open it. He just asked calmly, did it never cross your mind, why would someone give up such a large amount of money and let you earn it instead? The boy froze. He was simple-minded and honestly had never thought about that. He scratched his head and muttered, maybe, because I showed him the way, so he's repaying me? You. Qing Xiu was speechless, but it was understandable. He was just a child. There was no point saying more, so Qing Xiu simply told him to leave. The boy, seeing that Qing Xiu accepted the letter, felt reassured and happily ran off. He didn't care about anything else, so long as he got his money, all was good. Qing Xiu looked around with caution. After confirming no one else was nearby, he opened the letter. The letter was very short, just a few lines. To the Honorable Duke Qing. We have long admired you from afar. Now that you have come to Fengxiang, we wish to request a meeting. We sincerely hope you will honor us. There was no name signed, only an address. It was a tavern in Fengxiang City. Although he didn't know who wrote it, Qing Xiu already had a vague idea. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. I understand. Qing Xiu sneered, stuffed the letter into his robe, and left the flower grove. As soon as he exited the forest, his guards, who had been waiting, rushed up to check him over, fearing he might be hurt. No need, it was just a little kid. What's there to be afraid of? You lot are too cautious. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh loudly. Where's that little rascal? Here. Someone pulled out the writ Qingxiu had just written for the silver. That kid gave this to us just now, so we gave him enough silver notes as instructed. Good. Qingxiu didn't waste more words and immediately ordered, leave half the men to guard the mountain path, don't let anyone in. I'm going to arrange reinforcements now. Someone asked at once, are there really a lot of spider lilies in there? More than just spider lilies. Qingxiu laughed, just stay here and keep watch. Qingxiu didn't delay. After returning, the first thing he did was summon all the villagers who had been helping him search for flowers and ordered them to bring tools to clear and dig open the mountain path to that area. He gathered several hundred villagers in total. They had received his silver but had found nothing and were worried about how to repay the favor. Now Qingxiu gave them the perfect solution. The villagers didn't hold back, they grabbed their tools and, as instructed, charged up to the mountain path with full energy. Meanwhile, Qingxiu brought along his 2 wives and Qing Ruyuan to the flower grove. But before leaving, he especially told Qing Ruyuan not to act out or damage any plants. The little girl was obedient. When they arrived and saw the scene before them, she was completely stunned. Though she often played in Cui Yuran's flower garden, the feeling was entirely different. A man-made garden and a wild one were worlds apart. Cui Yuran's garden had structured elegance and deliberate arrangement. But here, wild plants and trees grew freely. It was the raw beauty of untamed nature. Living in Chang'an all her life, Qing Ruyuan had never seen anything like this. She instinctively wanted to pick a few flowers, but remembered Qingxiu's warning and held back. Good thing she did, those few plants were extremely rare medicinal herbs. Picking them improperly would ruin them instantly. So many? Cui Yuran was overjoyed when she saw the large field of blooming spider lilies. Not just because there were a lot, but also because they came in different colors. Perhaps due to the freedom of wild growth over time, various color variations had appeared, even near red. This would certainly save a lot of trouble in later cultivation. This really is the first time I've seen flowers that grow so well-behaved. Cui Yuran finally came up with a fitting phrase after a while, and even she found it amusing when she said it. If all the spider lilies here were preserved and taken out for cultivation, Cui Yuran was confident she could breed at least a dozen subspecies. At that point, not to mention the red spider lily, even more exotic varieties could be cultivated. And it wasn't just spider lilies here, many rare flower species, usually hard to see, were also found in abundance. She even felt reluctant to take the flowers away, wanting instead to let them continue growing naturally here. Qingxiu reminded her, don't just look at the flowers, there are also many valuable herbs here that are extremely hard to find outside. Try your best to cultivate and propagate them, then bring them out. Don't worry, husband. Cui Yuran immediately shifted her focus to those strange herbs. Of course she would put Qingxiu's instructions first. After all, flowers, plants, and trees are generally similar. Herbs are just more unique types of flora, and the cultivation methods should mostly overlap. At the very least, the specialized fertilizers she brought could still be useful. Su Xiaochun, on the other hand, was more casual, looking around idly, but her gaze was soon drawn to a large lingji mushroom that had grown for at least 30 years. Such a large lingji was likely worth more than its weight in gold. They had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Su Xiaochun's first thought was that if they sold this lingji, it would surely fetch a high price. But then she quickly realized that selling such a rare lingji would be a waste. Why not keep the lingji to nourish the sisters' bodies? Maybe it could even help husband gain another child. Especially since I've recently been frequently favored by him. Su Xiaochun gently touched her lower abdomen and couldn't help but smile quietly. Originally, Cui Yuran planned to take all the spider lilies they could collect. But after seeing how lush and diverse the growth here was, she changed her mind and requested that only half of the flowers be taken, leaving the rest to grow naturally. Otherwise, if something went wrong during transport and many withered, it would be a complete loss. Moreover, keeping more flower species here might allow for natural propagation over time, possibly yielding even more unique varieties, which would aid future cultivation. Qingxiu naturally agreed with her thinking and gave his approval right away. But handling such a task wasn't small work. After much calculation, Cui Yuran decided to stay here for a month to carefully tend to the exotic flowers and train people who could appreciate and care for them. Qingxiu didn't object, especially since he also had things to do. Still, he emphasized repeatedly that she could use the herbs around here at her discretion, except for that decades-old lingji, which must not be touched. Not only that, no one was to touch any plants near it either. Within a radius of several dozen steps, all flowers and plants were to be left alone. Lingji, like mushrooms, belongs to the fungus category. It reproduces via spores and is easily influenced by its surroundings. But people of this era didn't understand the principles of spore propagation, and therefore couldn't cultivate lingji-like crops, leading to its rarity. Qingxiu didn't know much about spore cultivation either. If they were to try, it would require trial and error, but using such a high-quality lingji for experimentation would be too much of a waste. It was better not to disturb the surrounding environment, let it grow naturally, and wait until they had the technology to cultivate fungi before attempting large-scale lingji breeding. Although Cui Yuran didn't understand this so-called spore reproduction that Qingxiu mentioned, since her husband instructed her, of course she would obey. She immediately ordered a protective barrier to be set up around the lingji, and no one was allowed within 100 steps. At the same time, Qingxiu had someone write a letter and send it to Chang'an, to be delivered to Sun Simiao. He wanted Sun Simiao to personally come to this flower grove and select rare herbs that met his requirements. Everyone worked hard on the mountain all day. As evening fell, they finally dispersed to rest and prepare to continue tomorrow. Qingxiu wasn't in a hurry to return to the inn. He told others to escort his 2 wives back while he chose a separate horse and rode straight into Fengxiang City. Although the Tang dynasty officially required curfews in cities, the rule wasn't strictly enforced, local authorities could delay or cancel it at their discretion. Fengxiang was one such city without a curfew. In the early years of the Zhenguan reign, when the Tang had not expanded its borders, Fengxiang was a frontier city. Back then, curfews were strict, imposed even at dusk, to prevent disturbances or surprise attacks at night. But now, with the western regions under control and no longer a frontier, Fengxiang no longer had border pressures. Most soldiers stationed nearby only had free time at night to drink or seek entertainment, so the city didn't impose a curfew. Taverns, gambling halls, and brothels lit up after dark to welcome all kinds of guests. As Qingxiu arrived outside Fengxiang City, the guards at the gate came forward to ask for his travel permit. But when he casually flashed his ID token, the 2 soldiers trembled in fear. "So it's you, sir? I'm just passing through, taking a walk. No need to make a fuss, keep it quiet." Qingxiu waved his hand for them to be silent. "Pretend I was never here, don't mention this to anyone, understand?" "Don't worry, sir. We brothers didn't see a thing." The 2 soldiers immediately understood and stepped aside to let Qingxiu through. He had just taken a few steps into the city when someone on horseback suddenly appeared from the other side of the road and blocked his path. Qingxiu didn't speak. He just calmly looked at the man wearing a bamboo hat on the horse. "You really came quickly. Duke Qing, you came here without even informing me, so I could accompany you and protect you." Chen Rusong took off his bamboo hat. "Those young ones really have no awareness. They didn't follow you. If anything had gone wrong, they couldn't afford the consequences even with their lives. Don't blame them. I ordered them not to follow. But you're well informed." Qingxiu guessed that just after he told his subordinates he was heading to Fengxiang, Chen Rusong must have gotten word and rushed over to protect him. Chen Rusong was indeed loyal. He knew very well that his martial ability couldn't compare to Qingxiu's at all, but still hurried over at the first moment to assist. "Duke Qing, don't worry. No matter what you do in the city tonight, I guarantee your 2 madams won't hear a word about it." Chen Rusong's words nearly made Qingxiu fall off his horse. Did this guy really think Qingxiu came here for fun? "Don't overthink it, I'm here on official business." But it wasn't hard to see why Chen Rusong would think that. After all, Qingxiu had specifically ordered no one to follow him and especially not to inform the 2 madams. It really did look like. At night, Fengxiang City was even more lively than during the day. The streets were brightly lit on both sides, with crowds constantly flowing in and out of the various shops. Especially the taverns, each had its own unique appeal. Some attracted guests with luxurious decor, or outstanding food and wine. Others used music and performance in the tavern to draw attention. No passerby could help but glance inside. Qingxiu only gave a general look, showing no intention of entering. Chen Rusong didn't say a word the whole time, simply followed quietly. Only when the roads they took became increasingly narrow and secluded did Chen Rusong realize that Qingxiu really wasn't here for pleasure. The 2 soon arrived at an alley too narrow for horses. They had to leave their horses outside and walk in on foot. "Watch the horses for me." Qingxiu suddenly shouted for no reason, then laughed loudly, as if he was deliberately saying it for someone to hear. "What does that mean?" Chen Rusong was confused, but Qingxiu gave no explanation, just motioned for him to follow. At the end of the alley was a dead end, with only a courtyard gate on the side. Qingxiu figured this was the place and stepped forward to knock. But as soon as he knocked, he realized the gate wasn't locked at all, it pushed open easily. By now it was late, and the courtyard was completely dark, no candles were lit, and he couldn't see anything clearly, not even the layout. Seeing the scene inside, Chen Rusong instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. For good reason, this place looked perfect for an ambush. Let's go. Qing Xiu didn't care. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, the door behind them suddenly slammed shut. What's this? Putting on spooky tricks right at the start? Qing Xiu chuckled. This scene reminded him of supernatural stories where this kind of setup was always used. But matched with the current atmosphere, someone unfamiliar with the situation might really get scared. Qing Xiu called out once, no response. He didn't mind. He walked into the courtyard, where a single chair sat. He calmly sat down, as if it were his own home. We agreed earlier, you were to come alone, right? A voice came from somewhere ahead, deep and raspy, impossible to tell if it was male or female. My subordinate followed out of concern. Isn't that allowed? Qing Xiu casually crossed one leg over the other. Besides, I didn't originally plan to bring anyone. Even if something really happened, your 20-some people wouldn't be enough to beat me. His words instantly stunned the ones hiding in the dark. The key point was, Qing Xiu had directly revealed their exact number. From the moment he entered the residence, he had already scanned the area with his keen senses. Although the courtyard wasn't large, it held over 20 people hiding, quite a lot. Clearly, they didn't have much confidence coming into this negotiation. Chen Rusong quietly asked, who are they? We're in Fengxiang, who do you think? Qing Xiu replied indifferently. It's them? Chen Rusong's pupils shrank. So these were the arms traffickers selling swords and armor. He had no idea they had a hideout in Fengxiang City. Chen Rusong quietly regretted not telling more people to come along and protect Qing Xiu. Since I came today, I have the confidence. Besides, your setup here is far worse than I expected. Qing Xiu's words were aimed at both the other party and Chen Rusong, to reassure him. After a brief silence, the raspy, indistinct voice replied, Duke Qing truly has skills. May I ask, did you enjoy the gift we sent earlier? It was all right. But at least you had some sincerity. That's worth a word of praise. Qing Xiu spoke calmly, as if talking to a servant. Seeing him so relaxed, they couldn't help but admire him, clearly a figure who had seen both battlefield and bureaucracy. But if the negotiation continued like this, it wouldn't go well for them. They'd be suppressed the whole time. That would make it hard to bring up any terms. Some of them exchanged looks, considering whether to fire a few hidden bolts as a warning, but to their shock, Qing Xiu saw through their thoughts. I'll remind you, aside from being here to talk, I'm also a duke. Even if you don't intend to harm me, just aiming a bolt at a duke, whether it hits or not, is already a crime. Think carefully. These words sent chills down their spines, not because they couldn't bear the consequences, but because Qing Xiu had seen right through every move. Just now, someone had silently loaded a hand crossbow. Even those beside him hadn't noticed, so how did Qing Xiu detect it? And drop that fake voice, it's disgusting. Speak with your real voice. Or do you think I won't recognize you once I leave this place? Qing Xiu's expression turned cold. His tone carried command and absolute authority. The other party, tricked by his words, lost what little confidence they had left. They couldn't imagine that Qing Xiu had such terrifying sensory abilities. They thought he had done a full investigation beforehand. Since that was the case, what was the point of hiding? He simply switched to his real voice. We were rude just now when receiving Duke Qing. I'll allow it this time. Next time, don't blame me for getting angry. Qing Xiu looked toward where the voice came from. Though he couldn't see anything, his expression made it seem like he could see everything in the dark. This level of perception made people uneasy, like no secret could be kept from Qing Xiu. Aren't you here to talk with me? Let's hear it, what do you want? Qing Xiu skillfully shifted the pressure of the conversation onto these people. Although this meeting was mutually arranged by both sides, Qing Xiu deliberately changed the framing, as if it was the other party begging to meet him. With that, the other side's position in the conversation immediately became extremely passive. In fact, the people opposite Qing Xiu were all seasoned and cunning individuals. But from the very beginning, they had been completely stunned by Qing Xiu's penetrating insight. Even when they were unknowingly stripped of their voice in the dialogue, they didn't realize it. After a moment of silence, someone on the other side spoke. It seems that Duke Qing's intelligence network has recently been investigating us. The agents under your command are truly exceptional. Didn't take long for them to almost completely dig up our background. If not for the fact that we've operated in Fengxiang for many years, I'm afraid we'd have already been fully exposed by you. Qing Xiu glanced at Chen Rusong beside him and gave a slight smile. So what are you trying to say? My point is, we've never provoked you. Why have you taken such defensive measures against us, and investigated us so thoroughly? You collude with nobles from the court, traffic swords, weapons, and armor, and even dare to sell them to borderland barbarians. Do you know how serious this crime is? We ask for your understanding, Duke Qing. We're merely trying to make a living. After all, we have so many brothers under us. If we don't find ways to make more money, how can we survive? The other side brushed it off lightly. Besides, Duke Qing is peerless in strength. Even if the surrounding enemies get those weapons and armor, they can't pose any real threat. Even in this situation, he didn't forget to flatter Qing Xiu. Of course, Qing Xiu wasn't buying it, and just replied coldly, "Cut the nonsense. Let's speak plainly. Why did you ask me here today? If you have something to say it honestly. If not, I'll leave now, and I guarantee that within a month, all of you will be completely wiped out, not one left behind." Qing Xiu didn't hide the killing intent in his voice. Even if these people attacked him on the spot, he wasn't concerned in the slightest. This made everyone suddenly feel confused. Clearly, it was Qing Xiu who had entered their trap, so how come they had no control in the conversation? The one speaking also felt a chill. For Qing Xiu to say this so confidently clearly meant he had made thorough preparations. They had likely been exposed far more than expected. At this moment, he no longer doubted that Qing Xiu could not only leave this place unscathed, but also truly wipe them out within a month. At the very least, he now believed, their side had lost all leverage. He gave a command, and candles were lit all around the courtyard. In the center sat a middle-aged man with a cold and stern face. His appearance was sharp and deep like an eagle, and just by his look, one could tell he was no ordinary man. Though he masked his expression well, when his eyes met Qing Xiu's, he instinctively looked away, avoiding eye contact. "Greetings, Duke Qing." The man slowly stood up, hesitated slightly, then bowed deeply toward Qing Xiu. As the leader of a faction, doing this in front of his subordinates was already giving Qing Xiu a lot of respect. Even his men were shocked. But Qing Xiu remained cold, unimpressed. "You know what ceremony you should perform when meeting me. Yet you're being so perfunctory. Do you call this sincerity?" The man hadn't expected Qing Xiu to push further. His expression turned awkward. If it were just him and Qing Xiu here, it would be fine. But with so many subordinates watching, if he truly knelt? "You don't have to kneel. But I'll say it again, if I walk out now, then whatever happens to you all in a month will be because of your actions today. Remember that." Qing Xiu didn't leave him any room to retreat. He was forcing the man to kneel in front of his subordinates. Seeing his expression grow darker, Chen Rusong instinctively reached for his sword, but Qing Xiu stopped him, signaling not to act rashly. Even a small sign of alertness now could make the enemy question his resolve. Sure enough, in the end, Qing Xiu won this standoff. The man finally knelt down properly and bowed in full respect. "Greetings to Duke Qing. You may rise." Qing Xiu waved his hand, signaling him to stand. At this point, the man had been completely subdued, at least on the surface. But to Qing Xiu, whether he was truly subdued didn't matter. What mattered was that his subordinates saw him submit. That was the key. "Speak. What do you want?" Qing Xiu asked flatly. In fact, even without him saying it, Qing Xiu had already figured out most of it beforehand. "I am Zhou Inca. Thanks to the trust of my brothers, who have entrusted me with their lives, I've been able to lead them and establish this Baishan society." Upon hearing this, Qing Xiu and Chen Rusong instinctively exchanged glances. They had never uncovered the name Baishan society during their investigation, so this part was well hidden. But Qing Xiu quickly composed himself and gestured for Zhou Inca to continue. "That name suits your group style quite well." Zhou Inca explained that ever since the major enemies on the frontier were wiped out, their smuggling business had become harder and harder to sustain. Naturally, if the biggest buyers around had been eliminated, who else could they sell to? Zhou Inca had once thought of going legit, taking the western trade route and making money from foreigners. But he knew nothing about it, nor could he obtain the permits required to join official caravans. Ever since the wars between the Tang and the Dongxiang and Turks, business had become unsustainable. Now they could only dabble in small-time gang activities. Coincidentally, during this period, Qing Xiu's men had been investigating them thoroughly. Though Zhou Inca tried to evade and conceal, Qing Xiu's intelligence network shocked even him. Not only were Qing Xiu's people skilled, but they could even use his name to mobilize official government resources in their investigations. That alone put them at a complete disadvantage. Their operations, already forced to stay in the shadows, were now constantly disrupted. Many secret deals had to be suspended. By now, they were scraping by on their remaining resources. After weighing all options, Zhou Inca made a decision that stunned everyone. He would directly surrender to Duke Qing, and seek a position under his command. Qing Xiu directly and cleverly shifted the pressure of the topic onto these people. Although this meeting had been arranged by both sides willingly, Qing Xiu deliberately changed the wording so that it sounded like the other party was begging to meet him. With that said, the position of the other side in the conversation immediately became very passive. In truth, those people opposite Qing Xiu were all sharp and clever, but from the very beginning they were stunned by Qing Xiu's penetrating insight. Even when, during the conversation, they were unknowingly stripped of their right to speak, they didn't notice. After a moment of silence, someone on the other side spoke. Recently, it seems that Duke Qing's intelligence network has been investigating us. The agents under you truly are not ordinary people. Before long you had nearly uncovered us completely. If it weren't for the fact that we've operated in Fengxiang for many years, we'd likely have already been fully exposed under you. Qing Xiu glanced at Chen Rusong beside him, and simply smiled slightly. So what are you trying to say? My meaning is, we have never provoked you. Why do you treat us with such caution, and investigate us so thoroughly? You collude with court nobles, traffic swords and weapons and armor, and even dare to sell to border barbarians. Do you know how serious that crime is? Please, Duke Qing, forgive us, we only did it to make ends meet. After all, there are so many brothers under us, and if we don't find ways to earn extra silver, how can we survive? The other party lightly brushed aside the matter. Besides, Duke Qing's martial strength is unrivaled. Even if enemies around obtained those weapons and armor, they still couldn't pose much of a threat. Even in that situation, they didn't stop flattering Qing Xiu. Of course Qing Xiu didn't fall for it. He coldly said, "Stop spouting nonsense. Today, we open the windows and speak plainly. Why have you asked me here? If you have something to say it honestly. If not, I'll walk out now. And I guarantee that within 1 month your entire group will be uprooted, not one left alive." Qing Xiu didn't hide the killing intent in his words. Even if these people attacked him right there and then, he didn't care in the least. Hearing this, they suddenly felt confused. Clearly Qing Xiu had walked into their trap, so why did they have absolutely no control of the conversation? The man speaking also felt a chill. That Qing Xiu could speak that way so confidently meant he had clearly done his homework. They had probably been exposed far worse than he imagined. At this moment, he truly no longer doubted. Qing Xiu could not only walk out of here unharmed, but within a month he could root them all out. At least he believed that their side now had zero leverage. He gave an order, and the courtyard immediately lit candles in various places. At the center sat a middle-aged man with a cold and stern face. That man's looks were as sharp and deep as a hawk's, and just from his appearance one could tell he was no ordinary person. Though he tried to hide it, when his eyes met Qing Xiu's, he instinctively looked away, avoiding eye contact. "Greetings, Duke Qing." The man slowly stood up, hesitated slightly, then bowed deeply toward Qing Xiu. As the head of a faction, doing this in front of his subordinates was already giving Qing Xiu plenty of face. Even his subordinates watched in shock. But Qing Xiu remained cold and indifferent. "You know what ceremony to perform when meeting me, yet you do it so perfunctorily. Do you call this sincerity?" The man didn't expect Qing Xiu to push further. His face immediately turned awkward. If only he and Qing Xiu were there, maybe that would do. But since many of his subordinates were nearby, if he really knelt. "You don't need to kneel. But let me say this again, I can leave right now. But whatever happens to you in a month, remember this moment. It's because of what you do today." Qing Xiu left him no margin for escape. Step by step, he pressed him. He intended the man to kneel immediately before all his men. Chen Rusong saw the other man's face growing darker and instinctively reached to grab his sword, but Qing Xiu stopped him, motioning not to act rashly. Even a slight sign of alert now could make them suspect his resolve. As expected, in the end Qing Xiu won the showdown. The man finally knelt properly and bowed deeply. "Greetings to Duke Qing. You may rise." Qing Xiu waved his hand, signaling him to stand. At that moment the man had been crushed and submitted, at least on the surface. But for Qing Xiu, whether he truly submitted didn't matter. What mattered was that his subordinates all saw him submit. That was the important thing. "Speak. What do you want?" Qing Xiu asked calmly. In fact, even without him speaking, Qing Xiu had already guessed most of it before coming. "My name is Zhou Inca. Thanks to the trust of my brothers, who entrusted me with their lives, I was able to lead them, and together we founded this Baishan society." Hearing that name, Qing Xiu and Chen Rusong exchanged a glance. They had never uncovered the name Baishan Society during their investigation. Apparently the group had hidden that part well. But Qing Xiu quickly composed himself and signaled Zhou Inca to continue. "That name suits your group's style and identity." Zhou Inca said that ever since the enemies at the frontier were eliminated, their smuggling business had become harder and harder to run. No wonder, their biggest clients had been wiped out. Who else could they sell to? Though Zhou Inca had once considered going straight and traveling the western trade routes to earn money from foreigners, he knew nothing about it, and could not get official permits for trade caravans. Since their war with the Dongxiang and Turks, their business had become unsustainable. Now they could only do small-time gang stuff. Coincidentally, in recent times, Qing Xiu's men had been investigating them thoroughly. Even though Zhou Inca tried to hide and avoid them, Qing Xiu's intelligence network had shocked him. Their methods were ruthless. They even used Qing Xiu's name to mobilize official resources to investigate. Just that alone was more than enough to overwhelm them. Their operations, once done in darkness, were now repeatedly exposed. Many deals quietly underway had to be suspended or cancelled. By now they were scraping by on their last resources. After weighing things carefully, Zhou Inca made a decision that shocked everyone. He would directly surrender to Duke Qing and request a position under his command. First, all your previous demands are rejected. Since you have already followed me, there is no need for you to stay in Fengxiang. The core members among you should accompany me back to Chang'an, the rest will remain on alert here. Second, I will provide you financial support, but not immediately. I will decide based on circumstances, and ultimately how much I grant will be determined by the final stage. Third, submit to me the full roster of everyone under you, no person may be missing. If someone is not listed, then they are considered to never have belonged to the White Mountain Society. If you maintain contact with unlisted persons, it will be regarded as betrayal and they will be cut off. Fourth, Qing Xiu paused at this point, observing the expressions of everyone. He could see clearly that the group was not very accepting of these terms. Especially since many among them still thought that by aligning with Qing Xiu they had merely found a big patron, they believed their lives could continue as before. But now it was obvious, Qing Xiu was far more than just a patron. He intended to rule over the White Mountain Society, to control every one of them tightly. He demanded their roster for exactly that purpose. With a list of their members, Qing Xiu could, by using his official influence, investigate every individual's background, even their families. Once their details were exposed, Qing Xiu could control them completely, far beyond what Zhou Inca's control over them had ever been. Zhou Inca's face showed difficulty, but he still asked, Duke Qing, what is your final condition? As for many officials in Fengxiang City, to my understanding, when the border army communicated with them long ago, they obtained substantial goods and bribes from those officials. Since you claim to be quite capable, then before I agree to take you under me, I need you to first investigate these people thoroughly, and report everything to me in detail. As for how much you manage to find out will determine how much value I consider you're worth. Qing Xiu wasn't investigating local corruption for the sake of improving governance, he was too lazy for that. That was the business of the Ministry of Justice. Investigating those officials was simply a test of these people's worth. If besides weapon trafficking they had no other use, why keep them at all? Zhou Inca knew what Qing Xiu meant, this was a test of their value. How many days can you give us? He asked. I can only stay in Fengxiang for at most 10 days. That should be enough time for you, but if you truly need 10 days to do this, your efficiency is too low. Qing Xiu paused a moment, then said, 5 days. I give you 5 days. Show me whatever you can, as much as you manage. If I don't get any feedback from you within 5 days, I'll consider you unwilling to submit to me. After that, how things unfold is for you to decide. Qing Xiu flicked his sleeve and ordered Chen Rusong to leave with him. Before they left, Chen Rusong looked at Zhou Inca for a moment. He truly wanted to see clearly this adversary with whom he had clashed many times. Of course, whether they would become allies or remain enemies would depend on what they could deliver next. After the two left, Zhou Inca's men remained silent for a long time, none spoke a word. Qing Xiu's terms were not only hard to accept, they were vague. Even if they submitted, if the compensation ended up far lower than they expected, lower than what they had now, what good would submitting to Qing Xiu be? And worse, if later they wanted to leave, would Qing Xiu let them go easily, or would he further tighten control? They in the White Mountain Society had known many Grey Path organizations. For such a highly secretive group, leaving was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Maybe we should just disband. If anyone wants to continue, let them follow Qing Xiu instead. If we follow Qing Xiu, maybe we won't have a better life, and pay will drop. Plus, restrictions will increase. Right, brothers here used to live comfortably. Frankly, if Qing Xiu hadn't relocated those barbarians, our lives wouldn't have gotten so bad. Who knows, maybe Qing Xiu is just pretending to recruit us, but actually plans to eliminate every one of us. He has no sincerity at all. Everyone spoke in turn, clearly there was strong resistance. Yet with just a plain sentence from Zhou Inca, all voices abruptly stopped. Brothers, the White Mountain Society has reached this point. If we don't submit to Qingxiu, who will we do business with now? How long can our secret dealings even last? If we talk about disbanding, the brothers who leave may think to quietly return to farming. And trying to follow Qingxiu is laughable. He wants a complete set, a structured White Mountain society. If only a few idle men scattered here and there, he wouldn't accept them. Zhou Inca's words struck home. Everyone suddenly shut up, no more chatter. In the end, they couldn't avoid the truth. They had long grown accustomed to lives of luxury and indulgence with their illicit earnings. If they returned to farming, they would die of boring hardship. Boss, you mean, someone started. Zhou Inca snorted coldly, things have come this far, how can we go back now? We'll do as Qingxiu ordered. I know some brothers are unhappy. But now the situation is against us, talk is useless. If we want to live well, we need a strong protector. No one dared speak a complaint. Not because Zhou Inca ordered it, but because none truly wanted to go back to poverty. Working for Qingxiu might limit freedom, but would surely be better than farming again. Without further discussion they cleaned up the corpse of the man killed by Qingxiu, then each prepared their gear, and immediately set off as Zhou Inca commanded. 5 days passed quickly. During these days, Qingxiu stayed at the nursery plot most of the time, examining various rare herbs, trying as much as possible to allow them to propagate. Among them was an herb already extinct outside, its rarity exceeded even the decades-old Lingji fungus. Naturally Qingxiu couldn't bear to give it up. As Qingxiu was contemplating how to collect pollen from one of the herbs, Chen Rusong came to report that a message had arrived from Zhou Inca's side. Those people said the matter is settled and want you to review it personally. Qingxiu didn't respond immediately, still focused on examining the quality of the herb. He casually asked, "What do you think?" "Me? The things those people gathered, can you tell if they're real or fake?" Chen Rusong nodded and replied, "I don't see any problem. There's not a trace of falseness. But I dare not make the final call, it still needs to be decided by the Duke of Qing. What's there to not be sure about?" Qingxiu finally shifted his attention, clapped the dust off his hands, and said indifferently, "Didn't you also help me investigate some court officials? Look at their assets and compare them to their salaries, you can tell at a glance if something's off." "Yes, that was my oversight," Chen Rusong replied respectfully. "Forget it, let him come up." Qingxiu didn't say more and gave a casual order. "Yes." Chen Rusong left and soon returned, followed by a man wearing a conical hat and covered head to toe in a black cloak. Seeing how the man was dressed, Qingxiu couldn't help but find it amusing. Dressed like this in broad daylight? You'd actually draw less attention wearing normally. "I understand, it's just..." The man took off his hat, it was Zhou Inca. "There are some inconveniences. I try not to show my true appearance. Otherwise, I might stir up old troubles that were previously suppressed." Although Qingxiu didn't know his past, he could guess. These kinds of desperados likely carried some disgraceful history. Maybe that's why he dared to risk everything to do something that could get his whole clan executed. Zhou Inca took out a booklet from his robe to hand to Qingxiu, but Chen Rusong stepped forward first, took it from him, and carefully flipped through it. Only after confirming there were no issues did Chen Rusong hand it over to Qingxiu. "Don't blame me for being cautious. The way you people operate isn't exactly clean. Of course I need to be careful, especially since you've used tricks like this before." Zhou Inca looked at Chen Rusong in surprise, he hadn't expected the man to know so much about his background. What Chen Rusong referred to was indeed a past assassination tactic Zhou had used. He had hidden poison powder inside a letter. When the target opened it, they unknowingly inhaled the poison and died mysteriously. The thought of working with such a person made Chen Rusong feel it would be a real headache. Setting that aside, Qingxiu skimmed through the booklet, not in detail, but enough, based on his knowledge of court officials and local conditions. From a quick comparison, he could already tell the intelligence was detailed and comprehensive. After reading it, Qingxiu's assessment was, perfect. This Baishan society truly had skill. Whether they had done prior investigations or had extraordinary means, the depth of their findings went beyond Qingxiu's expectations. These people were truly worth recruiting, and would undoubtedly prove extremely useful in the future. What about the other item? After finishing the booklet, Qingxiu didn't rush to comment but asked about the second key matter. Zhou Inca respectfully said, "The roster has been compiled, but it's too large for me to carry. I'll need the Duke of Qing to send people to transport it." Qingxiu couldn't help but find that odd. "How many people are in your Baishan society?" Zhou Inca quickly answered, "Roughly over 800. Even Qingxiu was taken aback. Was this guy joking? Even Qingxiu's own intelligence network only had about 400 registered members. Of course, not everything required their direct involvement. Most of the time, it relied on hidden local operatives or separate groups working independently. Though they served Qingxiu's interests, they had no direct connection with him. Many of them didn't even know they were ultimately working for Qingxiu. It wasn't that Qingxiu didn't want more people, rather, the fewer who had direct contact with him, the better. The bigger the organization, the more likely issues would arise. For Baishan society to operate with 700+ people, they must be encountering tons of complications. No wonder. When Chen Rusong investigated you, gathering intel was unusually easy, it didn't take much effort. You thought your brothers helped you a lot, but in truth, a lot of info was leaked by them either intentionally or unintentionally. Zhou Yinka's smile froze. You mean, obviously. You still don't get it? Not all your people are loyal to you. Even if they can't be bribed, a bit of pressure or torture will make them spill everything. Chen Rusong said with some contempt. Zhou Yinka suddenly felt terrified. He had thought his Baishan society was airtight, yet there were so many hidden dangers. Qingxiu said calmly, I'll take over your Baishan society, but I'll only accept you and up to 400 core members. You should eliminate the other 300 plus yourself, they're just liabilities. If you're not sure who to cut, ask Chen Rusong. Yes, Zhou Yinka was already sweating profusely. Oh, one more thing. Qingxiu suddenly changed the subject. Didn't you originally ask me for 500 taels of operational funds each year? I wouldn't dare. I was too bold and asked too much, please don't blame me. He didn't dare to demand such a high amount now. But Qingxiu's next words surprised him with joy. I can give you 500 taels annually for your operations, spend it however you need. In addition, if there are major tasks, I'll increase your funds accordingly. You won't have to worry about being short. Thank you, Duke of Qing. Zhou Yinka understood, this meant he had done a great job, and Qingxiu was truly pleased with their results. He was extremely grateful that he had put so much effort into this mission, it was absolutely worth it. I know you want to stay in Fengxiang, but that's not going to happen. At the very least, you personally must return to Chang'an with me, and be ready to follow my orders at any time. Zhou Yinka knew there was no room to negotiate on that point. But getting 500 taels annually was enough to offset his disappointment. Just as he was about to agree, Chen Rusong suddenly gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder. The force nearly knocked Zhou Yinka into the ground. Though Zhou Yinka had some martial skill, he was no match for a battle-hardened veteran like Chen Rusong. From now on, we serve the Duke of Qing together, we're colleagues now, right? Chen Rusong grinned broadly. In the future, you and I must work together to get things done for the Duke of Qing. If your abilities fall short, I won't blame you. But if you're disloyal to the Duke of Qing, hee. Though Chen Rusong didn't say anything specific, the murderous aura he unintentionally released truly shocked Zhou Yinka. Although Zhou did shady business and had killed a few people himself, and in the gang life human lives were treated like nothing, compared to someone like Chen Rusong, who slaughtered on the battlefield like cutting grass, there was simply no comparison. I understand clearly. Since I've chosen to follow the Duke of Qing, I must do my best to assist him. At dusk, Qingxiu once again entered Fengxiang City with Chen Rusong and returned to the same old residence as before. When they arrived, the residence was completely dark, but as soon as he stepped inside, the lights were suddenly lit. The previously empty courtyard was now filled with people, nearly 100 at a glance, and Zhou Yinka was among them. There was only one chair placed in the courtyard, and no one had sat in it. Clearly, they were waiting for Qingxiu to take that seat himself. From tonight on, our Baishan society becomes a subordinate of the Duke of Qing. We pledge to serve him with all our strength, even unto death. Zhou Yinka stepped forward and invited Qingxiu to sit. I've specially gathered all the core members from various places. They're all people I trust absolutely. From now on, they are at the Duke's command. Qingxiu looked over them. These so-called core members looked plain and unremarkable. If not for their unified outfits, you wouldn't be able to pick them out in a crowd. But that was actually their advantage. In this line of work, it's best to blend in and not be noticed. If someone stands out too much, they're no good for gathering intelligence. No need for more talk. Qingxiu glanced at several large boxes arranged in the courtyard. They presumably contained the rosters. From now on, you serve me. I guarantee you won't be mistreated. As long as you show the corresponding abilities, I'll reward you with matching silver and gold. In other words, if anyone among you is disloyal, I don't need to say the consequences, you know for yourselves. Qingxiu didn't sit down. Instead, he ordered them to prepare tonight. Starting tomorrow, none of them were allowed to stay in Fengxiang. Understood. Zhou Yinka immediately responded and ordered, did you all hear that? Pack up immediately. Before dawn, we must set out together for Chang'an City. Who said you're going to Chang'an? Qingxiu's sudden question was unexpected. Zhou Yinka was confused, didn't you say we'd all go to Chang'an to await your commands? You're the one going to Chang'an with me. If all these people go too, who'll gather local intel for me? Qingxiu wasn't planning to run an arms trade. Keeping these people on the frontier was useless. He wanted to gather intel from across the country, even into the western regions, anywhere with intelligence value. Spreading these people out like a network would allow him to command and gather information more efficiently. Qingxiu had already made arrangements for these people. He had Chen Rusong bring out a map, which already had each Baishan Society member's placement marked, evenly distributed across the Tang Empire. Zhou Inca didn't expect Qingxiu to collect intelligence this way and was puzzled. But if there's only 1 or 2 people in each place, how can they collect intel? That's tough work. Sometimes you need dozens or even hundreds of people. That's why I'm having your core members go out and build their own local teams. But they must never let those people know too much about Baishan Society. Only now did Zhou Inca understand Qingxiu's approach. No wonder his intel network only had about 400 registered members, yet could monitor the entire Tang Empire. The method seemed highly effective, improving intel collection efficiency and protecting the core from exposure. The only drawback was the high cost. But for Qingxiu, whose wealth rivaled a nation, this was not a problem at all. He had money to burn. Now that the issue was resolved, no one had further questions. But suddenly, everyone fell into a thoughtful silence. Since Qingxiu planned to scatter them, it meant each would be sent to a different place. If it was within the central regions, like Jinling, Yingtian, Luoyang, those were great places to enjoy life. It would be like a government-funded vacation. Who wouldn't want to go? But unfortunately, the regions also included Lingnan, the western regions, and even the Western Sea. Those were notoriously desolate areas. Even though the western regions had improved over time, they still couldn't compare with the prosperous Central Plains. And no one knew how long they'd be stationed there. If something happened during an intel mission in those places, they might die far from home, and who knew if their bodies could even be brought back to the Tang Empire. No one wanted to go to those places. But since Qingxiu had assigned them, there was no way to refuse. Unless they quit the Baishan Society altogether, but Qingxiu might not even allow that easily. A real dilemma. Qingxiu saw their hesitation and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Did these people think joining him was going to be all luxury and leisure? Don't worry. I don't use people for free. I know some areas are more desolate, and being sent there isn't exactly fair. Qingxiu changed his tone. For the Hehuang region, the western regions, and the like, anyone willing to go will get double the annual silver. Plus, 50 taels as a travel bonus up front, with carriage and horse provided. If after a year, they feel they can stay, then they can remain. If they want to come back, just report to me. I'll personally arrange to bring you back to the Central Plains. With this series of conditions, everyone who had been hesitant began to reconsider. They looked at each other and saw joy and desire in each other's eyes. No one does this job out of love. It's all for the money, otherwise, who could endure such a dangerous life? And now Qingxiu's offer exceeded all their previous expectations. Even if it meant suffering a bit for the silver, it was worth it. No one could think of another reason to refuse. What's more, Qingxiu even promised they could return. If the place turned out to be unbearable, they could just come back. I'll go. One person immediately volunteered. The man began by speaking frankly. We brothers risked our lives for this Baishan Society, not just for shopkeeper Zhou's sake, but mostly for the money. To be honest, we used to do work that could get our whole clan executed. If the Duke of Qing hadn't shown mercy, we'd all be dead. Now that the Duke of Qing is being generous, we don't need to be so timid. Isn't it just a few tough days outside the pass? We can handle that. Good. Qingxiu liked this kind of straightforward man who spoke plainly with no nonsense or falsehoods. To gather these people, money was the only way. If any of them opened their mouth and said they were offering their lives for Qingxiu's personal charm, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Once this man spoke up, the others couldn't hold back and began expressing their support. I'm willing to go, Duke of Qing, just give the order. What's the big deal about going to the western regions? I heard that place has been managed pretty well by the Duke. It's not unreasonable to make a trip. You're already offering this much money as a reward. If we don't go, we'd be unworthy of the price you're paying. Previously, quite a few people looked reluctant, but now, over half had voiced their willingness to go. Even Qingxiu hadn't expected these desolate places to become such hot spots. He had to reassess and rearrange his assignments. In the end, about 30 people were assigned to the western regions. The rest, although they didn't get to go, were still posted in the Guangzhou region, which wasn't bad at all. The reward Qingxiu was giving was already very generous. If they didn't get picked now, so be it. Maybe in the future, once those assigned to far places returned, they'd get their turn. But after finishing those harsh regional assignments, Qingxiu suddenly remembered there was one area where he hadn't really placed any intelligence agents. The Tibetan Plateau. Ever since he had conquered it, he had only relied on court-appointed officials to gather news and hadn't sent his own men. In truth, Qingxiu never really paid much attention to that area. The Tubo kingdom had already fallen, and even the local brainwashing sect, Bon religion, had been completely destroyed by Qingxiu. The region was in complete chaos. Where there had once been only a few major tribes, now there were hundreds. Even a village with a few hundred people could call itself a tribe, and they constantly fought and killed each other. The officials Qingxiu sent under the imperial court's name were supposedly there to govern, but in reality, they acted as balancing hands among the tribes, ensuring no one faction gained full control. As soon as one side became too powerful, the Station Tang troops would quickly strike and crush them, keeping the area in a state of weakness and chaos. This had gone on for 2 years, with even better results than Qingxiu had expected. Much of Tubo's farmland had turned to wasteland or reverted to grassland, no longer able to grow enough food to sustain millions. Now, the annual death toll in Tubo was even higher than during wartime. It looked like this area no longer held much value for Qingxiu, but that didn't mean he planned to abandon it completely. After all, in the past, due to poor communication, no one expected someone like Songtsen Gampo to suddenly emerge from Tubo. If no one was sent to thoroughly investigate the local situation, who's to say another powerful figure wouldn't suddenly rise and unify the region? Before, Qingxiu didn't have the manpower to spare. But now, with all these new people, he could finally send some there. Tubo, anyone willing to go? As soon as the words were spoken, several people stepped forward. But before they could speak, Qingxiu immediately explained all the pros and cons. This included the plateau's high-altitude sickness that ordinary people couldn't endure, and an even worse environment than the western regions. In short, he held nothing back. He didn't want these people to go blindly for silver, only to discover too late that the place was a living hell. Think carefully before you go. If you change your mind right after arriving, I won't allow it. They looked at each other, but eventually more than 10 people expressed willingness to go try it out. With that, Qingxiu fully completed his personnel assignments. Zhou Inca, silently calculating in his heart, suddenly realized that in the Guangzhou region, he had only about 30 core subordinates left that he could mobilize. Although Qingxiu allowed him to recruit more people for these 30, they weren't allowed to learn about core assignments or be listed in Baishan Society's official roster. This greatly reduced Zhou Inca's power and authority. With this, he had become completely subordinate to Qingxiu. Zhou valued money, but someone at his level no longer looked at just money. Freedom and power were just as tempting. Now, he was starting to regret siding with Qingxiu. But at this point, even if he had refused from the start, the final outcome wouldn't have been any better. As Qingxiu had said, he only needed 1 month to completely wipe out Baishan Society, leaving nothing behind. The next 10 or so days were rather leisurely for Qingxiu. After settling the Baishan Society matter, there was nothing else urgent, so he began tending to his greenhouse with his 2 wives, preparing to cultivate exotic flowers and herbs. At that time, Cui Yuran was still focused on how to grow red spider lilies to mimic the otherworldly flower of the other shore, but Qingxiu was thinking further ahead. He had set his sights on that Lingji fungus. He had already started thinking about how to mass-produce it like crops. For now, all he could do was collect Lingji spores and plan to cultivate them once he returned. When they headed back to Chang'an, they rented a large number of carriages locally to transport the plants. The convoy was nearly 10 times bigger than when they had arrived. Their departure even alarmed the local government. Officials rushed to see them off, only to be harshly scolded by Qingxiu. If it were a normal day, it would have been fine. But with the severe drought around Fengxiang, they still had the nerve to suck up to him? They truly deserved a scolding. Only Li Daozong didn't make a scene. He came alone to see them off, quickly said goodbye, and was about to head back. Once you return to Chang'an, please report to His Majesty that the drought in Fengxiang is worse than expected. We need more manpower and equipment. I'm also worried the people might starve, so it'd be best for the court to send more food and supplies for relief. Clearly, Li Daozong didn't come to flatter Qingxiu. He sincerely hoped Qingxiu would report the current difficulties to the emperor. Qingxiu could clearly see that Li Daozong looked visibly haggard. It was obvious he had poured a lot of effort into handling the local drought. Naturally, Qingxiu wouldn't let that go unacknowledged. He agreed on the spot and arranged for his people to go to nearby unaffected areas to purchase a batch of grain and deliver it. It's just a drop in the bucket, a token of support. I hope, my lord, you'll give it your all. Li Daozong hadn't expected Qingxiu to support him so generously. He immediately expressed that he would do everything possible to suppress the drought. After Qingxiu's carriage departed, Zhou Inca also gathered his subordinates, preparing to set off for Chang'an. Although Qingxiu had assigned them all across the country, he first required everyone to arrive in Chang'an to receive unified orders before being sent out. This was also a way for Qingxiu to take over Baishan society and weaken Zhou Inca's authority. Just before departure, one of Zhou Inca's trusted men gave him a vague reminder, "Boss, once we reach Chang'an, the brothers will have a decent future, and you'll have a proper destination, right?" Though it sounded like flattery, the sarcasm in his tone was obvious. What he meant was that once they arrived in Chang'an, Zhou Inca's Baishan society might no longer have much to do with him. Zhou Inca certainly understood this, but said nothing. Others could choose to leave if they didn't want to stay, but Zhou Inca absolutely couldn't walk away so easily. With his current position and capability, he had no doubt, if he tried to withdraw now, Qingxiu might agree on the surface, but not long after, Zhou would likely die mysteriously in some wilderness. Qingxiu didn't trust him, and of course wouldn't let him go. Zhou's only chance to live was to stay in front of Qingxiu and follow orders. "Let's go. There are plenty of bandits along the way. Tell the brothers to stay alert, don't let anything go wrong." Zhou Inca said no more and ordered everyone to depart immediately. According to Qingxiu's schedule, any further delay and they'd be too late. On this return trip to Chang'an, Qingxiu didn't deliberately slow down. Instead, he moved at a slightly faster pace. It wasn't that Qingxiu was in a rush, rather, they were transporting many fresh flowers in the convoy, which needed to be planted quickly or they'd wither fast. Especially the Ganoderma spores he had collected, he wasn't sure how long they'd stay viable. The sooner he returned, the sooner he could plant them. As the journey continued, Cui Yuran clearly felt unwell. Although their pace wasn't exactly slow, Cui Yuran was normally in good health and didn't tire easily from travel. But this time, she tired very quickly. After every stretch, she'd ask Qingxiu to stop and rest for a while before continuing. Of course, Qingxiu wouldn't refuse her request. At first, he thought she had caught a cold, but upon closer observation, that didn't seem to be the case. Qingxiu wasn't skilled in pulse diagnosis, so he considered calling doctors from nearby villages. But Cui Yuran said she was likely fine. "Maybe I've just been too tired these last few days from working in the greenhouse. After we get back to Chang'an and rest a few days, I should be fine." Right now, Cui Yuran was more concerned about the flowers than her own body. She didn't want to delay the journey and let the flowers wither. Qingxiu understood her thoughts. But forcing her to keep going wasn't a good solution either, so he finally ordered the convoy to rest for the night. It was already close to evening anyway, so stopping temporarily wouldn't hurt. But just as Qingxiu gave the order to set up camp, many of the laborers voiced concerns, asking him to let them travel a bit farther, at most, 1 more hour to reach the next village. "You're unfamiliar with this area. There are no villages ahead or behind us. Bandits often show up at night. If we move on, we'll be fine. But if we stay here, they'll almost certainly attack. We can tough it out a bit longer, better to be tired than robbed. Even though you have many guards, there are only 20 or 30 of them total. The bandits number in the hundreds, and every one of them is vicious." The laborers pleaded, none of them wanted to stay overnight here. "I've heard of the bandits in this area as well." Qingxiu looked at the exhausted Cui Yuran and insisted, "Don't worry. Prepare camp immediately. No more travel tonight. As for those bandits, no need to fear. I have my own way to deal with them." But to Qingxiu's surprise, once his order was given, many of the workers grew visibly afraid and quickly declared they didn't want to work for the Duke of Qing anymore, they wanted to go home. Even Qingxiu hadn't expected them to fear the bandits this much, especially considering how well he had paid them. He was stunned. "They're just bandits, why are you so scared?" One laborer gave a bitter smile, "They're not just ordinary bandits. Recently, Lord Li began restoring order in Fengxiang and brought many soldiers, so the bandits were somewhat suppressed. Otherwise, you'd see what beasts they really are." As he explained, a few years back, the area around Fengxiang had no such bandits. But 4 years ago, a few fugitives from elsewhere hid in the mountains. After arriving, they realized there weren't many troops here. At night, they'd sneak into villages to steal valuables. At first, they didn't dare kill, afraid of drawing attention. But later, they found theft too slow for profit. So they took the mountain as a base, recruited vagrants, thugs, even escaped convicts, and gathered in the forest. Once their numbers grew, they became more brutal, forming gangs that raided nearby villages. If the villagers didn't resist and handed over food and valuables, most could escape unharmed. But if the villages organized resistance, the bandits slaughtered the men and took the women up the mountain to abuse them before selling them into prostitution elsewhere. Local troops had tried to wipe them out, but the bandits were too sly. When soldiers came, They'd hide in the forests or disguise themselves as farmers. Their organization was tight, and the troops couldn't do a thing. After several rounds of encirclement and suppression, the government troops couldn't take them down and couldn't stay near these villages long-term to ensure safety. So, the villagers, in order to enjoy a few days of peace, had no choice but to compromise. They simply began offering grain and money to these bandits as protection fees in exchange for temporary peace. These bandits, getting supplies without even leaving the mountains, naturally welcomed it. After repeated failed attempts at suppression, the local officials had no choice but to turn a blind eye to the bandits. Although these people had reached an unspoken agreement with the villagers to no longer raid them, that didn't mean they had settled down. Any merchants passing nearby or travelers from elsewhere were still fair game. How could these passers-by possibly travel with a large escort? At most, they have a few dozen guards. Facing hundreds of bandits, what chance do they have? If they're smart, they hand over their money and goods and are allowed to live. If they resist even slightly, all survivors are killed, and their heads are hung on both sides of the road. At this point, the laborers showed obvious fear, clearly recalling those unbearable sights from before. Qingxiu listened coldly, then said blandly, "Why didn't the local government report this to the court?" Report to the court? The laborers looked at each other in confusion. Clearly, they didn't understand the relationship between local officials and the central government. In their minds, when local soldiers went out to suppress bandits, wasn't that the same as the court sending troops? What difference did it make? Forget it, I understand. Qingxiu quickly realized that the local officials feared having their jurisdiction known for being overrun with bandits, which would harm their political record. So they chose to hide the truth when they could. After all, Fengxiang was already a relatively remote border region. The court's main focus remained on Guangzhou and the Central Plains, so they wouldn't pay much attention to these areas. Let the bandits run wild, so long as they didn't rob their own homes. This served as a reminder to Qingxiu. Though the empire was now mostly stable, law and order were still limited by the times. In areas beyond the reach of local authority, there were still many outlaws ruling over their own domains. With that in mind, Qingxiu certainly wouldn't hide from these scum. He simply gathered all the laborers and declared on the spot, "Tonight, we camp here in the wild. No one needs to worry about bandits. If they dare to come, I'll handle them myself." As soon as he said that, everyone looked nervous. Before they could protest, Qingxiu's next words stopped them cold. "Set up camp immediately. As long as you follow orders, everyone's wages will double, and once the camp is built, payment will be made on the spot." At the end of the day, nothing worked better than cold hard cash. Their complaints immediately lessened, though many still looked uneasy. "Though you're generous, Duke of Qing, we still have to consider safety." "I understand." Qingxiu laughed. "In that case, I'll raise the pay again. Triple wages, paid immediately. If anyone still doesn't want to stay, they can leave anytime. I won't stop them. I'll settle their wages for the previous days in full, no delays." At this point, it was hard for anyone not to be tempted. Qingxiu's original pay was already high. Tripling it made it sky high. How many crops would they have to grow to earn that kind of money? Many now looked hesitant. They exchanged hopeful glances with one another. Sure, camping here was risky. But with the Duke of Qing's men around, strong and skilled, maybe they could take on hundreds by themselves. That thought helped them convince themselves. Qingxiu noticed their hesitation and immediately ordered his men to bring copper coins and silver for on-the-spot payment. With the money right in front of them, no one wanted to back out. Once paid, they were all full of energy, setting up tents and camp structures. Even after a long day of travel, their excitement didn't waver. Clearly, money talked. Of course, Qingxiu didn't just sit idly. He called over Chen Rusong to ask about the surrounding situation, and sure enough, it matched what the laborers had said. "This place is called Songfeng Ridge. There's a group of bandits who've taken it as their base. The leader's real name is unknown, but he's nicknamed Whitebeard. He commands over 200 men and often robs and loots." Qingxiu asked, "Have they noticed we're here?" "Of course. As soon as we started setting up camp, they began gathering men to prepare for action." Chen Rusong's alertness had never disappointed Qingxiu. Clearly, he had done his homework here too. "So they'll make a move tonight?" "Definitely. Even if we didn't camp here, they'd likely ambush us on the road." Naturally. Qingxiu figured that with these bandits running wild, no merchant caravans had passed through for a long time. Now that such a large, wealthy-looking group had arrived, how could the bandits let the opportunity pass? Qingxiu had insisted on camping here precisely to wait for them. Better to face them rested than be ambushed halfway, exhausted. The workers gave it their all. In just half an hour, the camp was fully set up. After finishing their tasks and eating, they went to rest in their tents. Qingxiu had Su Xiaochun and Chui Yuran lie down early as well. Husband, aren't you going to rest? Su Xiaochun noticed Qingxiu didn't seem to plan on sleeping and asked with concern, you've been busy these past days, don't wear yourself out. No worries. You two go ahead and sleep. Qingxiu smiled slightly. In his mind, the real show was about to start, how could he sleep now? Meanwhile, on the other side of Songfeng Ridge, more than 200 bandits were moving quickly under cover of night. Whitebeard had learned that morning that a large convoy had passed through the ridge, clearly from a wealthy household. Although he didn't know their exact identity, he assumed they were just some rich folks with money but no power. Otherwise, why would they only bring laborers and not even one proper guard? Clearly, they didn't understand the dangers of mountain travel. This kind of fat target, easy to handle and rich, was perfect. It had been a long time since they had any action, so it was time to squeeze some oil and water out of these people for the brothers. The leader, Whitebeard, despite his nickname, didn't actually have a face full of white beard. On the contrary, he often shaved and kept his appearance tidy, with hardly any facial hair. This was one of Whitebeard's little tricks. He intentionally gave himself a nickname that didn't match his looks, so that when the authorities issued wanted posters, they'd be misled by the nickname. At the moment, Whitebeard's face clearly couldn't hide his excitement. Just thinking about butchering a group of fat sheep made him hum with joy. Boss, don't let the brothers hold back this time. We've been broke for months, finally ran into a fat flock like this. We need to squeeze them hard. I know. But don't rush. Take it slow, don't scare them off. Let the brothers move carefully. What Whitebeard meant by cutting the meat slowly was one of their usual extortion methods. They would first ask for a small road toll and let the victims go, easily coaxing out some money. Then, after taking the money, they wouldn't leave. They'd make up excuses, stir up trouble, use both threats and persuasion to get more money before pretending to leave again. Of course, after getting the second payment, they still wouldn't actually leave. They'd fake leaving and secretly follow to see if the victims were hiding valuables. In these situations, the frightened merchants would often carry off the most valuable goods first, giving the bandits a chance to strike again. When the good stuff came out, they'd attack again. This was how they got the real loot. This nearly ground-scraping robbery method made them notorious. Many experienced merchants would rather take a detour than risk encountering these bastards again. Normally, Whitebeard didn't like using this method either. After all, you can't drain the pond to catch fish. You had to leave the merchants a way to survive so they could keep using the road. But every time, he couldn't control himself, nor could he control his underlings. Once they started robbing, they went crazy. Eventually, he just made it their standard routine. Whitebeard hurried his men along, afraid they'd lose the target if they wasted time. But before they even arrived, the scouts returned with news that almost made Whitebeard laugh out loud. That group hadn't moved on during the night, they had chosen to camp on the spot. Wasn't this a perfect chance to catch up? Moreover, the campsite was huge. It was said that even the goods were piled like mountains. This made him even more certain they had a fat haul. If he didn't take it, someone else surely would at the next mountain. Just this one job could feed them for another 6 months. Whitebeard ordered the group to rush. They had to arrive within half an hour. Anyone who lagged behind wouldn't get a single coin. These fat sheep are waiting for us right where they are. If you're late and they run, you'll be eating dirt the rest of the year. Move your asses. Whitebeard shouted repeatedly, making the bandits feel the urgency and push themselves harder. With this urgency, they finally made it over the ridge and reached the main road in under half an hour. From the mountaintop, they could see, less than 2 li away, the large camp just as the scouts described. Whitebeard was overjoyed. With such a big camp, even without counting the silver, just the rations would be a massive score. He immediately began organizing his men, waiting for his signal to charge down the mountain and surround the camp. Listen up. You flank from the left, don't let anyone escape. I'll block the main road. Whitebeard gave orders seriously, though in truth he was just making things up as he went. Frankly, these bandits didn't need formations, just gang up on the outnumbered. Whatever they called it, it always ended up a straight-line charge. Move! Whitebeard drew his blade. But he didn't let them rush in all at once. Instead, under cover of darkness, they crept through the forest, slowly approaching to avoid alerting the camp. As they reached a narrow mountain path, Whitebeard suddenly stopped, eyes wide, staring ahead. By the faint moonlight, he vaguely saw someone standing right at the narrow exit of the trail. The exit could only fit 4 or 5 people at once, and the man stood directly in the middle, clearly visible. His sudden appearance startled Whitebeard. But seeing it was just one unarmed man, he flew into a rage. Who the hell is this blind bastard blocking our payday? Kill him! At his order, the bandits behind shouted and surged forward, ready to draw their blades. But their formation was a mess, and the narrow trail made things worse. They jammed up together and couldn't advance. Many tripped and bumped into each other. After all that effort, not one of them could reach the man ahead. "What the hell are you idiots doing?" Whitebeard was furious. He wanted to push forward, but the path was blocked by his own men. When they heard him, they all tried to back up at once, making it even worse. "Heh!" The man blocking the road chuckled, "I thought you bandits might be different from the others after all these years, but you're nothing but drunks and fools. Whitebeard, this is the kind of trash you rely on." Whitebeard couldn't make out the man's face, but those mocking words enraged him. He didn't wait for his men, he drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at the man. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air, but instead of piercing the man as expected, it vanished silently into the night without a sound. Whitebeard was stunned. His archery wasn't bad, and at this distance, he never missed. So why wasn't the man hit? "I didn't want to make things hard for you. If you're smart, go back and disband your mountain gang by tomorrow morning. I'll let you live. If not, when I come to your hideout, run if you want, I'll find each of you and kill you." These words were extremely arrogant, to the point that Whitebeard was briefly stunned. Clearly, they had the overwhelming advantage in numbers, and were armed with bows and broadswords, while this guy was alone, yet he dared to throw such harsh words at them. Just as Whitebeard was about to question the man, he saw him slowly step out from the shadows. Only then did everyone see his face clearly. He was a rather handsome young man, with an extraordinary bearing and a presence that radiated an indescribable authority. Especially under the dim light, he appeared even more unusual. When he appeared, those bandits who had just drawn their weapons instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves. "What the hell are you all afraid of?" Whitebeard cursed loudly on the spot. Though he too had subconsciously stepped back at first, it didn't stop him from scolding his men. Had Whitebeard spent time in the Central Plains, he might have recognized this man as the famous Duke of Qing. Unfortunately, he did not. "Who are you?" Whitebeard sensed the man was no ordinary person. He had planned to urge his men to charge forward again. But these men were all stunned by Qingxiu's presence, and none of them reacted to Whitebeard's orders. Helpless, he had to keep talking to Qingxiu to distract him, while secretly pulling another arrow from his quiver. Qingxiu didn't respond to his question. He noticed Whitebeard's little move and said coldly, "So you really have no intention of retreating?" "Retreat?" Whitebeard took advantage of the moment Qingxiu was speaking to suddenly fire his arrow, gambling that Qingxiu wouldn't have time to react. But to his surprise, Qingxiu didn't dodge at all. Instead, he reached out swiftly and caught the flying arrow in midair with his bare hand. Whitebeard's eyes widened in terror. He had seen it clearly, there was no trickery. Only now did he realize what happened to that previous, missed arrow, it had also been caught in midair by Qingxiu. To him, this was unbelievable, this man was clearly a martial arts master of terrifying skill. Qingxiu casually threw the arrow away. It stuck deep into the ground and didn't budge, the sheer force of it making them tremble inside. This was no ordinary man. Though they had the advantage in numbers, the narrow exit of the mountain pass meant only 3 or 4 people could attack at once. Judging by this man's skill, even 3 or 4 weren't enough. "You!" Whitebeard instinctively stepped back, but it was too crowded behind him. After just 2 steps, he couldn't move any further. No matter how much he shouted and cursed, none of his men dared to move forward. "What do you want?" Whitebeard forced himself to stay calm. "Hero, we don't seem to know each other, and we have no grudge. Why are you stopping us here? Could it be you're trying to play the righteous man and save those fools at the foot of the mountain?" Qingxiu's expression didn't change, and Whitebeard thought he had guessed right. He immediately said, "That fat group brought a lot of money, and barely any guards. If we rob them, there's a lot to gain. If you let us pass, we'll split it with you, half and half." "Half?" Upon hearing this, the bandits behind him gasped in shock, even suspecting the boss had gone mad. "Shut the hell up, all of you!" Whitebeard roared furiously. These cowards couldn't fight, but could shout meaninglessly like fools. If they couldn't get past Qingxiu, forget about splitting half, they'd be stuck here all night. Qingxiu looked at Whitebeard like he was an idiot and asked, "In this day and age, you still think there are heroes willing to risk their lives to save strangers?" Whitebeard was stunned, then suddenly understood the hidden meaning. Qingxiu was one of the people from the group below. They thought it was a flock of fat sheep, but they just kicked a steel plate. Whitebeard instantly grew tense. He looked at his subordinates. These cowards still hadn't realized what Qingxiu's words meant, just standing there staring blankly at him. Qingxiu had expected Whitebeard wouldn't back down easily. But to his surprise, Whitebeard suddenly agreed. "So you're one of their people. Then I truly didn't recognize your greatness. I've made a mistake. We'll leave immediately. Whitebeard agreed so quickly, it seemed like he had been scared senseless by Qingxiu. Qingxiu looked him over with a calm face, as though calculating something in his mind. Whitebeard seemed nervous and avoided eye contact, bowing his head and cupping his hands. If you'd like, hero, you're welcome to visit our mountain stronghold for drinks. I'll personally host the banquet. No need. Qingxiu rejected him on the spot. If you truly want to leave, then go now. I won't stop you. Of course, but... Whitebeard looked back and immediately frowned. We've got over 200 people crammed in this mountain pass. It's chaos, you saw it yourself. We can't get out. Why don't you step aside first? We'll exit the pass, reorganize our formation, and then retreat. Qingxiu raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, just as he expected. He had already known these bastards wouldn't give up the chance to rob. They weren't really scared of him. They just wanted to use retreating as an excuse to get out of the mountain pass. Once they were in open terrain, with over 200 men, not even a martial arts master could hold them off. At least, that's what Whitebeard believed. Seeing that Qingxiu didn't immediately agree, Whitebeard grew worried and quickly added, if you don't trust us, we'll throw away our weapons before going out. How about that? Throwing away weapons? We're all men of the martial world. Our word is our bond. One word is worth 1,000 gold. How could I not trust you? I'll step aside right now and let you through. Qingxiu agreed openly and without hesitation, which made Whitebeard overjoyed. All the excuses he had prepared turned out unnecessary. This man might be skilled, but he was naive, tricked with just a few words. That's what Whitebeard thought. But when the time came, he definitely wouldn't hold back, he'd deal with this man immediately. You're generous, hero. To show sincerity, Whitebeard personally threw down his bow and sword, pretending to have no ill intent. Qingxiu gave a faint smile and slowly stepped aside from the mountain pass. Come on out. Whitebeard hurried to say a thank you, then inconspicuously pulled a short knife from his bosom and hid it there, and swaggered out of the valley. His gang members, already packed tightly in the valley, immediately surged and jostled as they tried to get out together. But before Whitebeard reached the valley's entrance, he felt that something was wrong. At the same time he seemed to notice the sky above had suddenly brightened. Whitebeard quickly looked up, and saw several torches lit above the valley, illuminating the sky overhead as if it were daytime. In that light, he clearly saw many people high above looking down at them with cold expressions, as if inspecting a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Run! Whitebeard was shocked and shouted loudly, then desperately ran toward the valley's exit. It was only a few hundred steps. Suddenly, several huge boulders rolled down from the top of the valley to block the exit. Whitebeard, afraid of being hit, slowed and dodged aside. Though he avoided the falling boulders, the rolling stones completely blocked the valley's exit. There was no way out. Above the valley, Zhou Inca looked down toward Qingxiu's position, seeking his command. On Qingxiu's signal, they would kill all these people on the spot. Zhou Inca's group was not incompetent. Before departure they had warned Qingxiu about bandits in this area, advising to either bypass or be prepared, and if the bandits made a move, to kill them. Qingxiu naturally refused to avoid such scum. He had Zhou Inca first scout the terrain to choose a spot favorable for eliminating them. Zhou Inca gave several options, and Qingxiu chose this one, not because dealing with 200 bandits was troublesome, but because he wanted to make sure not a single one escaped alive. Act! Qingxiu nodded to Zhou Inca above, who immediately issued the order to release arrows. Moments later, arrows rained down from above the valley. Inside, cries and pleas mingled with the horrible sound of arrows piercing flesh and bone. Because the bandits had rushed out without enough arrows, they quickly ran out of ammunition halfway through. Then they simply dropped huge boulders down from the valley's entrance. These boulders were far deadlier than arrows. At first the victims screamed. Once the stones fell, if someone wasn't wounded, their screams abruptly ended. Even those bandits who still held bows and arrows couldn't possibly shoot uphill out of the valley, and some foolishly tried to block falling stones and arrows with their broadswords. It was completely useless. Qingxiu didn't watch their massacre at the mouth of the valley. He turned his back to the exit and gazed off into the distance, as if the screams were nothing to him. After some unknown time, the screams gradually ceased. No more stones were dropped. Then Qingxiu gave the order, clean up. The members of the Baishan Society skillfully climbed down from the mountain. The first thing in the valley was to remove the stones and drag out the hidden Whitebeard. Whitebeard's face now was full of blood. His legs were pierced by a few arrows. When dragged out, his face was full of terror. He begged desperately for mercy. Qingxiu had earlier instructed, if possible, don't kill Whitebeard, leave him alive. He might have other uses. But if you can't keep him alive, it doesn't matter, his corpse can also be useful. When Qingxiu came close, Whitebeard knelt, weeping and begging for his life. Hero, we have things to discuss. If I had known you were your kind, how could I have harmed you? All my men have been killed, treated as venting anger, I have nothing to say. Just spare me, and all the food and silver in my stronghold will be yours. This man, who previously had harmed many innocents and caused dozens of deaths, suddenly was a coward when captured, no trace left of the legendary ruthlessness. Nonsense! Zhou Inca kicked him in the face, sending him sprawling. Think you still need to make promises? Even if you agree, everything stays ours. Yes. Whitebeard lay on the ground, not daring to object. Qingxiu had him lifted up. The man cautiously lifted his head. When their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze. I'm not one of you in the underworld, but messing with me, you messed with the wrong person. Qingxiu looked him over, smiled, but even if you hadn't provoked me today, you would have died at my hand someday. Hero, we didn't provoke you, right? Why don't you spare me? Whitebeard pleaded. You don't recognize me? Whitebeard, upon hearing that, tried to look again, but he simply couldn't identify him. I don't seem to know. Then forget it. Qingxiu, tired of the nonsense, ordered Whitebeard taken away. Even as they led him away, Whitebeard kept begging Zhou Inca to spare him, clearly he didn't want to die. Zhou Inca, annoyed, spoke harshly, Scum, if you fell into anyone else's hands maybe you'd get lucky, but now you hit the hands of Duke of Qing. Your only fate is death. Understand? And stop begging, shut your mouth. Whitebeard froze. You said? Duke of Qing? The young man back there was Duke of Qing, he stammered. Damn right. Who else could catch arrows with bare hands? Keep your mouth shut. I'm telling you only so you'll know your path to the Yellow Springs is clear. Zhou Inca didn't even bother to talk further, he just ordered Whitebeard's mouth sealed, so he wouldn't keep screaming. After learning the truth, Whitebeard didn't protest, he quietly submitted, allowed his mouth to be sealed, and was escorted away. Deep inside he knew, once in Qingxiu's hands, there was no salvation. That night, though the camp was quiet and no one attacked them, the laborers didn't relax. Instead, they took turns keeping watch, afraid the bandits might raid under cover of darkness. They stayed alert the whole night. The bandits never came. When dawn arrived, they still hadn't been disturbed. Though the bandits' absence was good, the laborers still wondered, why had those men spared them? The laborers each gathered to pack up the camp, took down the tents, and continuously discussed among themselves. Why didn't those bandits come tonight? This is really odd. Maybe the name of the Duke of Qing scared them off, so they didn't dare come? Nonsense. When the Duke of Qing came, he didn't make a big show, very low-key. If we weren't told in advance when we were hired, who would know? In any case, those bandits definitely wouldn't know. Maybe they broke up? Break up my ass, just a few days ago they even sent people to our village demanding grain. While everyone was talking, Qingxiu came out from the main tent with his 2 wives. He had solved everything last night and come back to rest, so of course he didn't tell the others. Husband, it seems this place isn't as unsafe as everyone said. It's very peaceful. Last night there was no sign of trouble at all. Cui Yuran heard the laborers talk and felt puzzled. Qingxiu smiled without replying. Soon, Cui Yuran would know why. When the laborers had finished packing the tents and were ready to set out, a large group of people appeared ahead on the road, walking directly toward them. From far away, no one could see who these people were, some thought maybe the bandits had returned. Immediately everyone became alert and quickly gathered together. But as this group got closer, they realized they were not those mountain bandits, they were a small band, maybe a dozen or so people. So if it were only them, they had no fear, even if they were bandits, they posed no serious threat. As the group neared, everyone could see clearly, these dozen or so people were escorting someone tightly bound, mouth gagged, under guard. Folks, did you rest well last night? Qingxiu personally walked forward. The escorts pushed the bound man down on his knees as they greeted him before Qingxiu. Last night, the mountain bandits under Whitebeard were all encountered by my men and slaughtered clean. Only this one survivor remains. See if you recognize him. He then ordered them to push Whitebeard forward so the workers could identify him. When the workers first heard this, it was hard to believe, but when they looked closely, the bound man was indeed Whitebeard. Although now haggard and disheveled, anyone who had seen Whitebeard before couldn't forget the cruelty he was known for. That is Whitebeard. Someone shouted suddenly, giving the rest certainty, there was no mistake. An older laborer couldn't help but step forward to look more closely. Though Whitebeard was acting meek in front of Qingxiu, these formerly downtrodden laborers actually dared to approach and scrutinize him. At that moment, blood boiled in the laborer's heart, he completely forgot his own situation. What are you looking at? Whitebeard glared at him and immediately terrified him back, only to then be kicked hard from behind and fall to the ground. You bastard! Do you know the situation you're in now and yet dare to show attitude? Qingxiu angrily cursed and kicked without mercy. Whitebeard felt like his waist might break from the blow. He lay on the ground moaning, unable to get up. Seeing Whitebeard like that, the anger in the people's hearts instantly replaced their fear. The laborer who had tremblingly stepped back now rushed forward, kicked Whitebeard hard in the face, nose bleeding immediately. You son of a bitch! When you raided villages and killed my cousin's whole family, taking all their grain and money, now you deserve this death. The blow alone wasn't enough. They followed up with punches and kicks, until Whitebeard screamed in agony and started yelling for mercy. No one had expected that when captured today, this man would be so weak. Everyone's fear vanished, they all rushed forward eager to beat him to death. Whitebeard had terrorized this region for so long. Even those who hadn't lost family members to him were often extorted for grain and money. How could they not hate him? Now that he had fallen into their hands, karma was coming, and they would not let him escape. At first, when they started beating him, Whitebeard yelled loudly, hoping Qingxiu and his men would come to rescue him. But after a long time of shouting, no one moved. They just stood there watching while the villagers beat him mercilessly. Soon Whitebeard was covered in wounds, unable even to scream, he could only moan softly, near fainting. Seeing his state, Qingxiu finally stepped forward and ordered everyone to step back. Enough. Let him live, for now. He still has use to me. Everyone had been enjoying the beating. If a regular man had tried to stop them, they would never have listened. But since Qingxiu personally spoke, none dared disobey. Whitebeard was now badly injured, head tilted to one side, spitting out bloody teeth, barely breathing. Though beaten so severely, he still fought for breath, afraid he might die there. No one expected his will to live would remain so strong. Even after such a savage beating, he didn't die. Qingxiu had someone check him. He still lived. Then he ordered them to take the man away, bring him to villages around Fengxiang City, parade him for all to see, and after the villagers all had the chance to look, execute him, destroy his bones, and scatter his ashes. When the people heard this plan, they cheered loudly. This was how one handled bandits. They felt true gratitude for Qingxiu. Today he didn't just rid the land of bandits. From now on, they no longer had to fear those bandits coming down the mountain demanding tribute or food every few months. Everyone, if any bandits dare to rise and terrorize again, send someone to Chang'an to find me. Whoever dares take control and harm people, I will destroy them. Qingxiu's promise made the villagers cheer and shout thanks again and again. If the Duke of Qing wouldn't mind, we'll come to you and plead, let you judge. If only the local officials had half your ability, this matter wouldn't have dragged on so long. Now the Duke of Qing thinks of us. Seeing the villagers so happy, Qingxiu suddenly realized, there must be many more bandits all across the Tanglands. This one hideout definitely isn't the only place harming the people. Don't say this place, even in the Central Plains or the relatively prosperous Guangzhou region, outside the jurisdiction of the garrison troops there inevitably are many bandits and road robbers. This is not because the court fails to act, rather, in this era the administrative cost is just too high, and sending troops out to root them out is also very difficult. When those bastards see troops coming, they break up at once and scatter into the mountains. Troops can't burn down the whole mountain just to eliminate these bandits. Throughout many dynasties those bandits were never fully wiped out, only when the court's control was strong enough would the number of bandits be relatively small. But Qingxiu really cannot tolerate these bandits. He simply doesn't believe that cleaning them up is harder than fighting the Gaojulai or the Turks. In earlier years he was busy expanding borders, had no time to deal with these people. Now it's about time to strike them hard. A few days later, Qingxiu returned to Chang'an City. But before he could even sit steadily in his mansion, many people rushed to him to buy exotic flowers. It turned out during the time Qingxiu was gone, Yuqi had quite a stroke of luck. A few days ago, a small-scale earthquake occurred to the southeast of Chang'an. Although it caused no casualties, the land there cracked extensively. If that had been all, fine, but under that cracked land, a large iron ore deposit was exposed. Though iron ore is less valuable than copper or coal, it is still hard currency, quite valuable. And it just so happened the owner of that land was Yuqi. Although the court restricts trade in copper, gold and silver ores, iron ore has never been restricted. Once discovered, the court would even actively buy private iron ore. Needless to say, Yuqi transferred that iron ore to the court immediately, earning a large sum of money. He invested part of that money into merchants trading between the Central Plains and the Jiangnan region. As soon as he invested, Jiangnan had a bountiful catch of fish, and salt price was very low. Large quantities of salted fish were shipped to the Central Plains. Merchants traveling between the two regions made a huge profit, and so did Yuqijingda. With these two events, many people immediately linked it to his earlier purchase from Qingxiu of the Black Peony. All concluded this was the Black Peony's auspicious influence at work. That included Yu Shernan, who bitterly regretted that he had withdrawn from competition at that time. For a while many contacted Yuqijingda, asking if he would sell the Black Peony. All were rejected, no matter how much they offered. It wasn't that Yuqijingda didn't want to sell. He simply didn't have the flower anymore. Even if he wanted to sell, he couldn't. Seeing that nobody could buy from Yuqijingda, people turned their thoughts toward Qingxiu. Since he had produced one Black Peony, maybe he had more, it was just that the price offered wasn't high enough. At least, that's what they thought. Over the next few days the mansion received letters from many sides, all imploring Qingxiu to produce miraculous auspicious flowers. Some even offered prices surpassing the previous auction record, which shows how desperately they wanted it. Of course, Qingxiu stopped reading most of those letters and ordered his underling Guzi to throw them all into the trash. Since this item caused such a stir, Qingxiu naturally would not easily release another one. He understood the principle, scarcity adds value. And having such a luxury good, ready to harvest from others, he needed to use the hardest, most precise methods. He thought a bit, collected all the rare/exotic flowers and herbs obtained during this trip. After inventory, he selected among them a spider lily whose colors were the most vivid and whose shape was most unique. This flower looked almost 70% similar to the otherworldly flower of the other shore. Qingxiu had its pollen carefully gathered, and ordered it placed in the hot spring villa. Especially make sure it's put in the most conspicuous place in the hot spring villa, even someone just passing by the villa gate must be able to see it. The more conspicuous the better. Qingxiu repeatedly instructed Guzi, not only must the flower be extremely conspicuous, but it must also be carefully guarded. If someone steals it, that would be a disaster. Understood. Guzi responded heartily, carefully lifting the potted spider lily like a precious treasure and moving it away. After Guzi left, night was already falling. Qingxiu ordered the outer gates closed, then personally went to a dark chamber on the north side of the mansion. This secret chamber was where he usually met with Chen Rusong. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Zhou Inca already waiting, along with over a dozen of his core followers. Duke of Qing. Seeing Qingxiu enter, they immediately bowed and waited for his orders. I can't accommodate all of you hundreds in the mansion today. For now, only you few will come. Later you deliver my orders to the others one by one. Qingxiu sat down slowly, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. After you arrive in your assigned places, remember everything must follow my prior instructions. Don't act out of bounds, and do not do anything I haven't approved. As he spoke, Qingxiu studied their expressions, as if trying to observe their inner feelings through their faces. They did not dare show much emotion, only tried to keep calm, so as not to allow Qingxiu extra suspicion. I know you seldom act alone outside the organization. But in future, for my affairs, this may be unavoidable, you'll have to. Please adapt in advance. They all responded in agreement, promising that serving the Duke of Qing they would adapt everywhere and never put him in difficulty. Qingxiu paused for a moment, then suddenly took from his sleeve a badge and placed it on the table. This badge was carved from a whole piece of jade. At first glance it looked crystal clear. But inside the jade was embedded a metal plate with inscribed characters, crafted with special technique. Even outsiders would deem such craftsmanship astonishing. The forging cost and process for this jade badge alone might rival a block of gold of the same volume. Qingxiu said calmly, although you cannot openly recruit people under local authorities in those places, I can help you act with fewer restrictions. This badge is a custom identity token. As long as you hold this, when you go to local authorities, show it, they must assist you as much as possible. Upon hearing this, their faces immediately brightened. They hadn't expected Qingxiu to actually prepare something so good. Doing undercover intelligence work, the hardest part was interference by local officials. Under Duke of Qing, this resistance not only vanishes, they may even be made useful. Naturally, that is very good. The Duke of Qing promised that later he would give each of them one piece, and told them to use it carefully, and not use it to do reckless evil. I must remind you, as long as you show this jade badge once, the local officials will record it and send someone quickly to Chang'an to report to me. If I find you used the badge but the things you did cannot see the light of day. Qingxiu did not continue speaking, he slightly narrowed his eyes. Even though he said nothing, at that moment everyone felt an indescribable pressure. In this point the Duke of Qing may rest assured, how could we act recklessly? The Duke of Qing gives it to us to use, so that we may serve better, how could we use it for selfish desire? If the Duke of Qing discovers I have any sign of chaotic usage, He may dispose of me as he wishes. They rushed to pat their chests and guarantee, afraid the Duke of Qing would suspect them. Very good like this. But Qingxiu being so generous to give them such power, also made many among them deeply moved. They surrendered not even a month ago, and under him they had not accomplished many things, yet he already gave them power of this level. If in the future they could do even better, then how far the grace and office they could get in the future, they simply did not dare imagine. For a moment many in their hearts sighed, indeed serving the Duke of Qing is good. Of course, Qingxiu did not tell them that this badge in their hands now, when used, is under very large restriction. This kind of badge is not all one standard form. In his hands it was intentionally divided into 3 levels, and what they got was the lowest level identity badge. Even though it can mobilize local offices for help, with this level of badge, when mobilizing local offices, the other side is not unconditionally executing it, but needs to judge case by case, and can even reject it. If they really use this thing to do evil, even only once, the local office immediately reports, and Qingxiu will not leave them alive. What the result will be, absolutely will be more serious than they imagine. After all, this uses Qingxiu's trust and authority. How could he allow them to act with no consequence? All of you can disperse, it is not early, tonight rest well, tomorrow quickly take the road. They immediately saluted the Duke of Qing and left one by one. I will take my leave first. After everyone went out, Zhou Yinka also requested to withdraw, but Qingxiu ordered him to stay. No need to rush to go, I still have some things to say to you. Qingxiu's expression suddenly showed a faint playful smile, which made Zhou Yinka feel an unknown bad feeling in his heart. He did not dare speak more, only lowered his head waiting for orders. You sit first, still need to wait a while. Qingxiu waved his hand as sign. Zhou Yinka did not dare speak, and sat following his order. The two sat facing each other in the room like this, yet did not speak. For Qingxiu this was nothing, but for Zhou Yinka it was like sitting on needles, every moment felt like torture. Until he really could not sit still, and wanted to open his mouth to ask, outside suddenly came a sound of footsteps in order. Duke of Qing, we brought it. Qingxiu slightly nodded. Those outside pushed open the door. Unexpectedly it was 7 or 8 people wearing night clothes. Zhou Yinka almost jumped up in shock, but he immediately reacted. Now he was in the Duke of Qing's mansion, these people were surely his subordinates. Those people came in, directly threw something on the ground, with a heavy sound. Zhou Yinka looked down, that was actually a living person. Although the light was dim, Zhou Yinka still could see this person was covered in blood, lying on the ground only trembling weakly, and his breath becoming weaker. Zhou Yinka was wondering who this unlucky one was, when that person suddenly moved himself, slowly crawling toward Zhou Yinka. Zhou Yinka was startled in his heart, he was about to get up to avoid, but did not expect the one on the ground actually spoke. Boss. Although the voice was extremely weak, Zhou Yinka immediately recognized it, and shouted, Old Third? This person was the third leader of his White Mountain Society, also one of the only trusted confidants Zhou Yinka had. Just earlier when Qingxiu held the meeting in the hall, the third leader was also there. Unexpectedly in less than half an hour he was beaten into this state. And looking at Qingxiu's calm posture, clearly this was done by him intentionally. Zhou Yinka stood up at once, but he saw Qingxiu's subordinate suddenly step forward toward him, so he hurried to explain, wait. Do not misunderstand. Then he quickly looked at Qingxiu, saluted and asked, I do not understand, what does the Duke of Qing mean by this? Or did you from the beginning never intend to take us in, and just wanted to bring us to Chang'an to kill us one by one? When he said this, he forced himself to calm down. In his mind he already vaguely imagined the next moment these people rushing forward cutting him into pieces. To pretend calm is absolutely not easy. Qingxiu laughed easily, if I wanted to wipe you out, why bring you here and waste so much effort? Do you truly think wiping you out is very difficult? If I wanted, you would not even know it was me acting. In not 3 or 4 days all of you would be gone. Zhou Yinka forced himself and said, since so, why then does the Duke of Qing? He pointed to the third leader lying on the ground trembling, only with one breath left, still not understanding. Executing him has nothing to do with you all, it is entirely because this person committed a taboo. Qingxiu's tone suddenly turned, do you still remember what this person said to you before you left Fengxiang? What he said? Zhou Yinka was confused. He tried hard to recall, but could not remember what the third leader said that deserved such punishment. Suddenly, he remembered that when leaving Fengxiang, he was unwilling, and the third leader hinted in hidden words, once you follow Qingxiu, then the White Mountain Society is no longer yours. Even whether you can live is hard to say. Of course, at that time the third leader spoke very vaguely, and he clearly remembered, besides himself others could hardly hear clearly what they said. Could it be? Cold sweat ran down Zhou Inca. He never thought such an unremarkable talk could be known by Qingxiu. Remembered? Qingxiu raised his eyes. Zhou Inca involuntarily trembled, and carefully answered. Only now did he fully understand. His White Mountain society had long been penetrated by Qingxiu like a sieve. It might have started from the moment he decided to surrender, or perhaps even earlier. By then, a considerable number of his own subordinates had already become spies for Qingxiu, watching his every move. Zhou Inca immediately tried hard to recall all his words and actions in recent times, wondering if he had inadvertently said something that offended Qingxiu. Qingxiu waved his hand, signaling him to sit down and not to panic. I don't intend to make things difficult for you, at least not for now. I know some of you still find it hard to trust me in such a short time, but for those who've been scheming from beginning to end, if we don't deal with them early as a warning to others, I fear more people will become restless later. Don't you think so? Zhou Inca didn't even have time to wipe the cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He immediately replied, exactly. Very well. Only then did Qingxiu nod in satisfaction. Then he stood up and left the dark room, leaving only Zhou Inca and a few other trusted aides inside. With these people around, Zhou Inca truly felt anxious. Just as he was thinking about how to get out of the situation, one of them suddenly drew his sword. When the blade was unsheathed, Zhou Inca thought he was about to be attacked. Instinctively, he took several steps back to avoid it, but the man threw the sword at his feet, signaling him to pick it up. Zhou Inca looked at the sword on the ground, then glanced at the nearly dying third leader, and he immediately understood. No words were needed. Everyone rest assured, since I've already surrendered, I have no second thoughts. Zhou Inca gritted his teeth, picked up the sword on the spot, and without hesitation, stabbed it hard into the back of the third leader. With that stab, the third leader's muffled groan stopped instantly. His body no longer trembled, and blood kept gushing out beneath him. Zhou Inca gasped heavily. When he looked back, he found that those few people had quietly left at some point. In the large dark room, only Zhou Inca and the corpse remained. He knew he had survived this round of testing by Qingxiu. That was close. Even though this former trusted subordinate had died by his hand, Zhou Inca didn't feel much sorrow. More than anything, he felt relieved. He was glad he had kept his mouth shut and hadn't spoken recklessly, which would have brought disaster upon himself. As for old third? Brother, don't blame me. Even if I didn't kill you today, Qingxiu wouldn't have let you go either. Just think of it as your final act of helping me survive. After Zhou Inca stumbled out of the residence, Qingxiu ordered someone to clean up the corpse and summon Chen Rusong. What do you think? Chen Rusong looked worried. I've been observing Zhou Inca. This man is very good at hiding his intentions and is a master at adapting to changing circumstances. I suggest we kill him too. Qingxiu wasn't surprised by the suggestion, he had thought the same. Although the man had some skills, Qingxiu had no shortage of capable people under him. One more wouldn't make a difference, especially someone who could kill a long-time loyal subordinate without even blinking. He didn't even plead once, all just to ensure his own survival. This man wasn't just good at hiding, he was also cold-blooded and ruthless. Even if Qingxiu gave him more benefits, he might not stay loyal. Given the chance, he would definitely betray, absolutely not someone to reuse. For now, keep him, consider it a way to win over people's hearts. Give him some appropriate rewards, let him serve as an example to his scattered subordinates across the country. Once he's no longer useful, then deal with him. With just a few words, Qingxiu decided the man's future fate. Understood. Chen Rusong immediately responded and withdrew. After leaving the residence, the first thing he did was summon his men and ordered them to keep a close watch on Zhou Inca. Under no circumstances should he be allowed out of control. Ever since Qingxiu returned to Chang'an City, people seeking good fortune came visiting one after another, but they were all turned away. No one could get even a single blessing plant from Qingxiu. After several days without a response, everyone had no choice but to give up. Perhaps the Duke of Qing didn't have a second plant, at least that's what they had to believe. One day, after the early morning court session, Cheng Yaojin had nothing to do. Bored and unwilling to go home, he couldn't resist the itch and thought of going to the hot spring villa to relax. Brother, want to go to the hot spring villa? From afar, old Cheng called out to Yuqijingda. But the latter seemed preoccupied, and only responded after being called several times. Maybe later, I have things to do. Yuqijingda replied hastily and quickly left, leaving Cheng Yaojin rather annoyed. Fine, don't go then. What business could you possibly have? Don't I know you? Cheng Yaojin yawned, then got into his carriage and ordered to head directly to the hot spring villa outside the city. When we get there, tell them to prepare a good place, I'm not going home tonight. No one knew what day it was today, but the hot spring villa was unusually crowded. As soon as Chang Yaojin's carriage arrived at the villa's entrance, it could barely move forward due to the crowd. After struggling for a long time, they finally got inside. Luckily, old Chang had spent plenty of money here in the past, so as soon as he spoke up, the person in charge of the villa gave him enough face and directly arranged a reserved private room. Good. You kid know how to behave. I'll put in a good word for you in front of that Qing brat and get you a raise. Chang Yaojin had already been a bit impatient while waiting outside. Now that he saw such a luxurious private room, all his dissatisfaction instantly disappeared. Thank you, General Chang. The person in charge quickly ordered for wine, fruits, and good service. As soon as Chang Yaojin changed into a bathrobe and entered the hot spring, the warm water instantly surged through his whole body, sweeping away all his fatigue and making him feel extremely comfortable. After getting older, Chang Yaojin would often feel tired. Fortunately, an occasional soak in the hot spring made him feel much better. While Chang Yaojin was relaxing with his eyes closed, faint and disorderly footsteps suddenly came from outside the private room, accompanied by occasional exclamations. Chang Yaojin, who was already about to fall asleep in comfort, was immediately disturbed by the noise outside and couldn't sleep anymore. Dissatisfied, he shouted, "Waiter!" The attendant who was waiting outside ran in immediately after hearing Chang Yaojin's call. "General Chang, what are your orders?" Chang Yaojin said discontentedly, "Tell them outside to quiet down. What are they doing, making such a racket that I can't even sleep?" The attendant's smile instantly stiffened. He turned to look outside the door with a troubled expression but didn't say anything. "What's going on?" Seeing this look, Chang Yaojin's tone immediately became harsher. "Well, why don't you go take a look yourself, General?" "I'm afraid I don't have the authority to tell them what to do," the attendant forced a smile. Chang Yaojin was very displeased. He pushed the door open and looked outside, almost bumping into someone walking toward him. "What the hell, watch where you're, Dr. Du." Halfway through yelling, Chang Yaojin suddenly recognized the man in front of him. It was Du Ruhui. Apparently, he had also come here to relax in the hot springs after morning court. "Oh, General Chang." Du Ruhui casually greeted him and then quickly walked outside, as if something urgent was happening. Several other guests followed closely behind him, rushing out impatiently. Many of them were court officials and wealthy elites. They hurried out while discussing among themselves. No wonder the attendant didn't dare to stop them. Even a random person among them was a VIP, beyond the attendant's authority. "Wait!" Chang Yaojin quickly caught up with Du Ruhui. "What's going on outside?" Du Ruhui replied casually, "You haven't heard? Just now, someone said there's a strange flower outside the villa. No one knows when it was placed there. They say it's a rare flower never seen before." Actually, maybe never seen before isn't quite accurate. That triggered Chang Yaojin's memory of the black peony he had seen before, and he quickly asked, "Could it be another auspicious flower?" "Most likely. Let's go take a look." At this point, almost everyone in the villa had rushed outside. The hot spring area, usually lively, was now nearly deserted. Everyone was trying to squeeze to the front gate of the villa to get a good look at the strange flower. Chang Yaojin and Du Ruhui were late, standing far back and unable to see it at first. Only after following the crowd and listening to directions did they finally manage to spot the strange flower outside the villa gate. The flower had an extremely unique shape. At least, Chang Yaojin had never seen anything like it. The petals looked like fine threads wrapping around the stamen, and the tips curved inward, resembling a hand opening and slowly closing. With its bright red color, the flower appeared both beautiful and eerily seductive. Chang Yaojin felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if this flower didn't belong in this world. It clashed with everything in reality. One look made it seem surreal. Chang Yaojin truly didn't recognize the flower. He wanted to ask Du Ruhui, but when he turned to look, he was shocked to see the old man frozen in awe, his face full of shock. This startled Chang Yaojin. He remembered Du Ruhui was usually composed and deeply calculating. He had never seen him so out of character. "Hey, Dr. Du!" Chang Yaojin called out again. Only then did Du Ruhui exclaim, "Destiny! This is destiny!" He wasn't the only one. Many people were gasping in shock, and some were even kneeling in front of the flower, crying uncontrollably. What the hell is going on? Chang Yaojin looked around, bewildered, as if surrounded by lunatics. Sure, the flower was strange, but not enough to shake people to this extent, right? Du Ruhui took a long time to recover and asked eagerly, "We're truly lucky to have lived so long and still get to see a Bayan flower before dying." "What Bayan flower?" Chang Yaojin was completely lost. Du Ruhui was stunned. "General Chang, you don't know the Bayan flower?" "Never heard of it." Chang Yaojin looked blank. Unlike scholars, he didn't spend time reading books. The total number of books he'd read in his life could be counted on two hands. The so-called Bayan flower is a legendary flower that grows on the banks of the underworld river, guiding the dead to the afterlife. Du Ruhui explained enthusiastically and in great detail. After understanding, Cheng Yaojin's first reaction was fear. If that's true, then doesn't it mean we're all already? Du Ruhui's face turned red. What nonsense! We're all very much alive. You're the one who's dead. Cheng Yaojin realized his words were off and gave an awkward laugh. Then according to you, this really is a divine sign. A legendary thing actually appeared for real. More than a divine sign. Du Ruhui shook his head. You didn't seriously believe what I just said, did you? Those are just old superstitions made up by storytellers. There's no underworld. When people die, they turn to ash, no reincarnation. Don't you remember what Duke Qing said? In that case, Cheng Yaojin understood why Du Ruhui was so shaken. The Bayan flower was purely fictional, made up in ghost stories, with no real-world equivalent. But if something so imaginary, so obviously fabricated, suddenly appeared before their eyes, wouldn't that shatter their understanding of the world? No wonder Du Ruhui was so shocked. But, Cheng Yaojin frowned and thought for a moment. Even if no one has seen it before, and it only exists in legends, auspicious omens are real, so who's to say the Bayan flower is fake or doesn't exist? Du Ruhui was speechless, he couldn't refute Cheng Yaojin's logic. Even though court officials like Du Ruhui often quoted sayings like, heaven runs its course, not swayed by Yao or Jia, they were still products of their time. How could they completely dismiss superstitions? Especially after seeing the black peony, they had gone crazy on the spot. Even now, Du Ruhui inwardly believed that what Qingxiu had presented was truly an auspicious sign. If this really is the Bayan flower, then Duke Qing's abilities. Just thinking of that made Du Ruhui shiver. Was this man even human anymore? Looking again at the Bayan flower, both Cheng Yaojin and Du Ruhui were filled with desire. This legendary thing was irresistible. Its appearance at the villa clearly meant it came from Qingxiu. And since he had repeatedly revealed strange and rare plants, no one doubted that his backyard had been touched by the heavens. As for the other officials and wealthy elites, they were all pushing desperately forward, trying to get a clearer view of the Bayan flower. And the news had already spread. Besides them, many local and nearby villagers had rushed over to catch a glimpse of the Bayan flower. Most of the common folks didn't recognize the Bayan flower, they had just come to join the excitement. But after hearing everyone talk about how strange the Bayan flower was, they couldn't help but marvel. Could it be that Duke Qing really has the ability to pull this thing straight out of the underworld? He even knows King Yama. Don't talk nonsense. If that's really the case, then Duke Qing's abilities must be heaven-reaching. No wonder everything he does goes so smoothly, it's just like the rumors say, that he has heaven's protection. Maybe it's not that Duke Qing actually went to the underworld. Maybe heaven just favors him and made this legendary flower grow in his backyard. I say, if this thing really came from the underworld, would it be okay for us living people to look at it? What are you thinking? How could that be? The crowd's chatter didn't stop. The usually peaceful and elegant hot spring villa now felt like a noisy marketplace. People were packed shoulder to shoulder, bumping into each other. The heat of the day made it even more uncomfortable, and it just so happened to be noon, making it worse. But no one wanted to leave. In fact, more and more people kept arriving, making the place even more crowded. The villa's guards had to step in to maintain order, and even the manager of the villa started considering removing the Bayan flower. If these people accidentally damage the villa's facade, repairs will be expensive, the manager muttered to himself as he watched the growing crowd outside. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Manager, could you lower the flower a bit so we can see it more clearly?" The manager immediately became furious when he heard that. Business was already bad today because everyone was just crowding around to look at the flower for free, and now they were making demands? He was about to scold the speaker, but when he looked over, he was shocked into silence. The person who made the request was none other than Gao Shilian, a high-ranking official in the current government. Although he had always been at odds with Qingxiu and was jealous of the hot spring villa's booming business, it didn't stop him from coming here to enjoy the hot springs. He was even one of their top 10 spenders over the years. He talked like he didn't care, but his actions said otherwise. Even though Gao Shilian was already standing near the front, he still wanted a clearer view of the flower, so he spoke up, and even said he'd pay for the trouble. Faced with such a big customer and court official, the manager couldn't afford to offend him. But he also didn't dare to actually lower the flower, in case someone accidentally damaged or tore it. That would be a disaster. "Sir, I'm afraid I can't decide that. If something goes wrong, even my life wouldn't be enough to make up for it. I beg your understanding." the manager pleaded bitterly. Gao Shilian's expression darkened, but he couldn't say much. He only muttered, Qingxiu really loves showing off. If he's already displaying it, what's the harm in lowering it a bit so people can see better? Gao Shilian dared to grumble, but others didn't. Instead, people quietly discussed how they could possibly get their hands on the buy-in flower. At first, everyone thought there were no more rare flowers at Duke Qing's estate. But now that he had brought out another one for display, it clearly meant he still had more. If that was the case, maybe spending a bit more money or effort could help them get one too. While everyone was making plans, the manager ordered the staff to take the buy-in flower down from the gate and return it inside the villa, ending the public display. Even Cheng Yaojin, watching from a distance, couldn't stay silent and loudly asked, "Why are you taking it away?" "General Cheng, it's not that we don't want to show it. The flower can't handle strong sunlight. If it stays out for more than half an hour each day, it will wither. There's nothing we can do." The manager's explanation caused many to protest. Several important guests strongly requested the flower be displayed again, but the manager firmly declined, using Duke Qing's instructions as the excuse. In the end, the flower was taken away. The crowd was suddenly disappointed, with many sighing and leaving reluctantly. But quite a few people still lingered, continuing to discuss what they had seen. They had seen it clearly. The flower really did look exactly like how the buy-in flower was described in myths and illustrated in old books. It was undoubtedly real. If the black peony had surprised them before, then this buy-in flower had shaken them to their core. Who would have thought something like this could exist in the real world? As the crowd dispersed, many people went against the flow, trying to approach the manager to ask how the buy-in flower had been obtained. Although the manager was annoyed by their constant questioning, they were all VIPs, he couldn't offend them. No matter how impatient he felt, he had to respond politely. After dealing with them for quite a while, he finally managed to send everyone off. Just as he was about to return to the accounting room, Du Ruhui appeared in front of him. "Dr. Du." The manager didn't dare be careless when he saw Du Ruhui. He had to be fully alert with such a high-status guest. "Do you have any requests?" "Nothing special. You know I often come here to rest, so we have some connection, right?" The manager didn't expect Du Ruhui to talk to him like they were close, and was immediately nervous. "I wouldn't dare say that. No need to be so formal. Say, since you have more contact with Duke Qing, do you know where this buy-in flower came from? Did he grow it in his backyard, or find it somewhere?" The manager almost burst into tears. He had heard this question so many times today that his ears were getting calluses, but he still had to answer politely. "I don't know." "Then do you know if Duke Qing plans to sell it, or, well, gift it to some fated person?" Du Ruhui continued asking. "Sir, you really give me too much credit. I don't usually meet Duke Qing. I just manage the hot spring villa for him, and I hardly see him even once a year." Du Ruhui listened with suspicion, but he realized he wouldn't get any useful information from this guy. He'd have to go back and try to find out more from Qingxiu's side. Even as Cheng Yaojin and Du Ruhui returned to the private hot spring room, they still couldn't help but look back, clearly still longing for another glance. Cheng Yaojin said carelessly, "I heard that ever since that old rascal Yu Qijingda got that auspicious flower, his fortune has been booming, everything he does brings in loads of money. Do you think this buy-in flower could also count as an auspicious sign?" "This? I can't say for sure." Right now, Du Ruhui's mind was entirely focused on the buy-in flower. If Qingxiu decided again to gift it to a fated person, he would definitely have to find a way to get it. He didn't believe, like the others, that Qingxiu was truly giving it away for free. Although everything seemed natural on the surface, who knew what was really going on underneath? Cough cough. Du Ruhui suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and couldn't help but cough a few times. Cheng Yaojin glanced casually and was immediately shocked. He actually saw Du Ruhui cough up some blood. What's going on? It took Cheng Yaojin a moment to react. "Are you seriously ill?" "Not a serious illness, more like after effects." Du Ruhui gave a bitter smile. "Last time, when malaria was spreading in Chang'an, I accidentally caught it. Although I recovered, I was left with a chronic condition, and now I sometimes cough up blood." Sigh. Cheng Yaojin's face turned a little pale. He wanted to move away from Du Ruhui, but since they were colleagues, he felt it would be rude, so he forced himself to stay close. Du Ruhui noticed Cheng Yaojin's discomfort and deliberately kept his distance, not wanting to make things awkward. Although he hadn't told anyone, Du Ruhui's condition had worsened recently, he was coughing up blood more often, and he worried every day that it might get worse. Before, he could only rely on medicine to ease it, but after seeing Yuchi Jingda and hearing how everyone believed the auspicious flower could bring good luck, Duruhue also began to hope to get one, thinking it might cure his illness. If Qingxiu intended to sell this Bayan flower, he would definitely try to get it, no matter the cost. The Bayan flower had only been on display at the hot spring villa for less than an hour, but the stir it caused almost blew up the entire public discourse in Chang'an. Even Qingxiu himself hadn't expected such a strong reaction. From the homes of nobles to tea houses in the countryside, nearly everyone was talking about his Bayan flower. Some of the rumors were outrageous, like how Qingxiu was a powerful man who could travel between the human world and the underworld, and that he personally picked the flower from the land of the dead. Others claimed he fought evil spirits in the underworld. The stories got more ridiculous, turning into ghost novels. But the most widely believed version was that this was the second heavenly omen to descend into Qingxiu's garden, showing that heaven still favored him. Many were envious and sighed, wondering when such good fortune would fall upon them. Li Er, Emperor Taizong, had also heard the rumors early on, but he had been too busy to visit the villa. That day, right after the morning court session, Li Er immediately told Wang Degue to prepare his carriage. He was going to the hot spring villa in person to see the Bayan flower that had become so famous in Chang'an. He also invited Zhang Sun Wuji to go with him, saying it was to enjoy the hot springs, though Zhang Sun Wuji knew exactly what he was really thinking. The two chatted in the carriage. Once they got talking, Li Er didn't hide his intentions. Fuji, what do you think, that Bayan flower mentioned in ghost stories, was it made up or is it real? Zhang Sun Wuji realized Li Er was getting to the point. After a moment of silence, he replied, Your Majesty, I can't say for sure. Even if it was made up by scholars, there must have been some kind of real-life inspiration behind it. Just like the legends of the underworld and reincarnation, they must have originated from the fact that life and death exist, so people made up such stories. Li Er nodded slightly. In the past, I also thought such things were mere folk tales, not to be believed, but now. Though he didn't finish the sentence, Zhang Sun Wuji already understood and smiled. You mean the Bayan flower at the hot spring villa? Haha, my dear son-in-law just loves making mystical things. Although his tone was humble, he still couldn't hide his pride. Exactly. If it were just the black peony, one could say it was an auspicious omen. But this Bayan flower, what would you say about that? Zhang Sun Wuji answered without hesitation, Your Majesty need not overthink it. When a country is about to prosper, omens will appear. Now that the Tang dynasty is growing stronger by the day, it is natural for auspicious signs to appear. This Bayan flower is just another sign of heaven's blessing, like the black peony. His words struck right at Li Er's heart, making him very pleased. Since receiving the black peony, Li Er had loved it dearly and looked at it almost daily. Now that an even stranger flower had appeared, how could he not be moved? The only thing that made him hesitate was the Bayan flower's association with the underworld. But Zhang Sun Wuji's words reassured him. Who cares whether it's from the underworld or not? As long as it's something never seen or heard of before, it's auspicious, it's good. Especially something that had only existed in legends, now appearing in the real world, why avoid it? Your Majesty, if you wish to see the Bayan flower, it's best to notify Duke Qing in advance, so he can prepare the villa. Otherwise, if the flower is no longer there, we'll have made the trip for nothing. This was thoughtful advice. Li Er originally planned to send a letter, but after considering it, he decided to go in person to Duke Qing's residence. That would be a great gesture of respect. But when they arrived at Duke Qing's mansion, they were told that Qingxiu had already left early that morning for the hot spring villa. That was a coincidence. So the two of them immediately set off for the villa to meet Qingxiu. When they arrived, they found the hot spring villa even livelier than usual. There were noticeably more wealthy merchants and officials coming and going than on regular days. Though most of them were regular guests, the frequency of visits had clearly increased in recent days, all because of the Bayan flower. They had been coming often in hopes of seeing it again, but because of constant light rain recently, the flower had not been displayed for fear of damage, leaving them quite disappointed. As soon as Li Er arrived, the manager recognized his usual carriage and immediately brought people out to greet him personally. Your Majesty, the private room upstairs is ready for you. Li Er got straight to the point. Is Duke Qing here? He is. His lordship arrived early this morning. Shall I take you to him? The manager immediately understood Li Er's intention and followed up on his words. Seeing Li Er nod, he quickly made arrangements. Although Li Er appeared calm on the surface, deep down he was filled with anticipation and urgency. As soon as he entered the private room and saw Qingxiu focused intently on a game of chess, he couldn't help blurting out, Duke Qing, what a coincidence. Only after speaking did Li Er realize the greeting sounded a bit awkward, and his expression turned slightly embarrassed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Is my father-in-law here as well? Qingxiu didn't seem awkward at all. He stood up, clasped his hands, and saluted both Li Er and Zhang Sun Wuji. Hee, no need to be so formal, dear son-in-law. Zhang Sun Wuji chuckled. I heard that you recently went to Fengxiang City and conveniently took care of the local bandits. You did a great service for the people there. I wouldn't call it a great service, just something that came about naturally. But Your Majesty, why are you here so early today? Don't you usually come to soak in the hot springs after dusk? Today, well, the state affairs were a bit lighter, and my leg ailment flared up again, so I made a special trip to the hot spring villa. Li Er gave a barely passable excuse. Qingxiu saw through it but didn't say so. In that case, I'll immediately order someone to prepare the hot spring for Your Majesty. No need to be in such a hurry. Li Er quickly said, I'm not here to soak in the hot springs right away. Why don't you and I chat for a bit instead? After all, we haven't seen each other for days, haha. Of course. Why not have a game of chess with me, Your Majesty? Qingxiu naturally put the pieces back into the box and invited Li Er to play a game. Although Li Er was eager to see the Bayan flower, it wouldn't be appropriate to ask about it directly, so he agreed to the chess game. Zhang Sun Wuji didn't expose anything and simply sat down to watch the game. Li Er, however, had the Bayan flower on his mind and couldn't focus on the chessboard. After just a few moves, he fell behind due to distraction, and by the end, he didn't even notice that Qingxiu had surrounded him. Your Majesty, why are you so absent-minded today? Qingxiu made the final move to end the game. Seeing that Li Er hadn't realized the game was over and was still pondering his next move, he gave a gentle reminder. I don't think I. Li Er responded casually and was just about to make a move when he realized Qingxiu had already won. He gave a wry smile and put away his pieces. Duke Qing, it seems your chess skills have improved. Shall we play another round? Better not. Your Majesty came here today with another purpose. Continuing to play wouldn't be very meaningful. Qingxiu said with a smile. Since Qingxiu had seen through him, Li Er didn't hide it anymore and spoke directly. Indeed, I came for something else. A few days ago, your villa displayed the Bayan flower. I wonder if it's still here at the hot spring villa? So that's what brought your Majesty here. Qingxiu pretended to suddenly realize, if that's the case, you should have said so earlier. Hee. Li Er gave an awkward laugh. There have been many rare and exotic flowers at your estate lately, even I find it quite intriguing. Tell me, is that Bayan flower really the underworld flower from the legends? At this, Qingxiu simply smiled without saying a word, which only made Li Er even more anxious. Seeing the eager look on Li Er's face, Qingxiu finally spoke. Your Majesty, do you still remember what I once told you? Strange tales and supernatural beings are all fictional. All those ghost stories were made up by scholars trying to make a living, exhausting their minds to write such things. With this sentence, Qingxiu indirectly denied the rumor that the flower came from the underworld. Of course, Qingxiu wanted his Bayan flower to have a high status in people's minds. But after all the effort he had spent to discredit superstitious charlatans, he couldn't just undermine that work for the sake of a few flowers. If it was called an auspicious sign, he could still brush it off with vague talk about destiny. But if he outright admitted it came from the underworld, he'd be shooting himself in the foot. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. Do you know that out there, people are all saying your Bayan flower came from the underworld, that you went there yourself and brought it back? I've heard about it. Qingxiu smiled wryly. There are a few storytellers in the east of the city who even wrote a whole series about me going to the underworld to subdue demons and ghosts. They've already made 7 or 8 episodes and haven't finished yet. At this, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. Still, Li Er asked again, but back to the point, that Bayan flower in your hot spring villa, what exactly is it? Does your Majesty remember the black peony from before? It's the same as that. Qingxiu gave the same explanation he had used for the black peony. The same? Li Er was puzzled. Well, it's a long story. That night, my wife and I were walking in the backyard garden, and then Qingxiu began telling the tale vividly again. Li Er and Zhang Sun Wuji listened attentively. Clearly, they believed him. Zhang Sun Wuji had his doubts, but Li Er firmly believed it. After all, the fate of the Tang dynasty was closely tied to Qingxiu. Another heavenly sign? Li Er's mouth twitched. He couldn't understand why all these good things kept showing up in Qingxiu's backyard. If the Bayan flower appeared in the imperial garden, Li Er would probably laugh in his sleep. Well, let's leave that for now. Let me see it first, shall I? Unable to resist any longer, Li Er directly asked to see the flower. Well, Qingxiu hesitated slightly. The weather has been too damp lately, and the Bayan flower can't handle moisture. So we had to store it in the cellar. Li Er immediately said, that's fine. You don't have to bring it out, I'll go to the greenhouse myself. That shouldn't cause any trouble, right? Qingxiu didn't say much, but instinctively glanced at Li Er's leg. The cellar is damp and cold. I wonder if your majesty can endure it. Li Er paused, then replied, no problem. I'm not going to live there, after all. He understood that Qingxiu was reminding him about his rheumatism, that he shouldn't be in cold, damp places. But Li Er really couldn't wait any longer. He had carved out time in his busy schedule today just to see the Bayan flower. All right, I'll have everything prepared. Seeing Qingxiu agree, Li Er was overjoyed. But then he suddenly thought of something and followed up, to see the Bayan flower, do we need to prepare anything in advance, like? Qingxiu immediately understood what Li Er meant and shook his head. Your Majesty, how many times do I have to say it? You don't need to worry, that flower definitely didn't come from the underworld, and nothing bad will happen to a living person who sees it. Good. Hearing Qingxiu say this, Li Er was relieved. The cellar where the Bayan flower was stored had been specially built by Qingxiu. It was different from ordinary cellars, it was only half as deep as usual. The upper part was above ground, and only the lower part was buried underground. The upper level was used to store flowers that preferred light and mild temperatures. The lower part was packed with ice to cool the area, used for storing plants with short blooming periods or those that couldn't withstand heat. Li Er casually glanced around the upper level of the flower house and was immediately amazed to see that it contained many rare and exotic flowers, most of which had already been declared extinct in books and were believed impossible to find again. But here, in Qingxiu's greenhouse, they could be seen everywhere, they didn't seem rare at all. And that wasn't all. Besides rare flowers, there were also a large number of valuable medicinal herbs, and even on a high platform stood a giant lingji mushroom, as big as a cartwheel. It was the largest lingji Li Er had ever seen in his life. Even the imperial pharmacy in the palace didn't have one so large and with such quality. How many years must this lingji have grown? Li Er couldn't take his eyes off it. He observed it for quite a while from top to bottom, almost reaching out to touch it. Duke Qing, this lingji, could you perhaps? Your Majesty, I really can't just let this one go. Qingxiu instantly knew what Li Er was thinking. Even if I gave this to your Majesty, you'd either dry it and store it in the imperial pharmacy, or boil it into medicinal soup. But in my hands, its value and effect will far exceed what you imagine. Qingxiu had guessed Li Er's thoughts correctly. He was indeed thinking of using the lingji to make medicinal soup or salve to try and treat his rheumatism. So many years had passed, and Li Er had already seen every doctor possible. He had tried every regular and unconventional method, but nothing had worked. So now, Li Er wanted to try collecting rare herbs for nourishment, hoping it might help heal his condition. Of course, in Qingxiu's eyes, this idea was ridiculous. Rheumatism was something even modern medicine couldn't completely cure. How could one lingji possibly fix it? In that case, I won't take what others cherish. But tell me, is Duke Qing planning to make a new prescription from this lingji? Li Er was still curious. Not at all. Qingxiu shook his head. After all, with only one herb, what kind of prescription could be made? Lingji is extremely potent. In many medicinal formulas, a long-aged lingji is needed as the primer for it to work effectively. But lingji is very rare, it gets picked as soon as it's found in the wild, not to mention ones that have grown for decades. If we could grow lingji and other rare herbs on a large scale like crops, then many expensive and rare medicinal formulas could become affordable for ordinary people. As soon as he said this, Li Er and Zhangsun Wuji looked at each other, both feeling it was unbelievable. To be precise, they thought it was impossible. In their eyes, lingji was a sacred gift from heaven, extremely rare. How could it ever be mass-produced? Maybe many people before Qingxiu had tried to cultivate it, but it produced no seeds and couldn't be grown from tubers like some special plants. It almost seemed to appear out of nowhere. How could it be grown on a large scale? Of course, they didn't know that lingji reproduces through spores. Up to this point, no one except Qingxiu had even thought of that, and that's why Qingxiu had the confidence to try cultivating it. The group then descended into the lower level of the cellar. As soon as the door opened, cold air rushed out. Caught unprepared, Li Er shivered and even started to feel the faint ache in his leg where he had rheumatism. Your Majesty, are you all right? This is nothing. Li Er shook his head, then followed Qingxiu inside. There weren't many flowers here. Along the passageway were large amounts of ice blocks, displaying extravagant luxury. In this season, ice was extremely expensive. Likely, 1/5 of all the ice stored in Chang'an was inside Qingxiu's cellar. Your Majesty, look, there it is. Qingxiu pointed to a higher display shelf. On it stood a pot of bright red flowers in full bloom. At first glance, the flower looked like frozen flames, paused at the peak of burning. Li Er had never seen a flower so bizarre in appearance, beautiful and unique, it didn't even seem like something from this world. Li Er didn't usually like reading books about ghosts and monsters. He'd only heard about the Bayan flower from legends and had never seen any illustrated descriptions of it. But the moment he laid eyes on this flower, he firmly believed it was the Bayan flower everyone had been talking about. How could such a uniquely shaped flower exist in the mortal world? Li Er was entranced. He looked it up and down, suppressing the urge to reach out and touch it, and instead asked Qingxiu, "Is this the only one?" Of course not. Qingxiu had brought back 70 to 80 Lycoris flowers from Fengxiang, but only this one had such bright color and closely resembled the legendary Bayan flower. So Qingxiu had only chosen to display this one, and it was enough. "Just this one," Qingxiu replied calmly. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder, it truly is an auspicious sign." He accidentally said what he was really thinking. If Li Er liked the black peony, then in front of this Bayan flower, his feelings were closer to obsession. Who wouldn't love rare treasures, especially one with no known origin, a unique specimen? Li Er truly wanted to take this flower, but he had no idea what kind of price he could offer Qingxiu. Money or land? Qingxiu lacked none of that. If, like before, it was to be gifted to a fated person, then it would be easier, Li Er could find a way to get it. But now, it really seemed difficult. What a pity. Li Er shook his head. Only he knew what he meant by those words. Zhang Sun Wuji noticed Li Er's thoughts and asked in advance, "Dear son-in-law, what do you plan to do with this rare flower? Are you still planning to gift it to a fated person, like before?" The question was asked very tactfully, but Qingxiu didn't respond directly. He only showed a troubled expression and said, "This is hard to say. Leaving aside whether this flower was truly planted in my garden by some mysterious fate, the repeated appearance of such strange flowers shows that I have a special connection to them. If that's the case, why should I look for another fated person? Wouldn't I be the most legitimate fated one myself?" This was not what Li Er wanted to hear, but he couldn't express it openly at the moment. He couldn't chase after Qingxiu and ask him to give away the flower, could he? That would make his intention far too obvious. Forget it. After all, it's a rare treasure in the world, who wouldn't want to keep it for themselves? I wish to keep it, and Duke Qing is no different. Li Er felt a bit regretful in his heart, but he was not an unreasonable tyrant. Since that's how it was, then he simply wasn't fated to have the Bayan flower. Let's go. At least I've had my eyes open today. Li Er was quite open-minded. He put away his thoughts and no longer clung to the matter, preparing to leave. But just as he was about to depart, Qingxiu spoke up at the right moment. "Your Majesty, I've heard that the imperial garden in your palace uses specially cultivated soil by the top gardeners in the Tang dynasty, and that any flowers or plants planted there grow well?" Li Er didn't know why Qingxiu suddenly brought this up, but casually replied, "That's true." Qingxiu said no more and appeared to be deep in thought, which made Li Er feel puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you asking this?" While thinking, Qingxiu replied, "Your Majesty, you've seen this Bayan flower. Although it's strange and unique, it's very easy to wither and die, and the growing conditions are extremely demanding. To tell you the truth, this Bayan flower was not the only one at the beginning." This sentence immediately made Li Er's heart skip a beat, but he said nothing. He simply listened quietly, waiting for the rest. That night, when the Bayan flower first appeared, 5 of them bloomed in my back garden. And the other 4 were even larger and more vibrant than this one. 5? Li Er nearly cried out on the spot. Just this one had already haunted his thoughts, and Qingxiu had actually hidden 4 more. His heart surged with joy, and he was about to speak and ask if he could get one, but Qingxiu's next sentence shocked him even more. Unfortunately, only this one survived. The other 4 all withered the following night. Sigh. They withered. Li Er found it hard to believe. That's right. Qingxiu pointed at the Bayan flower. This flower requires extremely specific conditions. It can't be too damp or too warm, and even watering must be done just right. When they first bloomed, I didn't know all this, so naturally, sigh. Qingxiu looked deeply regretful, and Li Er felt even more pained. Such rare treasures, and 4 of them had wilted just like that. He couldn't accept it. If even one of them had been given to him. This is truly, sigh. Li Er shook his head in anguish. Such a shame. This one may be the only one left in the world. If it also withers, there may never be another. That's why I hope your Majesty can help me. Qingxiu finally got to the main point. Although I've managed to keep this flower alive for now, simply storing it in the cold can't preserve it forever. So, may I ask your Majesty to temporarily take this Bayan flower to the palace and use the specially cultivated soil there to nourish it, so that it can survive as long as possible? Li Er never expected this was what Qingxiu wanted. He was instantly overjoyed and even exchanged a glance with Zhang Sun Wuji. They both saw the delight in each other's eyes. But Li Er couldn't act too eager. He put on a serious face and nodded, so that's the reason. Such a rare and strange flower does indeed need to be well preserved. But the special soil in the Imperial Garden has been in short supply lately. You know how it is, cultivating that soil takes time and effort. Not the whole garden is covered with it. Li Er's words made Qingxiu want to laugh. He's actually playing hard to get? Clearly, this was something he wanted badly, yet he was pretending otherwise. Of course, everything Qingxiu said was made up. Not 5, even 500 of them he could grow properly, and continue breeding them for generations. He only brought up transplanting it to the Imperial Garden to use Li Er's influence to hype up the Bayan flower. Having Li Er personally care for and move the flower to the palace for cultivation would create massive attention and boost the flower's status, guaranteed to become a long-lasting hot topic in Chang'an, constantly discussed. As for using imperial soil to cultivate it, that was just a talking point. The special soil he and Cui Yuran had developed was far better than the traditional mixtures used in the palace. Since Li Er started raising the price, Qingxiu didn't mind playing along and pulling the retreat to advance tactic. He deliberately looked troubled and said, I see. I understand your majesty has difficulties. In that case, I'll find another way to grow it myself and just hope this flower can live a bit longer. Li Er didn't expect Qingxiu to drop the topic so abruptly. Now he was caught off guard and stuck in an awkward position, unable to step back or speak further. Zhang Sun Wuji, being Li Er's close minister, immediately understood what was happening and quickly stepped in. No. Dear son-in-law, this Bayan flower is rare and extremely precious. Every extra day it survives is priceless, how could we give up over such a small issue? He then turned to Li Er and said, Your Majesty, I know you're busy with state affairs and can't manage flowers personally. Why not let me handle it? I'll provide the manpower and effort to help the palace cultivate rich soil and grow the Bayan flower. What do you think? Li Er instantly picked up the cue and played along. How can that be? Fuji, you have official duties, it wouldn't be right for you to be distracted by such a small matter. Your Majesty exaggerates. It's just a little extra attention. Besides, this Bayan flower truly is unique. Maybe it really is a divine omen. If it can be preserved long-term, it would be a blessing for our Tang dynasty. What are you saying? Didn't Duke Qing say before that there's no such thing as divine omens? This is just a regular flower, albeit an unusual one. Qingxiu watched the two of them, monarch and minister, perform their coordinated act and couldn't help but feel speechless. No wonder people said these two made a perfect pair. With this level of mutual understanding, it really wasn't an exaggeration. Then like before, give it to a fated person? He asked this very cleverly, but Qingxiu didn't respond directly. Instead he looked troubled and said, I honestly can't say. Leaving aside whether that flower truly was planted in my back garden by some mystical fate, the repeated appearance of such strange flowers shows that I have affinity with them. If that's so, why should I look for a fated person? Wouldn't I be the most rightful fated one myself? What Li Er said was not what he hoped to hear, but he couldn't respond openly. He couldn't press Qingxiu to give him the flower, right? That would make his intentions too obvious. Forget it. After all, it's a rare treasure of the world. Who doesn't want to keep such things for themselves? I want to keep it, and Duke Qing probably does too. Li Er felt a pang of regret inwardly, but he was not an unreasonable tyrant. Since that is how it stands, then I guess I have no fate with the Bayan flower. Let's go. Today I have seen enough to satisfy my eyes. Li Er was quite magnanimous. He stashed away his thoughts quickly and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to go, Qingxiu spoke at the right time. Your Majesty, I heard that in your palace's imperial garden, the soil used was cultivated by some of the best florists in the Tang, and whatever plant you plant there grows well? Li Er didn't know why Qingxiu suddenly asked that, but casually responded, yes, that is correct. Qingxiu didn't speak more, but bowed his head as if in thought. This made Li Er feel strange, and he couldn't help asking, why ask this matter? Qingxiu slowly answered while thinking, Your Majesty, you've seen this Bayan flower, although unique and strange, it's extremely fragile. It's easy to wither, its requirements for environment are unusually strict. To be honest, the Bayan flower wasn't just one initially. That sentence made Li Er's heart skip a beat. He didn't speak, but quietly leaned in to wait for Qingxiu's next words. That night when the Bayan flower first appeared, in my back garden there were actually 5 Bayan flowers grown at the same time. And the other 4 were far larger and more vivid than this one. 5? Li Er nearly gasped. Even just this one had already bewitched his spirit, and now he learned there had been 5 in total. His heart surged with excitement. He was about to ask Qingxiu whether he could get one. But Qingxiu's next sentence stunned him even more. Unfortunately, Only this one survived, the other 4 all withered the next night. Sigh. Withered? Li'er couldn't believe it. Yes. Qingxiu pointed to the flower. This flower demands extremely strict surroundings, it can't be too damp, nor too warm, and even watering must be done just right. When the flowers first appeared, I didn't know all these complications. Naturally, they withered. Sigh. Qingxiu's expression showed deep regret. Li'er felt even more pained. Such precious things, and 4 of them had died just like that. He couldn't accept it. If only one of them had remained alive, and he could have gotten it. This is really, sigh. Li'er shook his head in sorrow. What a pity. This single flower might already be a unique specimen in the world. If even this one dies, there may never be another. That's why I hope your majesty can help. Qingxiu finally got to the heart of it. Although I've managed to keep this flower alive so far, simply storing it frozen will not preserve it forever. So I ask whether your majesty could temporarily take this Bayan flower into the palace, and use the palace's special soil to cultivate it properly, so as to let it survive as long as possible. Li'er never expected Qingxiu's goal was this. His heart instantly leapt with joy, and he even exchanged a glance with Zhang Sun Wuji. Both saw the delight in each other's eyes. But Li'er could not show this too openly. He nodded gravely. I see, such rare and precious flowers must indeed be preserved properly. But the specially cultivated soil in the imperial garden has been somewhat lacking recently. You know, cultivating that soil takes time and effort, not the whole imperial garden is covered with it. Li'er's words made Qingxiu inwardly amused. He was playing hard to get? Clearly this was something Qingxiu desperately wanted, but he pretended otherwise. Everything Qingxiu had said was made up. Not 5, even 500 he could properly cultivate and maintain, and breed generation after generation if needed. The reason he had suggested transplanting to the palace garden using Li'er's influence was to use Li'er to hype up the Bayan flower. Letting Li'er personally care for and cultivate it in the palace would create huge publicity and make the flower famous all over Chang'an, turning it from a temporary curiosity into a perennial hot topic. As for using palace soil to cultivate, that was only pretense. Because of Li'er's suggestion, Qingxiu didn't object. He pretended to be pressed. I understand. I know your majesty has difficulties. If so, then I will find my own way to cultivate it and just hope this flower can survive as long as possible. Li'er didn't expect Qingxiu to quietly drop the topic. He was caught off guard, unable to respond or back out. Zhang Sun Wuji, as Li'er's close minister, immediately saw what was going on and hurried to speak. No. Dear son-in-law, this Bayan flower is rare and precious beyond measure. Each extra day it lives is worth more than gold. How can we give up over such a trivial matter? Then he turned to Li'er. Your Majesty, I know you have countless affairs of state and can't personally tend to flowers. Why don't you let me handle this? I'll provide manpower and effort to help the palace cultivate rich soil and grow the Bayan flower. What do you say? Li'er promptly picked up the cue and replied, how can it be? Fuji, you too have government duties, it would be improper for you to devote energy to such trifles. Fuji answered, Your Majesty overstates. It's not much effort, just minor attention. And this Bayan flower is indeed extraordinary. Maybe it really is a heavenly omen. If it can be preserved long-term, that would be a blessing for our great Tang. What are these words? Didn't Duke Qing previously repeatedly mention there are no such heavenly omens? This is just an ordinary flower, albeit unusual. Qingxiu watched the two of them, emperor and minister, exchange dialogues in coordinated harmony, and felt a bit speechless. No wonder they say, monarch and minister in such accord. That level of mutual understanding truly isn't an exaggeration. However, he was not in a position to say much either, so he just replied with a humming grunt, that's just the Duke of Qing being lucky, what's it got to do with me? Qingxiu wasn't modest at all. If it were all about luck, that wouldn't be quite right either. I actually think my card skills are a bit better. What does senior scholar Gao think? Gao Shirlian almost coughed up blood when he heard this. But Li'er was all smiles as he tried to calm them down. This isn't the imperial court, why argue so much? You two beloved ministers should just focus on playing cards. It's rare to have a leisurely day. Gao Shirlian thought to himself that he had come here precisely to relax, but unfortunately Qingxiu wouldn't let him off and insisted on dragging him over to play cards with Li'er. But he wasn't someone who would take a loss without fighting back. Seeing Qingxiu win another round, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, Duke of Qing, you haven't been attending court much lately, so you probably aren't very clear on the current political situation, right? The ministers at court have been quite distressed recently. Qingxiu knew that this man couldn't be bringing him up out of goodwill, but he didn't avoid the topic at all and responded directly, I've got a general understanding. Occasionally, if His Majesty needs my help, he writes to ask me. Gao Shilian suddenly acted as if he had an epiphany, so that's how it is. Then regarding the rebellion in Nanzhao, the Duke of Qing must have thought of many countermeasures too. Could you share them? The Nanzhao kingdom had been rebelling repeatedly lately, constantly being pacified and then rising up again, becoming a daily problem at court. Originally, the scale of the Nanzhao rebellion wasn't a huge problem, but with peace all around the Tang Empire, except the western regions, there were no other wars, making the Nanzhao issue all the more glaring. The proposal to annex Nanzhao was Qing Xiu's political initiative and plan. Gao Shilian had opposed it from the beginning, not just because he was at odds with Qing Xiu, but because he believed Nanzhao was too remote, filled with uncivilized forests, with poor farmland and little in the way of resources. But after Nanzhao was annexed by Li Daozong at minimal cost, Gao Shilian had no choice but to shut up. Only now that the rebellions were ongoing did he get the chance to speak up and advise repeatedly. It wasn't that he insisted the court abandon this land, but his arguments were solid, and many in court agreed with him. After all, past reconquered lands quickly contributed resources and taxes after the initial conquest phase. Just a few years were enough to recover the campaign costs. But since Nanzhao was annexed, the rebellions hadn't stopped day or night, and even Li Er was getting annoyed. If Qing Xiu hadn't pushed so hard to annex it, Li Er might have considered giving it up. Qing Xiu casually played a card. I've heard a bit about the Nanzhao situation. I heard Scholar Gao and many ministers are advocating abandoning it. Since the founding of our Tang dynasty, we've never proactively given up territory. Looks like Scholar Gao is ready to break new ground? Though Qing Xiu's words were unpleasant, Gao Shilian's expression didn't change. He grabbed a card, but it wasn't one he needed, so he threw it out, saying, Duke of Qing, that's not quite right. Discarding the land of Nanzhao, as things look now. Pong! Before he could finish, Qing Xiu took the card he'd just discarded and even opened a meld, making Gao Shilian's face turn sour. Go on, I'm listening. Qing Xiu gestured for him to continue, and Gao Shilian went on with a dark expression. Since the annexation, there have been battles every month in that region. The soil is barren and yields nothing, and they can't even afford to maintain the 5,000 soldiers stationed there. There are several 100,000 civilians, but if this fighting continues, they might all be killed, leaving only a wasteland behind. What's the use in that? Wouldn't it be better to leave a Nanzhao kingdom behind, have them pay tribute yearly, and make them our vassal instead? Gao Shilian's thinking wasn't short-sighted or foolish, it was typical thinking for ministers of that era. In the agrarian age, land output was king, population was secondary. Empires fought to seize land and people. If the land couldn't be farmed and the people kept rebelling, it really wasn't worth much. He wasn't evil or ignorant, he just didn't see as far as Qing Xiu did. In that case, Qing Xiu threw out another card casually. You really think land is only useful if it can produce crops? Gao Shilian hadn't expected this question and instinctively asked back, what else then? Qing Xiu didn't continue questioning him but glanced at Li Er. The latter pretended to be thinking about the card game but was actually eavesdropping. Kicked the question over, Li Er didn't know how to answer, so he said, at the moment, I only care about this game. If the Duke of Qing has thoughts, feel free to share them. After he spoke, he casually discarded a one bamboo. Qing Xiu then overturned the table. In that case, I'll say a few more words to your majesty. Hope I'm not being a bother. No bother, speak freely. Li Er was curious why Qing Xiu overturned the table, but on closer look, he realized Qing Xiu had just won the hand. Thank you, your majesty. I accept your gracious loss, Qing Xiu said with a smile. You really are good at cards, I've hardly ever won against you. Li Er shook his head, but now he'd lost interest in playing cards. Your majesty, did you really think I pushed hard for the annexation of Nanzhao because of those 2 patches of poor land? To be honest, most of Nanzhao is covered in virgin forest, about 70%. Of the remaining third, only about 10% is arable, and the soil quality is terrible. Not only is it incomparable to the fertile Central Plains or Guangzhou, it's not even close to the Red River area in Lingnan. Gao Shilian didn't expect Qing Xiu to admit this himself, but before he could counterattack, Qing Xiu changed tone. If expanding territory only focuses on such things, that's just foolish. I'm sure Scholar Gao knows, back then, the Weishui region was extremely poor. Its farmland couldn't even feed its own people, but the court still stationed heavy troops there, never giving up an inch to the Tibetans. Wasn't that because it was a key strategic border? Absolutely not to be lost? Gao Shilian immediately rebutted, that's because Tibet was a serious threat back then, and we needed the Weishui terrain to defend. But what threats are near Nanzhao now? There's no need to use it as a buffer. Qing Xiu retorted bluntly, "That's why I always say, having a capable man like Scholar Gao in court is a blessing for the empire." Qing Xiu suddenly said this, catching Gao Shilian off guard, and then filling him with fury. The words were nice, but in this situation, coming from this person's mouth, the nicer they sounded, the more sarcastic they felt. Gao Shilian suppressed his anger and asked back, "Why does the Duke of Qing say such things? I'm just stating facts. If everyone in the court were like Scholar Gao, the Tang dynasty would grow in a regular and orderly way, just like any other dynasty. But there would absolutely not be things like water wheels, territorial expansion into the western regions, or massive increases in crop yields." Qing Xiu had never taken the initiative to mention his own achievements. He knew very well that achievements were meant to leave results behind, not to be bragged about. But today, in front of Gao Shilian, he brought up his own achievements on his own, which meant that he no longer intended to be humble, but was going to directly use his merits to suppress others. If it were something else, Gao Shilian might still be able to argue with Qing Xiu. But now that these accomplishments were mentioned, he had nothing to say, even felt ashamed. And indeed, there was no falsehood. When Qing Xiu mentioned his own merits to others, they had no words to respond. Li Er understood Qing Xiu's meaning. He wasn't mocking Gao Shilian, just stating the facts. Gao Shilian was a capable minister, but he lacked a vision beyond his time. He could never create things that shouldn't even exist in this era, like Qing Xiu could. He was a competent executor, but just that, a competent executor. He could stabilize an era but could never open a new one. Gao Shilian was completely silenced. Qing Xiu then changed the subject. "I don't mean to mock Scholar Gao on purpose, but some things, if I don't bring them up, I'm afraid you'll really act like they don't exist. I must speak plainly." Gao Shilian, like a defeated rooster now, had no energy left. He nodded gloomily, waiting for what Qing Xiu would say next. If Nanzhao is judged only by land output, then yes, it's not worth mentioning. But that land must be taken, for one reason: it's rich in iron and silver mines, and in huge quantities. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Shilian was shocked on the spot, while Zhang Sun Wuji and Li Er were even more stunned beyond words. How did Qing Xiu know such explosive information? If it was really as Qing Xiu said, then even investing 10 times the troops and resources would be absolutely worth it. No need to say more about iron. Right now, Qing Xiu was heavily pushing industrial development and building water wheels and various tools in increasing numbers, the key components of which all required iron. Just the amount of steel used this year alone was more than the total used from the first year of Zhenguan until last year. As for silver, its importance to the current Tang dynasty was even more critical. Right now, both the government and the common people were severely lacking money, literally. The Tang dynasty's material output had skyrocketed, and civilian trade was booming. With abundant goods, people could sell the surplus to buy what they needed. Even ordinary people could now live a bit more extravagantly. In past years, one set of clothes would be worn for 6 years, but now people were happy to exchange their surplus grain for money and improve their lives. Changing clothes yearly didn't even feel luxurious. As for merchants, no need to mention them. Whether domestic or foreign, all transactions required silver or copper coins. Naturally, silver was being consumed massively. At present, the circulation of copper and silver coins on the market could no longer support the volume of goods being traded. The money supply was becoming increasingly insufficient. In some areas, tax collection even announced that paying with silver could offset 20% of grain tax. If things continued this way, within just 3 years, at least half of the Tang territory might regress to a barter economy, and westbound trade routes would be severely affected. Now, many silver mines within Tang territory had dried up. The court was searching everywhere for silver deposits with very little result. If Li Er were told now that there were large silver mines somewhere, even in distant Japan, he would find a way to seize it. But now, there was no need to cross the sea to Japan. Just in the south of the colorful clouds, Yunnan, large silver mines could be found. How could he not be tempted? Li Er couldn't help but ask, "How do you know? You've never been to Nanzhao." Qing Xiu indeed hadn't been to Nanzhao, but that didn't stop him from seeing Nanzhao from a god's eye view. The silver mines in the southern clouds were well known. For all of China, it was a major silver-producing region. In later eras, there was even a dynasty that fought fiercely just to seize that place for its silver. I really haven't been to Nanzhao, but back then, one of my subordinates stationed in Lingnan once visited Nanzhao. He saw that everywhere he went, there were silver mines being excavated. The locals even used silver to make utensils. Even ordinary families had silver bottles and silver bowls. What he said shocked Li Er immensely. Just imagining that scene in his mind felt unbelievable. Of course, Qing Xiu was exaggerating. Even if silver production was high, it wouldn't be so abundant that commoners were using it like clay. But that the region was rich in silver was certainly true. As long as Li Er put in real effort, the returns from that area would not disappoint him. Is that really true? Absolutely true, Qingxiu said with utmost certainty. Gao Shilian said nothing, but his heart was in complete turmoil. He never imagined Qingxiu even knew this kind of information. At this point, he had no standing to speak further on the Nanjiao issue. The court was in such dire need of silver that if he dared to object again, it would be going against Li Er directly. I understand now. In that case, even if we invest more troops, we must take Nanjiao. It's absolutely worth it. Li Er slapped the table right there, accidentally toppling his mahjong tiles. Keep sending more troops, until Nanjiao is fully suppressed and never rebels again. But Qingxiu offered another suggestion: recruiting soldiers from faraway places and sending them all the way to Lingnan is a waste. Your Majesty can directly recruit troops from the Lingnan region and use these local soldiers to march into Nanjiao and suppress them. And this time, the court must not use past gentle methods. We must act with thunderous force and end the Nanjiao rebellion as quickly as possible. Li Er nodded. Of course, I understand that. So, no, actually my suggestion is. Qingxiu interrupted Li Er and made a neck-slitting gesture with his hand in mid-air. Li Er immediately understood Qingxiu's true meaning. His idea of thunderous force was not quite the same as what Li Er had in mind. Qingxiu's meaning was clearly, take the land, not the people. Unlike the past, where they slowly integrated local people through policies and culture, he wanted to destroy them outright, a simple, brutal territorial takeover.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.